Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto used Element of Time? Part 3. Check out full playlist. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Chapter 30, Naruto's Confession. See Naruto, you look great, Hinata said with a smile as she and her boyfriend walked down the streets of Konoha, the festival being more extravagant than usual. Hinata was wearing a lavender kimono that matched her hair and smiling at Naruto, who had donned a night black kimono with a pattern of stars, a depiction of a full moon over the front of his left shoulder, and orange autumn leaves blowing in the breeze. Please, you look far better than I do, Naruto replied as he bought a couple sticks of cotton candy and gave one to Hinata. I wonder if my parents will attend. Now that Dad knows he can use shadow clones to ditch that paperwork, I see no reason he and Mom can't show up. Didn't they have a few words to share with you before you left? Hinata giggled with a slight blush, causing Naruto to go very red as he remembered his mom come into his room as he was getting ready, muttering something about stupid Janken before proceeding to give him the very uncomfortable sex talk. Naturally, Naruto protested to that, trying to tell Kushina that he was mentally 30 at this point, but she reminded him that he had no parents to give him this talk last time, so he had to suck it up at least once and remember that she was just as embarrassed as he was. After being embarrassed, he was then scared shitless when Hayashi had greeted Naruto and not so subtly told Naruto to toe the line, while sharpening his katana as he did so. The threat was magnified when Neji and Hisashi sent their killing intent at the blonde. Needless to say, he was sufficiently cowed. The idea of gentle fist strikes permanently disabling his nether regions was not an appealing one. Of course, he heard about the threat Sakura's parents made to Sasuke and thought it was hilarious. At least he was not the only one who was threatened by his girlfriend's parents. I should have known that you would find a way to smuggle orange into your formal wear, a familiar voice said, and Naruto turned to see Itachi and his lover Azumi Uchiha, and Obito mentioned at some point that Itachi had a lover in the Uchiha clan before being forced to kill her in the massacre, though she was never gone into detail beyond that. So I just made something up, walk up, arm in arm, implying black kimonos. But I like the leaves, they represent our village well. How are things, Itachi-sensei? Hinata asked with a formal bow. No need for sensei anymore, you're a Chunin now, Itachi said with a smile. Though that only means that you did a good job teaching them, Itachi-kun, Azumi said with a smile. They might not be your underlings anymore, but you did still play a vital role in getting them this far. Though their own skills deserve some of the credit, you are still their sensei, regardless of their rank. You always did care too much for the formalities, Azumi, Itachi replied good-naturedly. Anyway, Naruto, the main plaza has a group of the best cooks in Konoha at the left side, working at an all-you-can-eat buffet the Hokage sponsored for the night. Tucci wanted me to let you know that he is one of the chefs. And yes, Hinata, there are people who made cinnamon dash. He did not get any further, because both Naruto and Hinata were replaced with smoke clouds so fast, you'd think Naruto used Hiraishin. I still think it's a little much, Kushina, Minato said as he looked into a mirror and viewed the kimono his wife was making him wear. It covered in a sort of golden glitter that made the blonde Hokage look just a little too extravagant, at least in his opinion. Lighten up, you're Hokage, aren't you? Kushina replied with a chuckle, wearing a kimono with fire designs all over it. At any rate, I don't want to have to wait for you to change again. Tucci is at the area we sponsored for the buffet area of the festivities tonight, and I do not want Naruto beating us there and eating all of the ramen before we get there. So hurry up and make some clones to handle the paperwork you still have to do, and let's go. Minato sighed and complied, making 5 clones and heading out with his boisterous wife, Akari, following along in a simple red kimono. A little overeager, isn't she? Jiraiya chuckled as he and Tsunade saw them leave the tower as they walked arm in arm down the paper lantern-lit streets. Funny, those two are so happy together, and are about half our age, and yet it took this long for us to finally be a couple, Tsunade said with a rare look of tenderness at Jiraiya. Hell, well, I've been trying to ask you out for years, and it was always you who rejected me, so don't blame me, Jiraiya replied. Baka! Tsunade shouted as she rammed her fist into the Toad Sannin's face and sent him into the wall of one of the buildings. I would have accepted long ago if it weren't for your perverted tendencies, she stated with a vein in her fist. My tendencies aren't perverted, they're super perverted. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. Time travel or no, something's just never changed. I'm a little surprised Naruto isn't here right now, stuffing himself on that ramen, Shikamaru said to Choji as the two played a game of shogi, though the latter was more interested in scarfing down all the barbecue the cooks could prepare. After a small entrance fee, all food in the plaza for the night was free, and Choji was taking full advantage. He looked to the center of the plaza where several couples were dancing to the music played on the right side. With a pang, he realized he would not have minded joining them if Temari had been around. Love is troublesome, Shikamaru thought with a sigh as he made the finishing move in the game. Then there was a bit of a commotion as a certain blonde arrived at the same time as two certain redheads crashed into each other where the ramen was being served by IM, and Shikamaru knew that Naruto and his mother and sister had arrived and were about to start an all-out war for the ramen that had been was already out. Tucci was going to be a busy man, and Shikamaru knew that Minato would not be happy when he saw the chef's bill when it came time to deduct the price of the food consumed from the Konoha treasury. Shikamaru thought for a second before he decided to see if he could beat the yandere at shogi and moved over to the tables set up near the ramen stand, leaving Choji to continue his quest to bankrupt the village treasury. Hinata of course was indulging her sweet tooth, but in a much more dignified manner than Naruto, and his two female family members were eating their ramen in. Seriously, did they even use those utensils at all? Hokage-sama, would you care to play a game of shogi? Shikamaru asked, and Minato was all too happy for an excuse to leave his squabbling family to their pig out. Well, that is not the most flattering photo of me you will ever find, Sasuke said, looking at one of the proofs he and Sakura had gotten from the photo booth. He was wearing a kimono that was solid black except for a snake made of red flames over the left part of his chest, and a hawk made of lightning over the right. Sakura's was sky blue with a few wispy clouds designed, but the main feature was a blizzard of cherry blossoms. The photo they were looking at now was one where Sasuke had been in the middle of a sneeze when the picture had been snapped, and Sakura found the sight amusing. Good thing that is not your identification photo, she said, giggling. Can you imagine having to make that face every time someone wanted to confirm who you were? That would be humiliating, Sasuke replied with a slight chuckle. Sasuke-kun, Karen shouted as she dragged Suigetsu along. Don't you want to take a picture with me? No, Sasuke said as he and Suigetsu both face-palmed and Sakura developed a tick mark. Back off, lady, Sasuke's mine now, she said as she raised her fist in irritation, the wrath of a woman with her territory being threatened coming out full force. Oh hell no, I have no intention of losing him to you, Karen shouted right back, Suigetsu and Sasuke getting more and more sweat drops. You never had him in the first place, Sakura retorted. I'm right here, you know, Sasuke muttered, but he was ignored. Oh, so what do you have that I don't then? Karen demanded. Other than a freakish-sized head that seems to be stealing resources from the rest of that stick figure of yours. She froze as she felt Sakura and Sasuke projecting killing intent at her. She did not just go there. Sakura snarled, and Sasuke also made his irritation of the line Karen crossed apparent. Can I kill her please, Sasuke? You don't need to go that far, but I don't like hearing you insulted on such a sore subject either, Sasuke replied. So I won't try to stop you from beating her senseless. Kakashi was walking with Celia down one of Konoha's side streets, laughing about something or another when two blurs ran right by them, one with crimson red hair and screaming for her life, while the other was pink-headed, and for some reason sopping wet and shouting for the redhead's blood. Both Kakashi and Celia's sweat dropped as the two went out of sight, and Celia asked, "What was that about?" Well, Kakashi said thoughtfully, this may be a far-fetched guess, but I would say that Karen likely angered Sakura, possibly by either going after Sasuke, or by insulting Sakura's figure, or, if she had a death wish, her forehead. Possibly some combination of all of the above, and if I had to guess why Sakura was so wet, I would say that Suigetsu was fool enough to try stopping her from going after Karen. There were screams that signified that Sakura had caught Karen. Do you think we should stop that before it gets more out of hand than it already is? Celia thought about it for a second before she said, no way am I getting involved in that, and besides, Karen does need a reality check that Sasuke is unavailable, and sometimes being rough is the only way to get through to fangirls like that. Kakashi nodded in agreement, and they ignored Karen's pleas for help and mercy. So why don't we just go somewhere private? Celia continued. Maybe I can finally get a kiss out of you. Oh, it's not the kiss you want, you just want to see what's under my mask, Kakashi teased, and Celia snorted. Please, if this, she pointed to her forehead where the third eye she was so proud of was hidden behind her headband. Could see the piece of chakra that lingered when Itachi restored your memories. Do you really think that it can't see enough detail of your mask to give me a clear picture of what's beneath it? I already pretty much know what you look like underneath it, handsome. So much for one of my secrets, Kakashi sighed. And just FYI, your face is not the only part one was able to get an idea of the appearance of, Celia said with an evil grin that made Kakashi pale. You didn't. Yeah, you're right, I didn't, but I could at any time I wanted to. That is too much information. Well, that's what you get for trying to get between Sakura and her prey, Sasuke was telling Suigetsu as he finally finished reforming. Sakura had just blasted right through him, and the water he was made of was so scattered and some was flung away so far, it took a little bit for the Hozuki to reform. Why were you two together anyway? Suigetsu stretched a little and said, We kinda had mutually beneficial reasons. She was trying to make you jealous, and I made a bet with Sabusa-sama that I could get a date for tonight. So we were both trying to accomplish something. Still though, I hate to admit it, but I actually kinda enjoyed spending time with her today. Well, would you mind telling her that for me? She will never leave me alone otherwise, Sasuke deadpanned. Well, I will try to work up the courage, but for some reason the idea scares me a lot more than Orochimaru, and that is saying quite a bit. Not again. Minato shouted as Shikamaru got yet another checkmate, and Naruto was laughing at his father in amusement. Why can't I ever beat a Nara at a bloody board game? Minato cried anime tears. I'm supposed to be one of the smartest shinobi alive. Hinata excused herself and headed towards a building to use the restroom. Naruto walked up to Shikamaru and said that he would not mind taking a crack at playing Shikamaru, though it was Kurama who would be playing in reality, for the fox had observed the rules of shogi and wanted to see if a human could actually beat him in a game of wits. Minato was happy to escape losing another round to the young Nara, but ended up going from the frying pan into the fire when Kushina grabbed him and pulled him onto the dance floor, ignoring his protests. Alright, here's how I want you to move the pieces, Naruto, Kurama told the blonde. Hinata had just finished reapplying her makeup when she suddenly had the feeling she was being watched. She whipped around but saw nothing. She activated her Byakugan, but again, she was denied a glimpse of whatever had spooked her. She sighed and shook her head. I must be getting nervous because of having spent all day with Naruto-kun, she berated herself. She was just about to leave the restroom when there was a heavy blow to the back of her head, knocking her out instantly. Good thing that dojutsu of yours has a blind spot, the cloaked man said as he picked her up and slung her over his shoulder. A pretty little thing such as yourself should serve as perfect leverage against that boyfriend of yours. Ha, what do you think of that, Naruto? Shikamaru asked as he moved his piece. Alright, how about checkmate? Naruto said as Kurama directed the final move and Shikamaru paled. No way. I knew Kurama was a cunning bastard, but this. Troublesome, he sighed as Naruto and Kurama both laughed, gleeful of the Nara's defeat at last. Another round, he said as he reset the board. The next game, Shikamaru won, surprising Kurama a little, and then the next game, Shikamaru won again, but lost the fourth. They were about to start the fifth round when Kushina started pummeling Minato for trying to ditch her with a shadow clone, shouting that she was not his paperwork. Naruto's sweat dropped before he said, Odd, I would have thought Hinata would have wanted me to dance with her by now, and I was even willing to have Ero-sennin teach me a few steps in case she demanded it of me. Come to think of it, where is she? Naruto scrunched his brow. I know girls take a while in the bathroom, but this is ridiculous. Naruto could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. Take it from me, Naruto, Kurama said. Usually when your instincts tell you something is off, that means that it is. You're right about that, Naruto said, and he focused for a second to enter Sage mode. The moment he did, his eyes widened. Sorry, Shikamaru, I have to run, Naruto quickly said and hirishined away, leaving his lazy friend alone and without an opponent. Troublesome, Shikamaru sighed. Almost done, the cloaked man said in one of the forests outside of Konoha as he concentrated and a trussed up and gagged Hinata struggled against her bonds. The jutsu that opened rifts was useful, but it had limitations. In order to prevent the abductions of important political figures, the same seal master who had designed the time travel seal had made several seals that strengthened the boundaries between dimensions. While the rifts still opened easily enough, they always repelled any person who did not wish to go through them, preventing most kidnapping attempts from working with the dimension door jutsu. It was still possible to open rifts that did not have this liability, but it took a lot of time and concentration to pull off. Got it, he said as the air cracked, and Hinata's eyes widened as she redoubled her efforts to get free. None of that now, the man said as he pulled her towards the rift. He then got a shock as Naruto hirishined into view with a Rasengan charged. Gra! Naruto shouted and rammed the jutsu into the man's gut. He was launched backwards and slammed into a tree, his hood coming down. He had a rather unremarkable appearance, just simple short brown hair and a somewhat chubby face. Keep your filthy hands off of Hinata, you bastard, the blonde snarled as he made a shadow clone to untie her. It was a good thing he had placed a Horatian seal on her just in case of something like this. The man tried to rise, but his legs would not support him. Damn, he muttered as he realized he had no choice. He reached into his pocket and tried to put the contents into his mouth, but Naruto summoned a chakra chain that grabbed the man's arm and forced him to drop the cyanide pill he had been about to take. Naruto said as he took in the suicide pill. If you were willing to try to kill yourself, that must mean you have some intel of value. More chakra chains came from Naruto's body and bound the man. So you will have to come with me. Just great, Felix said when Naruto and Hinata finished explaining the situation to him, and he made sure some basic seals were placed to keep the man from going anywhere. Now we have whoever is after you coming for those who are close to you as well. Well, it was bound to happen eventually, and it is good that you were able to prevent it easily enough, Naruto. Now we need to figure out what to do about it to prevent any future attempts. But just what is happening? Hinata asked. Why are those people after what's inside Naruto-kun? And why did Naruto hand over the man to you instead of the ANBU? Felix, she's in too much danger now to keep in the dark, Naruto said firmly to the Ishoryu, who sighed. Fine, he said. Hinata, I will explain everything. Without warning, his hand shot out and grasped Hinata's head. Pulse imprint jutsu. Hinata's head flared in pain, and she fell to her knees crying in pain. Sorry, Hinata, Naruto said as he knelt next to her and squeezed her hand to offer comfort. Don't worry, it only lasts for a couple of minutes. Once the jutsu had ended, Felix quickly explained about the time travel and about all that had occurred from the elder dimension. So to sum it up, we are in the past, he was finishing to a still confused Hinata, for she was still trying to take it all in, and we are trying to keep things from going as bad as they had last time, but it seems some others from the elder dimension have other ideas. We are still looking into it, but we already know our new foes are possibly worse news than even Madara. I see, Hinata said. Anyway, you two should return to the festival and try to enjoy the remainder of the night, Felix said. I would not want it to be ruined by this, and don't worry, I will keep an eye out for trouble in sage mode for the rest of the night, and I will have Celia see what she can yank from this punk's mind. The pulse imprint jutsu was blocked from showing me his memories by a seal, and Celia is the only one who can remove something like this. Thanks, Felix, Naruto said, and he grabbed Hinata's hand before he hirishined them away. Felix grabbed the would-be kidnapper and dragged him to a place to wait for Celia. The festival was finishing with a show of fireworks, but neither Naruto or Hinata really saw them. They were too busy thinking about the events of the night as they sat next to each other on top of Minto's head on the Hokage monument. Do you really think we can change things this time, for the better, Naruto-kun? She asked. Of course we will, Naruto said. We may still be in the dark against our new foes, but we have managed to beat them so far, and we are in much better shape than last time. And no matter how strong our enemies are, I will get strong enough to beat them. We have come too far in fixing things to let anything ruin it for us now. You're right, Naruto-kun, Hinata said before she looked up at the fireworks. So much has happened. Yeah, I know that. Hinata, there is something I need to tell you, something that I am about 13 years late, or 3 years early, depending on your viewpoint. What is it, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked as she saw Naruto get a little fidgety. Do you remember what you said when we fought Pain? Hinata's eyes widened as Naruto gripped her shoulders. Do you still feel that way? Yes, I still do, Naruto, and nothing will ever change that. Good, Naruto said with a tender smile coming onto his face. Because I love you too, Hinata. And with that, he pulled her in close. Their lips met, and they lost themselves in the moment. Chapter 31 The Godame Hokage. So that's the size of it, Felix said to Minato, Jiraiya, Kakashi and Kushina. Celia, Zachary, Boris, Naruto, Itachi and Sasuke were in the room with them. At this point, Naruto and everyone close to him are endangered. For the next few years until the Akatsuki make their move, we need to find a way to keep Naruto and his loved ones safe. I personally think that Hinata and Akari are the most likely targets, because of how close they are to Naruto. I see, Minato said as he furrowed his brow in concentration. Well, we can have Naruto go on that training trip, and as for Hinata's protection, I am sure that Hayashi will not mind having her go along with Naruto and Jiraiya once we explain that there is an organization after Naruto for what he holds and that Hinata could be a target as well. As much as he will be upset that she is targeted because of her relationship to Naruto, the Hyuga clan is no stranger to having many enemies. He should know that keeping Hinata in the village will only make her an easier target. That's true, but don't forget, it would not be too difficult for our enemies from the Elder Dimension to track them down, since they can cover a lot of ground with the Dimension Door Jutsu. So having them leave the village for an extended period of time would be very risky, Felix mused. If only there was some way to take them somewhere our enemies would be a lot less likely to look. I may have an idea, Kushina said. What if I told you all that I figured out the time travel scroll's seal? Everyone who had the foggiest idea of how complex the seal was, meaning Minato, Naruto, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Felix, Zachary, and especially Celia, gaped at Kushina as though she had an extra head. Are you saying, the purple-haired woman asked slowly, that the seal that took me years, with this extra eye of mine to study it, to learn how to work, was unraveled in a matter of months by you? Yeah, I mean, I did use shadow clones to keep at it, and I had the reserves to use the aid effectively, so it can likely be explained by the fact that with that third eye of yours, you could only pick the seal apart a little bit at a time before the eye drained your reserves, slowing the process. And the fact that you had no natural aptitude for sealing without the eye. Celia grunted her grudging agreement. The reason she had gotten the Tamashii Kensukumi implanted in her head in the first place was because of the fact that she seemed rather talentless despite her goals of becoming a worthy knight of the Elder Dimension. She had a decent ability with taijutsu and a few weapons, but her genjutsu and ninjutsu were below average. The only thing she had more than most was an abnormally strong will, which was why she had been offered the chance to improve her abilities through the transplanted eye, because of how the process required such a will to survive the process with your sanity intact. At any rate, while I was finishing my studying of the seal, I found a bit of a loophole, one that deals with one of Felix's restrictions, Kushina continued, and the Ishori raised his eyebrows, clearly interested. The same law that keeps him from returning to the Elder Dimension, or the seal, will immediately take his life. The requirements to keep that part of the seal that deals instant death from doing its job is that Felix stay in the same dimension as the one who turned time back. So that means… Felix started, trying to stop from smiling and failing. If I read this right, then if both Naruto and you were to go to the Elder Dimension, there would be nothing stopping you from returning home early for a little while. There's a problem, Celia interjected. The Elder Dimension has some strict laws that keep outsiders from being brought to it. The ruling council will have your ass if you bring Naruto and Hinata there, Felix. Maybe, Felix mused. But Naruto is a descendant of the Rakuta Sannin, who came from the Elder Dimension to begin with, so the law may not completely apply to Naruto, because of his roots there. True, Zachary said, scratching his chin in thought. Perhaps we could check with the council beforehand. But that leaves Hinata. Well, this may seem a little premature, Felix said to Minato and Kushina. But people from the Elder Dimension are allowed to wed those who aren't, thus allowing said spouses or fiancés legal access to the dimension. If Naruto is given the go-ahead to go to the Elder Dimension, then if we were to arrange for him and Hinata to be betrothed, I'm okay with it, Naruto said. But we will have to ask Hinata if she is. I will not force her into anything, even if it is for her safety. I'm not exactly big on arranged marriages myself, Minato stated. But there is the fact that both people in question do care for each other, so I doubt that either one will object to it being written beforehand that they will be husband and wife when they are both 18. It might be difficult to convince Hinata's clan though, Itachi said. There should be no trouble with Hayashi. He has spent the past few years trying to fend off several attempts from the elders in the clan to marry Hinata off, Minato said. He does not want her to be forced into being married off to someone she is not interested in, but the elders are desperate to prevent any chance of Naruto marrying her. Sorry about that, Kurama apologized from Naruto's mouth, but Minato shook his head. That's not why, though I doubt it helps. The reason is because they don't want to lose their hold on the cadet branch of their clan. You see, they are aware of Naruto's ambition to abolish the caged bird seal if he ever becomes Hokage, and they know that he is likely to get that title, due to his lineage on my side, and the fact that he is already very powerful. But just being Hokage is not enough to have the authority to abolish the tradition, because clan matters are supposed to exist outside of the Hokage's rule. But if the Hokage were married to the Hyuga heiress, then he would have more authority over the clan's matters and could very well succeed in ordering the end of the tainted tradition. And with the Uzumaki sealing ability, it is not unreasonable to assume that Naruto will be able to remove the caged bird seals at some point. And Hayashi has been campaigning for the end of that tyranny for years, so we should have no trouble getting him to allow the betrothal. And once the documents are signed, the Hyuga elders will be stuck with it, though they will then no doubt resort to drastic measures to try to ensure they keep their power over the cadet branch. But we can use that too. It will make Hayashi more willing to have Hinata far away from the elders until she is more able to defend herself. So I will tell the Elder Dimension's ruling council about Naruto, Zachary said. If he is allowed to enter, we can go ahead with the plan. That leaves Akari, Kushina said. She will no doubt be one of the easier targets, so we need to make sure she is well protected as well. I had plans to have A and B watch her, but I also want her apprenticed to a high-level shinobi instead of going to the academy, Minato said. This will keep other children from being brought into harm's way, and give her someone of high caliber to defend her, as well as having her trained to defend herself at least a little. I still have yet to find a suitable candidate. I'll do it. An unexpected voice piped up at this, and everyone else in the room stared at Sasuke. I am already a Jonin-level shinobi, if not Kage, even if my official rank is Chunin, and I will not see anything happen to Naruto's sister that I have the power to prevent. Power is not the only concern though, Zachary said. There is also your dubious background to consider, your trustworthiness. Shut up now, Zachary, Naruto growled as Sasuke frowned at the Shikokyo and Kushina. Minato and Jiraiya looked on confused, because Naruto had not told them about Sasuke having taken that wrong turn in the other timeline. I won't deny that Sasuke has done questionable things, but they have been erased now, and he did save my life before we came back, and he has more than redeemed himself in my eyes. Insult him again and see what happens. I am merely voicing a concern, Zachary said impassively, ignoring the death glares that Naruto and Itachi were giving him. Honestly, I hope he is sincerely going to take the right road this time, but to willingly trust him with your sister's life after what he did in the future past is downright foolish. The consequences of his actions may have been erased, but he has forfeited the benefit of the doubt. Enough, Minato said before the situation could escalate. I won't ask what Zachary is talking about, but I am sure that it is a legitimate concern. However, thus far, Sasuke has given me no other reason not to trust him, so I will give the final word to Naruto and Itachi. I respect both of their opinions and they clearly know more about this than anyone else here. He turned to both of them. Taking into account whatever happened in the other timeline, do you really trust Sasuke enough to let him do as he suggested? Don't answer right away. I want you both to actually consider it for a minute. Thinking hard, both Naruto and Itachi considered all aspects of the situation, before Naruto nodded to Itachi, who said to Minato, honestly considering all aspects of Sasuke's actions, both good and bad, as well as what we see in his heart, I can say that Naruto and I would both trust my brother with our lives unconditionally. Minato nodded and turned his gaze to the young Uchiha in question. Can you honestly promise me that no harm will come to my daughter on your watch, Lord Hokage? Sasuke said respectfully while his eyes never left Minato's or Kushina's. I swear on my life and the honor of my entire clan, that I will do everything in my power to keep Hikari safe. Neither Minato or Kushina saw anything but honesty in Sasuke's eyes. Very well then, Minato said after Kushina nodded her approval. As Hokage, I will exercise my powers to give you the rank of Jonin, and Hikari will be your student, starting tomorrow. Her protection and training will be considered an S-rank mission. I understand completely. Now we need to discuss other preparations we need to make to ensure we are ready to face our foes when the time comes. I have already sent messages to the Raikage and Takigakure that their Jinchuriki are targets of the enemy, as well as a message to the wandering holder of the Rokubi. Minato chuckled then before saying, I also sent the Raikage a little secret to make his Kage workload a little easier, so he would be able to train a little more and be up to scratch when the time comes. Ah, the old shadow clone trick, Naruto sniggered. Is there anything shadow clones can't do? Make you tall? Sasuke asked. Well, that I suppose. Hey, wait a minute. The blonde midget shouted indignantly, to the laughter of most in the room. Now I need to make new plans, Jiraiya muttered. Since I won't be making sure Naruto is ready this time, perhaps you could accompany me instead, Minato said. I will be leaving the village myself to train at Mount Mayaboku for at least until Naruto returns, and from what I heard, you could use more practice with Sage Mode yourself, and I could teach you Hiraishin. Probably a good idea, Jiraiya said before he frowned. But if you are going to be gone that long, who's going to take care of the village in your place? Just leaving someone else in charge for that long won't cut it. You will have to name a Godame Hokage, even if it is only until you return. He already has it covered, Naruto said. He asked Bachan this morning to take the hat during his absence, so she declined, Minato said, shocking everyone in the room. She said that she did not want the job again, because Konoha would be better served if she were to focus almost solely on training medics for the village, and she suggested someone who would be more suited to the role, and I agreed with her suggestion. So then who Naruto asked as Minato tossed the hat to one of the people in the room, who was almost too shocked to catch it. Itachi Uchiha, I have decided that your clan has been denied a member in this office long enough, despite their role in founding the village. And you have demonstrated that you care deeply for the village, and are willing to make sacrifices for it. So if you accept, I name you the Godame Hokage. Perhaps A had overreacted when he threw his secretary out the window, but then again, when he looked at the pile of paperwork said person had brought him, he somehow did not think so. He sighed and got to work, looking up at Darui, who had just entered the room. Really, Lord Raikage, you should control your temper a little better. The Black Lightning user's sweat dropped. I had just finished with the last stack, and was about to relax. A wept. Please tell me you reconsidered my offer for the job, it's still on the table. Sorry, but I think it's too drab to take, Darui replied. Perhaps you should consider your brother's offer instead. No. We will be Raikage only when I want the village demolished, A snapped. Though I do appreciate the offer to take the work off of my hands, he is not suited for the job. Well, to get to why I am here, this arrived for you, it's from the Hokage. A frowned as he took the envelope from Darui, who then excused himself. What could the yellow flash want? A asked himself as he opened the envelope and another, smaller one fell out, along with a letter, which was clearly meant to be read first, which A started immediately. To the Yandame Raikage, I trust that you are as well as last time we met? While we may have parted last time as enemies, I need to let you know that there is a criminal mercenary organization known as the Akatsuki, which you have probably already heard of, since IWA had employed them in recent years. though IWA has dispensed with their services after learning of their goals. The Akatsuki are after the Bija. A frown as the implication set in before he continued. They have already made several attempts to capture my son, who I am sure you know hosts the Kyubi, as well as trying to capture both of Iwa's Jinchuriki and Suna's as well. Fact is, you need to make sure that you, B, and your other Jinchuriki are ready to fight the Akatsuki when they make their next move, which we have reason to believe may not be for a few years. And before you moan that you don't have the time to do so, I have a little secret that will make your life much easier. It is in a photo enclosed in the other envelope. Sorry I chose to tell it to you in that manner, but I could not resist. P.S. I personally recommend the book I am reading in the photo. A almost eagerly opened the envelope. Though he did not particularly like the Yondaime Hokage, he did have a good deal of respect for the man, and if there really was a secret to beating paperwork, the bane of all Kages, he would owe Minato big for letting him in on it. I looked at the photo, initially confused. The first thing he saw was Minato sitting in a folding chair in his office, sipping at the straw of a lemonade with a book titled Tales of a Gutsy Ninja opened in his other hand, and enjoying a shoulder rub from his wife. While that looked relaxing, A could not see how that would beat paperwork. Then his eyes fell on the background, where he saw 5 other Minatos behind his desk. All of them doing the paperwork for the blonde Hokage. Killer Bee was currently practicing his unique Kenjutsu style in one of Kumo's more private training grounds when the cry of I-M-M-M-M-M-F-R-E rang throughout the village. Bee froze. Yo, that sounded like bro, he said, and to make it easier for you all, I will put Bee's rhymes in bold for you. I hope that I am writing him correctly, his style is rather unique. What was he so happy about? Gyurki asked. Neither Bijou or Jinchuriki could continue to muse when a somehow materialized right in front of Bee, looking ecstatic before he put on a serious face. Bee, I want you to bring Yujito around, he said. The 3 of us are going to train to prepare for a storm that I got word was coming. Sure thing, but for just a second wait. Don't you have a lot of that paperwork you so hate? Never again. I declared, his ecstatic look coming back. I finally know my most hated foe's weakness. Okay, I'll bite. It's shadow clones, right? Wait, how the hell did you know? B, stop talking now. Gyuki shouted in his mind, but he was ignored. I figured it out about 5 years back, B said. I was going to use it to prank you, though I would get a good smack. Oh, and just how were you going to prank me, pray tell? A asked, getting angry that he had been kept in the dark of something that could have made his life a lot easier for 5 years. I was gonna show you right after you caved, giving me your job just to escape the paperwork. The look you would have had on your face is the one I faved. Then I would have let you have back the hat, and ended it with that. B froze when he realized that it was flaring a high level of killing intent. Oh, I angered bro, you think? Gyuki shouted. Iron Claw. I shouted before his left hand started to crush B's head. B's pleas for mercy from his brother were heard over the village. Sasuke sat on the ground of one of the training grounds, thinking about the day's events. He was glad his brother was going to be Hokage for a few years. It would give Itachi a chance to help redeem their clan. Zachary had left with Boris after the meeting to ask the Elder Dimension's ruling council about bringing Naruto there for training. Meanwhile, Minato and Jiraiya were finalizing the plans for their own training trip. That left his own mission to ensure Akari's safety. Summoning Jutsu. Sasuke shouted, and with 2 small puffs of smoke, a fledgling red with hawk that was one of Akaitori's. I know I have been calling her Akaitora till now, but I misread the translation. The word I needed to use was Torai, not Tora, so my bad, children, and had 3 black streaks on his back, and a small gray snake no longer than Sasuke's forearm appeared. Aodie, Narabutori, I have someone I need you two to keep an eye on for me. Just tail her whenever I am not around, and if she gets into trouble, I want you both to let me know immediately. Sure thing, Sasuke-sama, Aodie said as Sasuke gave him a sample of Akari's scent, before the young snakes slithered off. Narabutori was about to fly off after his partner, but Sasuke stopped him. There was another task I need you to do before you help Aodie keep Akari out of trouble, Sasuke started. I want you to deliver a message to Naruto for me. Tell him to go to Felix's compound at around 4 today. Very well, Sasuke, Narabutori said before he flew off. Chapter 32. Where did we leave off? Naruto walked the familiar path down to Felix's compound, a little confused as to why Sasuke called him there, though he had his suspicions. The next week, if all went according to plan, Naruto and Hinata would be departing for the Elder Dimension for the next couple of years, and then the battles with the Akatsuki will begin. It certainly would make sense if Sasuke wanted to face Naruto one more time in the AOS room before they left, in order to know how far they both still had to go before they were ready to fight their enemies. When Naruto stepped into the compound, he saw Celia and Felix having a serious conversation. So his mind broke when I undid the seal on it. There was no getting around that, Celia said. But with the pulse imprint jutsu, I was able to get a few pieces of relevant information. It seems that he was sent to capture Hinata by Drachmas. That bastard is the one responsible for that. Naruto growled angrily before Felix could reply to Celia, and both Elder Dimension Knights turned to Naruto. Yes, Felix sighed. If what Celia said was reliable, my old friend seems to have sunk to the tactic of taking hostages. I'm just glad that it did not work. There's more, Celia said. I was also able to pull another name from the man's shattered mind. Raisin, though I do not recognize the name. Odd, Felix said, his brow furrowed. I don't know it either, but it strikes a familiar chord in my memory. I heard it before, Naruto said immediately, earning surprised glances from both of the others. When I first fought Drachmas, he mentioned that he was the right-hand man of that guy. If you had heard of him before, he likely has at least a small reputation, and if he is powerful enough to have Drachmas follow him, then he is a serious threat. I will have to ask around the Elder Dimension when we go there, Felix muttered. But for now, we need to finish our preparations. Zachary has yet to return with the council's reply, but he sent a message saying that the signs were promising. And by the way, Sasuke is waiting outside the AOS room for you. He wanted to face you in an all-out battle before we left. I knew it, Naruto said before he headed down the steps to the basement. So who do you guys think will win? Jiraiya asked Minato, Kushina, Kakashi and Itachi as they waited for Naruto to show. Sasuke was leaning against the wall, his eyes closed as he contemplated the tactics he would use in the spar. Hinata was also present, having overheard Jiraiya telling Kakashi about it, and wanting to see Naruto fight with no holds barred, and she glared at Sasuke from time to time. It was clear that she was mad at the Uchiha that had caused Naruto so much grief in the other timeline. I am thinking Sasuke will take it, Itachi said. Even though Naruto is strong, I have personally been training with Sasuke in that room, and he already has a handle on all of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan powers, as well as his curse mark. As his brother, I can tell you that Sasuke will not be easy to beat, though I am sure that Naruto will be a good matchup for him. No way, my money is on my son. Kushina shouted at Itachi, and Minato nodded in agreement. Kakashi looked up from his Ika book and said, they are both seriously strong already, and I honestly can't figure out who's stronger. So I will bet on it being a draw. I wouldn't be surprised, Jiraiya chuckled. Okay, so we have Minato and Kushina betting on Naruto, Itachi betting on Sasuke, and me and Kakashi will pool for the draw. Place your cash in this box. As soon as they all complied, Naruto, Felix, and Celia came down the stairs. Oddly enough, the moment Kakashi saw his three-eyed girlfriend, his book disappeared so fast that you would have missed it if you blinked. Unlucky for Kakashi, Celia didn't blink. I told you to get rid of those, you pervert. She shouted before she and Kakashi disappeared in a cloud of smoke raised by the beating she was giving the Cyclops as he begged for mercy, causing everyone else to either sweat drop or laugh. Hey, I take it you wanted to face me again, since our last fight was cut off by that pedophile? Naruto asked Sasuke, who gave a small smile back at the blonde. Yeah, that's right, we were interrupted last time by the invasion, weren't we? Sasuke replied. Guess we need to pick up where we left off. Something up, Hinata? Naruto asked as he saw the look she had been giving Sasuke out of the corner of her eye. It's nothing, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied, though she sounded a little stiff when she did. Naruto's eyes narrowed, but he did not say anything. I forgot that she would remember all of Sasuke's actions as well, he thought with slight disappointment. This could get problematic if she really is still mad at him for my sake. I'm going to have to try to talk to her, see if I can't get her to forgive Sasuke. So what kind of environment do you two want to fight in? Felix asked as he started to concentrate on the room, and reached for the door's handle. Sasuke thought for a second before he turned to Naruto. So what do you think of that place, for old time's sake? Things didn't exactly turn out the way I wanted them to back then, Naruto said somewhat sadly when he realized what Sasuke was talking about. I'm not going to run off again, Sasuke replied. I am no longer interested in getting the kind of power I would have to betray my comrades to obtain. I am here to stay this time. Alright then, I have no issues. Give us the Valley of the End, Felix, Naruto said. Interesting choice, but I suppose the place has a lot of meaning for the both of you, Felix said as he opened the door. All present stepped through and Naruto and Sasuke jumped to the heads of the statues, Sasuke on Madara's and Naruto on Hashirama's. The spectators chose to wait in an area that was a little to the side, and to be safe, Minato and Jiraiya put down a few barrier seals. Even if all damage in the AOS room would cease to be once the fight ended, no one wanted to get caught in the blasts of either fighter's attacks. Funny, they call this place the Valley of the End, but in truth, this is where so much has begun, Sasuke said. In fact, this whole thing began with the battle between these two. But today, we are going to see how far we need to go if we are to keep our pledge to bring an end to what began here. Head, you've got a long way to go if you want to catch up to me, Naruto said, drawing a Rashikata. Though the blade had been shattered and consumed by Drachmas's hellfire, the hilt with the seals was still salvageable, and Felix was able to forge a replacement for the blade. Sasuke drew his own blade in response. They jumped at each other, and their blades collided as they met in midair. They broke apart, and they landed at the feet of the statues before rushing each other again. Their blades clashed several times, Sasuke conducting lightning chakra through his, and Naruto conducting wind, before Naruto managed to maneuver behind Sasuke and tried to strike, but without even looking, Sasuke was able to get his blade between Arashikata and his back, blocking the strike before he twisted and kicked Naruto in the gut, staggering the blonde, who quickly formed a few hand seals. Wind-style wind scattershot. Naruto had expected Sasuke to jump back or otherwise dodge, but to his surprise, Sasuke dashed forward before diving to the side at near point-blank range, and cut upwards with his blade and managed to nick Naruto on his cheek, this time conducting fire chakra. Naruto jumped back, realizing what Sasuke's tactic was. Though the wind scattershot was most powerful at close range, its range of attack was also more narrow, so Sasuke had gotten closer to make dodging easier, and even managed to cut Naruto a little. Gah! Naruto sobbed as the burning sensation in his cheek intensified, and Sasuke's fire chakra began to spread. Never knew what carefully refined fire chakra does when it gets in your system? Sasuke asked with a smirk. It literally burns its way into your body, spreading and increasing intensity. So in essence, it's potent poison. Not very nice, Naruto said as his healing factor kicked in, pushing back the deadly chakra and healing the damage it caused. Naruto then conducted some chakra through his ninjato. But then, I doubt it's meant to be. Gale slash. He cried and sent the wind slash from Arashikata at Sasuke, who ducked, missed. The Uchiha smirked before the slash curved upwards and hit the statue of Madara, blasting some rocks free, and they came down at Sasuke. That's a matter of perspective, Naruto chortled as Sasuke was buried beneath the rubble. Come on, I know that it could not have been that easy. Sure enough, his words were answered by a lance of lightning bursting from the ground. Naruto was quick to dodge, and he dispelled a shadow clone he had set up during his attempt to bury Sasuke alive, and entered Sage mode. Sasuke came out of the ground after his Chidori lance, finishing a few hand signs as he went. Fire-style giant fireball jutsu. The blast of flame sped at Naruto, who formed a Rasengan, and used it to disperse the fireball. Keeping said Rasengan in his hand, he made a shadow clone, who supplied wind chakra. Once the Raisin Shuriken had been formed, the clone started casting signs. Wind-style Raisin Shuriken. Naruto shouted before he threw it at Sasuke, who immediately made to jump aside, but felt his feet being sucked into the earth-style swamp of the underworld. The shadow clone said smugly as the Raisin Shuriken blasted into Sasuke, but Naruto knew that he had only hit a shadow clone, thanks to Sage mode, and he whipped around to face the rubble pile where he knew the real Sasuke was hiding, before he threw another Raisin Shuriken, exiting Sage mode in the process, at the pile. Sasuke burst from it as his curse seal spread its flame-like designs over his body. Amaterasu. Sasuke shouted, his left eye taking on the 6-point star design with the straightened 3-point shuriken now inside of them. The Raisin Shuriken was quickly consumed, and Naruto followed up the attack with several Hiraishin kunai, which Sasuke was quick to deflect, before he bit his thumb and cast signs. Summoning Jutsu. There was a large blast of smoke and Kadra, along with Akaitori, came to the battlefield. Oh, it's you, Akaitori said to Kadra with a little disdain, causing Kadra to glare a little at her. Cut it out, you two, Sasuke said before Kadra could respond scathingly. I summoned you both to fight him, not each other. He pointed at Naruto, seemed to be thinking about how to beat his big problems. By the way, I would not recommend swallowing him whole, Kadra. He can create thousands of shadow clones, and you do not want him to do that in your stomach. He did that to another snake, and he told me it was not pretty. That sounds like a bit of a horror story, Kadra said. I will keep it in mind. Summoning Jutsu. Naruto shouted and Gamaken with Gamma Hero appeared. Ken, take the Red Hawk out, Hero. I need you to keep the serpent at bay. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Over 200 Naruto clones appeared and they charged at Sasuke while the two toads leapt into action. Kadra struck at Gamma Hero, who blocked with his katanas crossed, and Gamaken blocked a dive from Akaitori on his shield, and tried to strike the large hawk with his staff, but she was able to flap her wings to propel herself backwards, and avoided the attack. Meanwhile, Sasuke made 10 shadow clones, who set about holding off the Naruto clones. Then he used the summoning jutsu again, this time summoning Narabutori and Aoda. Without a word, Aoda burrowed underground and Sasuke tossed a scroll to Narabutori, who caught it in his claws before he flew up above the Naruto army. The young hawk then skillfully maneuvered his claws and unfurled the scroll, and a large number of kunai with exploding tags unsealed themselves to rain down on the Naruto army. I call that one hawk bomber, Sasuke said to the Naruto army, which paled rapidly as it saw the deadly explosives come down. Crap, the original said, and the clones quickly scattered, a few being taken out by the exploding tags, and Sasuke began picking other clones off by throwing kunai, and his own clones were able to take out a few each themselves, before the scroll ran out of sealed exploding kunai, and the chaos ended with all of the Sasuke clones taken out, and about 30 Naruto clones remaining. Sasuke entered the second state of his curse mark and formed 2 more shadow clones, and made 2 Raisingans as well, 1 in each hand. One clone supplied fire chakra to a Raisingan, while the other clone gave lightning chakra to the other Raisingan. Fire-style Raisin Bomb, Sasuke shouted as the Raisingan with fire chakra turned red and gained 3 spinning rings made of fire around it in an X pattern. He threw said Raisingan into the remaining Naruto clones, and it exploded in a nearly 40-foot radius. The clones were all dispelled and the original was thrown by the blast, slightly burned. The damage was not as great a Raisin Shuriken would have inflicted, but it still hurt. Naruto looked up in time to see Sasuke throw the Raisinlets, and tried to Hiraishin away. But when he warped to his destination, he was horrified to realize that he was still in the Raisinlet's path. He was impaled through the gut and thrown back. He rose, the wounds already healing, and he wondered why his Hiraishin took him to a location his kunai weren't at, when his eyes fell on Aoda, who was slithering away from the spot he had ended up, with all of his kunai on a wire in the little snake's mouth. That explained it. Sasuke was clever to have the little bastard do that. Meanwhile, Gamahiro managed to pin Kata to the ground by impaling him with both katanas, but the snake escaped by shedding his skin and slamming into the toad's side. That's an annoying trick, Hiro growled as he once again used his katanas to try fending off his opponent, and his back slammed into Gamaken's as the self-proclaimed klutz backed away from another pass from Akaitori. This stopped both toads from getting away from their opponents, and Hiro took a bite on his shoulder, while Akaitori was able to seriously scratch Ken before the bird was whacked out of the air by Ken finally managing to hit her with that staff of his. Kadra actually winced in sympathy for his ally. Hiro was dismissed by Naruto and Akaitori by Sasuke, leaving Kadra to fight Gamaken, but Naruto knew that Gamaken would likely lose, so he threw a kunai over Kadra's head and flashed to it. Kadra, watch out! Sasuke shouted as he realized what Naruto intended to do, summoning Jutsu Food Cart Destroyer technique. Naruto shouted, and Gamabunta appeared to fall down, narrowly missing Kadra, who was able to understand Sasuke's warning in time to avoid the attack. Rats, almost had ya, Bunta said as he drew his knife. Your summoner will have to do better than that, Bunta, Kadra chuckled. Well, come on then, I wouldn't mind another snakeskin wallet to go with the one I made with Manda's body, Bunta said, and Kadra looked at his opponent with a little confusion. What in the name of Kami would you need a wallet for? Not that I particularly mind that you used Manda's skin for one, it serves the snobbish bastard right. It's more of a trophy than anything else, though it does come in handy for carrying a few snacks for Gamatatsu. I swear, that son of mine is insatiable when it comes to those, Kadra laughed. I kind of wish Manda would come back to life, just so I could see his face when he learned what his skin was being used for by his worst enemy. If you weren't a snake yourself, I could actually get along with you, Bunta said while roaring with laughter at that thought. But for now, we gotta fight, just to see who's stronger, your summoner or one of mine, and the strength of their summons is a pretty important in that equation. Fair enough, Kadra stated before he lunged, and had to be smacked back by Gamaken's shield. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke had migrated their battle to the top of Hashirama's face, and went at it sword to sword, Naruto having dispelled a clone he had hidden during the earlier brawl between the army he had and Sasuke, entering Sage mode to keep up with Sasuke's improved second state. It was initially successful, but he was eventually caught by a hand of Sasuke's Susanoo, as he materialized that part alone. He was able to escape using Hiraishin, thanks to the seals he had put on the trees and rocks, so Aoda could not mess with their locations again. Sasuke completely formed his Susanoo and fired a volley of Amaterasu arrows at Naruto, who was able to avoid all but one, which grazed his left arm, setting the black flames on it. Acting fast, Naruto placed a regeneration seal on his arm and cut off the burning part. That part regenerated, though the burns caused before the seal's placement remained. His healing factor was enough to handle that, fortunately. Alright, try this, Naruto said as he made a shadow clone and cast one of his jutsu. Earth-style rock fist. Stone encased Naruto's left hand and he formed a Rasengan in that hand, with his clone adding earth chakra. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he wondered what Naruto was up to, and also noted that the blonde still had the regeneration seal on his left arm, so he must have put more chakra than was needed to regrow the arm after cutting it off into the seal for some reason. He looked up at the sky and saw that some of the clouds were beginning to gather above where the heat generated from the fires of Amaterasu. Just a little bit more, Sasuke thought before he turned his gaze back to Naruto, who was holding a Rasengan that had developed a rocky shell that was covered by rocky spikes that were spinning, Earth-style Raisin Mace. Chapter 33 My Friend's Dream. Wow, so far I have seen 4 single-element variations of my jutsu, Minato said as he saw the Raisin Mace. All that is left is water, but I doubt either one of them will use that. But why did Naruto cover that arm in rocks first? Because the Raisin Mace is the one single-element Rasengan that cannot be thrown, so he created a little bit of an extra layer of defense, though it is actually the most powerful single-element Rasengan, Felix said, earning looks from everyone present. I'll show you all the single-element forms real quick. He made a shadow clone and formed a Rasengan. First, wind. A Raisin Shuriken formed. This one has the advantage of being the second easiest to hit an enemy with, due to its expansion ability, and has the unique ability to do damage to an enemy through their chakra network via countless needle-like attacks, though it can also physically tear into an enemy with the wind blades. Now lightning, he dispelled the Raisin Shuriken and a Raisin Lance formed. This one is actually the second hardest to hit an enemy with, due to its lack of area effect, but it literally drills its way through most defenses with ease, even killing someone who survived a 2-element Rasengan. Then there's water, a blue Rasengan seemingly made of water and spinning in one direction with a little whirlpool in the center spinning in the other. This is the Raisin Tide, and it also expands, though not quite as far as the Raisin Shuriken. Once an enemy is caught in it, they get drawn into the center. While it does not do very much damage, it is useful for restraining an enemy long enough to hit them with a powerful follow-up, and it takes a lot of force to break free from it, so it is useful against enemies that need restraining rather than being beaten with brute force. Now fire. He made the one Sasuke had called a Raisin Bomb. This one is the easiest to hit an opponent with, because of the blast radius, but it is also the weakest in the damage department against single enemies with the exception of the Raisin Tide, unless you are directly hit before it explodes, so it is best for dealing with multiple foes that are weaker than you, or flushing enemies out of hiding. Finally there is the Raisin Mace, the Earth-style Rasengan, which cannot be thrown because it loses momentum too fast due to its weight. That means that it needs to be hit directly against your opponent, or dropped from above. This makes it not only the hardest to hit a foe with, but also the most dangerous to use. But it is also the most powerful one, because it literally grinds the opponent to dust and even does more damage than the solid Raisin Shuriken, which is basically a Raisin Shuriken, but with a bit of Earth Chakra added, not enough to make a blend between a Raisin Mace and Raisin Shuriken, but enough to make all of the countless attacks grind into the opponent with more force, causing a great deal of external damage, as well as internal. But the Raisin Mace is really stronger, but is overall much less practical, unless you have a way to keep your arm from being pulverized. Meanwhile, Sasuke had jumped on top of Kadra's head, with his Susanoo still active, and it used its blades to help fend off both of the toads, while Kadra weaved away from Naruto to avoid the Raisin Mace. Sasuke switched the Susanoo chakra blades out for the bow and fired Amaterasu arrows at Naruto, who dodged all of them before he used chakra chains to catch Kadra, who escaped by shedding his skin again, but Naruto countered by throwing a kunai at Sasuke, and using Hiraishin. Sasuke saw the coming and fired an arrow beforehand at the kunai, where he was sure Naruto would flash to. The timing on Sasuke's part was perfect. Trouble was, his placement wasn't. What he did not know was that Naruto had placed one of the kunai at the end of one of his chakra chains. When Kadra escaped from the chains restraining him, the chain with the kunai whipped in Sasuke's direction, flinging the kunai at his back, while Naruto had diverted his attention with the other kunai. Shit, Sasuke shouted as his arrow passed through thin air and he realized that Naruto must have flashed to a different location, quickly deducing where. He whipped around in time to watch the Raisin Mace blast through his Susanoo without even slowing, though that caused a shock to Naruto's arm, dismantling the layer of protection that he had created with his rock fist jutsu, and cracking the bones in his left arm. Thinking fast, Sasuke conducted lightning chakra through his blade and formed a Chidori through his left hand and blasted both sources of lightning chakra into the Raisin Mace in an attempt to cancel out the earth chakra. It was partially successful, as the Raisin Mace weakened before it exploded, the blast launching both Naruto and Sasuke off of Kadra's head, blasting Naruto into the side of the cliff while Sasuke was lucky enough to get a softer landing in the water, and causing the snake's head to slam into the ground with a lot of force. Dazed, Kadra rose and his vision focused in time to see Gamabunta and Gamaken rushing him from either side. Kadra acted fast enough to open his mouth and spray Gamaken with his spitting venom, before turning to Gamabunta and he managed to get him a little too, before Gamabunta's knife came down and drove through the top of Kadra's head, though the roof of his mouth, and finally his jaw and pinned him to the ground. Ow. Funny how I used to wish something this humiliating would happen to Manda, Kadra thought with irritation. At least the wound will vanish once I am out of this interesting room, if Sasuke's claims are to be believed. Damn, that stings, Gamabunta snarled as he tried to scrub Kadra's venom off of him, while Gamaken was trying to roll off his stronger dose of it. Better dismiss you guys, Naruto groaned as he rose from the rubble caused by his impact, his left arm almost completely destroyed from using the Raisin mace, though the damage was quickly healing thanks to the regeneration seal. Gamabunta and Gamaken disappeared in a burst of smoke, taking Bunta's knife with them. Kadra also vanished after Sasuke resurfaced, clearly banged up by the Raisin mace himself. Sasuke stood on the water and gazed at Naruto and said, amazing. The solid Raisin shuriken would have been slowed by my Susanoo, but that Raisin mace tore through it like it was paper. But since it obviously can't be thrown, it is far less practical, especially after taking into account the damage it did to your arm. If it weren't for the regeneration seal, it would be an unusable jutsu, unless you were willing to pay an arm. You sure do know how to use the greatest treasure of your clan to good effect. You of all people should know that, Naruto said with a smirk, and Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated briefly and he smiled. Yeah, thanks to that, either me nor Itachi will have to worry about going blind. But using the regeneration seal takes up a lot of chakra, right? Yeah, I'm just about out, which is why I am going to do this now, Naruto said, and red chakra bubbled up from his body and took up a very dark shade as he went down on all fours. Four tails whipped out as the cloak became a version 2. Let's see, Sasuke thought. Assessing his remaining reserves, I probably have enough chakra left for as many as 3 more elemental Raisingans, with 1 more Chidori thrown in, maybe a few shots from the Susanoo, as long as I only materialize the needed parts. It's a good thing I have better reserves and control than I did at this point last time, thanks to having a better curse seal, and having trained in control exercises earlier on, otherwise, I would be close to out by now. After that, I won't have much left at all, but what I have now should be enough to win this if I use it carefully. They really are both alarmingly close to Kage level by now, aren't they? Jiraiya asked as he watched Naruto form a Bijou bomb. And that is just at the very least, they probably are already there now. Naruto fired off the blast at Sasuke, who seemed to have his escape planned. The bomb exploded and sent shock waves throughout the simulated valley. When the smoke cleared, Naruto looked around, but could not find a trace of Sasuke anywhere. Come on, I know that you would not have let that vaporize you for the fun of it, the four-tailed blonde said as he looked around. Good, he still has not caught on yet, Sasuke thought from below ground, right under Naruto's location. He formed 2 shadow clones and held out 2 Raisingans to them. One clone gave him fire chakra, forming the Raisin bomb, and the other gave him water chakra, giving him a Raisin tide. Bet no one thought I was good enough with water manipulation to do that yet, Sasuke thought with a smirk as the arms and bow of his Susanoo formed, and one of the clones dispelled, leaving the other on standby. The Susanoo fired the arrow straight up. Naruto sensed the danger at the last moment and managed to jump out of the way, the arrow blasting a hole through the ground as it came up, allowing Sasuke to throw the Raisin bomb at the sky before he jumped up through the hole, forming a Raisingan in his freshly empty hand, and his clone followed, giving it lightning chakra as they went. Saki threw the newly formed Raisinlance up at Naruto, who extended one of his chakra arms to grab a tree and pull himself out of the way, only to get caught in the thrown Raisin tide, which surprised everyone who had not expected to see it. Of course, despite the disorientating spinning in the center of the water prison, a transformed Jinchuriki could have fairly easily broken free if given a few seconds. Unfortunately, Sasuke did not even give Naruto 1 second. Before Naruto was even fully out of the way of the Raisinlance, Sasuke had fired a Susanoo arrow at the lightning element Raisingan. While the Raisinlance was much more powerful than a Susanoo arrow, the arrow was a fair bit faster, allowing it to be used to redirect a Raisinlance it is hit at an angle. Itachi raised an eyebrow as he recognized the tactic he used to use to hit hidden targets with kunai. Seemed Sasuke continued to draw inspiration from his brother. Before Naruto could even fully register that he was trapped in a water-type Raisingan, the Raisinlance penetrated the water dome and struck the blonde in the chest. Under normal circumstances, the chakra cloak would have repelled the Raisinlance to an extent that it would have failed to penetrate, though Naruto would have been carried back a good distance before the Raisinlance died out. But since he was held in place by the Raisin tide, the Raisinlance was able to drill its way through his chest after being momentarily stalled, and as a bonus, Naruto got a fairly good shock as the watery prison conducted the lightning. The Raisin tide then burst apart, and Naruto was released, his chest wound already healing. Sasuke's curse seal regressed into its first state, and he started panting hard. He now had only a little chakra left after using 3 consecutive elemental Raisingans, the first of which had exploded in the atmosphere, heating it up quite a bit. So he intends to use that jutsu, Itachi mused as he looked into the sky, confusing his fellow spectators before he clarified. It's a rather potent one that takes advantage of natural lightning, so it requires an almost non-existent amount of chakra from the user to guide to a target once it is set up properly. It was powerful enough to completely destroy my Susanoo, though that defense was just enough for me to survive the attack. Naruto took a step at Sasuke, not knowing why his rival was still so confident when so low on chakra, when there was a boom of thunder and he looked up to see the gathered thunder clouds, and a very intimidating dragon made of lightning poke its head out of said clouds. "This is one of my own original jutsu," Sasuke said as he allowed his curse seal to fully regress. "Its name is Kirin. Begone," with a clap of thunder. The dragon roared as the lightning flashed. Naruto had tried to form a Bija bomb to hit Sasuke with, but the speed of the lightning reaching him was too fast for him to have a chance to fire it, so it just added to the blast he had to withstand. "Naruto!" Hinata cried out before Felix reminded her of the room's properties. Itachi gave a low whistle. He must have been able to gather more lightning than before, that must have been at least twice as powerful as the one he used against me, and that is not taking into account the ill-advised Bija bomb. He looked at what was left of the two statues, which was little more than the lower part of their waists down. If this was the real Valley of the End, he knew that a lot of the villagers would pitch a fit upon seeing the monument destroyed. Sasuke meanwhile had managed to jump far enough back to avoid the worst of the shockwave. When all the smoke cleared, Naruto was lying on his back with the chakra cloak having been blown away, and he was covered in burns. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, and confirmed it was the original Naruto before the blonde groaned and rose to his feet. "Damn, that hurt like hell, you ass," Naruto growled at Sasuke, who actually laughed. "Well, short of killing, it's kind of meant to," the Uchiha said somewhat defensively. "Good point. What do you have left in your reserves anyway?" "Just this," Sasuke responded as he created a Chidori. Naruto chuckled and a Raisin was formed in response. "Another one of those clashes, huh?" They stared at each other before they charged, and their attacks met. Chidori, Raisin. The techniques repelled each other for a moment, before they both exploded and Naruto and Sasuke were thrown back again. For a moment they lay where they fell, before Sasuke, then Naruto rose very unsteadily to their feet. For a moment they looked intensely at each other, before Sasuke's eyes glazed and he collapsed unconscious. For a moment, both Naruto and the spectators were silent before the surroundings faded and they were all once again outside of the AOS room, and Sasuke got up, annoyed that he had been the first to keel over during the fight. "Ha!" Kushina shouted at the grumbling Itachi, Kakashi and Jiraiya as the latter gave a grinning Minato the box of cash. "Looks like that last ramen date before you are gone is all paid for. You bet against me, Erosenin." Naruto shouted in indignation. "Actually, I bet on a draw," Jiraiya said, before he and Naruto disappeared in a cloud of smoke. "Ouch, jeer off me. A draw, huh? So you really didn't bother to figure out which of us is tougher. That makes it so much better." Naruto snarled the last part sarcastically as his fists continued to connect. Once Naruto finished venting, Sasuke cleared his throat. "Looks like you got me that time," the Uchiha said, still a little miffed. "But you don't want to slack off on your training. I intend to get stronger over the next few years, so if you get cocky, I'll be Hokage before you can even look at the hat eagerly. So make sure you can keep up while you are gone. Need you even tell me that, team?" Naruto grinned before he held out his hand to Sasuke, took it to form the reconciliation seal. Everyone but those two, Itachi and Hinata, had left the room, and Naruto decided to exit as well. Sasuke started to follow, but he felt a hand grab the back of his shirt. He turned around to see Hinata looking hard at him. "I just want you to know," she said with more force than one would expect from the normally shy girl, "that I have not forgotten the actions of the past timeline. All that you have done has caused Naruto-kun to suffer a great deal." However, her expression softened a little. "Naruto-kun has forgiven you, and while the emotions you put him through cannot be erased, your crimes have been undone. As much as I once detested you, I respect Naruto-kun's wishes more. So I will keep an open mind about you from here on out." She left the room and Sasuke sighed with relief. Frankly, he felt he deserved worse from his best friend's soulmate, since his best friend himself refused to let him have it. Just out of curiosity, Itachi asked Sasuke before the younger brother could follow after Hinata. "Why is it you are determined to become Hokage? That job does not strike me as one you would fancy for any reason. It surely can't be just to mend the rift between the village and our clan. That can be done by Naruto as Hokage. He more than has the ability." "You're right, he has plenty of what is needed to lead the village down the right road, and if he continues to improve, he really will surpass all that came before him, in any village, not just Konoha. I seriously doubt that I will ever be able to be stronger than him again, but I can at least follow from behind him, pushing him ahead of me. Once, you told Kabuto that the key to understanding who he was accepting what he could and could not do, and having comrades to help him with the latter. I know that alone, I could not hope to succeed in saving both our clan and the village from having the end result between them being a similar fate to what happened before. That's why I intend to grow stronger myself, so Naruto will work to stay ahead of me. As long as he can still see me whenever he looks back, he will continue to gain in strength, and when he finally reaches his dream, I will finally be able to stand at his side, ready help him any way I can from there. I see, Itachi said before he smiled. I remember telling you that no matter what you chose to do, I would always give you my unconditional love, even if I was disappointed by whatever choice you made. While love for family should be unconditional, pride in family members has to be earned. You have truly matured, Sasuke, for I can at last say that I am proud to have you as my brother. Sasuke seemed very touched by this. Drachmus was very concerned for his master. Raisin had just come through a rift with his head bowed and his hand on the eye holes of his armor, blood dripping from them. My lord, Drachmus said as Raisin sat down on his seat. Using these eyes to convert so many followers at once, Raisin mused. While I easily have the chakra to do so, the Mangekyo Sharingan's light is slowly fading. I am now almost completely blind. That is almost certainly why Obito gave them to me. He hoped to weaken me over time like this. He is a clever bastard, I'll give him that. Unfortunately for him, I am a step ahead. I already have a plan to get a replacement set, one whose light won't fade. I thought you said it was too risky to try attacking Itachi yet, and you had plans for Sasuke? Drachmus asked. No, as I said, I have a plan to get another set of the Eternal Mangekyo. In the meantime, I will have these regular Mangekyo eyes preserved, until the time comes to use them on Sasuke. Chapter 34 Departures. Minato felt like banging his head against the table repeatedly. Zachary had returned with Boris from the Elder Dimension and informed the group that Naruto was to be given free rein to go there. That meant that the plan to get Hinata and Naruto betrothed was now needed to get both of them to safety. So Minato and Kushina were now in meeting with Hayashi and the Hyuga elders. There was already quite a bit of resistance from the elders' side of things, but because Hayashi was not only the clan head, but Hinata's father, so the final say as to whether the contract would be signed or not was his. Both Hinata and Naruto had already agreed to it, so Hayashi had no issues with signing the betrothal contract. But the elders were now refusing to stop being a headache. One of them had just brought up another issue. I absolutely will not allow it. Kushina shouted at the offender, slamming both of her hands onto the table. If you think that you are going to put that abomination of a seal on my future daughter-in-law's forehead, you are sadly mistaken. You have no idea what you are talking about. It is a necessity to protect our bloodline, one of the elders replied. If you think we are going to let a Hyuga be married outside of the clan without the caged bird seal on her, you're the one who is sadly mistaken. You should fix that leaky sewer pipe you call a mouth, Kushina said to the elder scathingly. And if that seal only protected your bloodline, I would have no issues with it, but you completely bastardized the version you were given by my clan, and now make the cadet branch into slaves. You all make me sick, watch your tongue. A rather old woman in the council demanded. The cadet branch need to be kept in their place. They are the inferior members of our clan, and you have no say in these matters anyway. Hinata will be branded. That's final. It is not, Minato said. You may be Hokage, but this is a clan matter, you have no say in it. Another elder glared at Minato. Actually, I do. While under normal circumstances, I do not have the authority to go against the matters of your clan. I am privileged with the right to have a say in what happens with my family, whether or not they are a part of someone else's clan. Since Hinata will become my daughter-in-law, I can say that she is not to have the seal placed on her. How dare you? If you think that we will allow you to dash, it's out of your hands, Minato said. I can tell you that if you try to do a thing to put the seal on Hinata, despite my edict, I will come to make several arrests. And if that is not intimidating enough, I will bring Kushina along to assist me. After I tell her where Naruto and I last hid her katana. Somehow, the Hyugas went even paler than before. They knew of Kushina's reputation for her ferocity, and the idea of her coming for their blood was not the most attractive one they could imagine. Unfortunately for Minato, they weren't the only ones who suddenly had reason to fear, so that's why I could never seem to find it when I wanted to use it on someone, and yet you both always seemed able to produce it whenever you felt I would actually need it. Kushina asked, leaking enough killer intent to make Minato really fear for his life. Can we talk about this later, please? Minato asked rather desperately. Fine, but I will make both you and Naruto pay for it later. So if that is all, our business is concluded, Hayashi said to an animator weeping Minato. Lord Yondaime, I will make sure that my daughter does not have the caged bird placed on her. The grumblings of the elders were ignored and Hayashi handed Minato the betrothal contract. Well, that went well, Minato said a little proudly. Except that now you need to plan yours and Naruto's funerals. Kushina seethed, still upset about finding out why her katana had always seemed to be misplaced. In our defenses, it likely saved a lot of lives, what we did. What are you doing here, chicken butt? The 6-year-old redhead asked Sasuke as he arrived at Ichiraku's. She ignored the tick mark he got at the chicken butt comment, and Naruto just chuckled. I am here to inform you that instead of going to the academy, Sasuke started. I will be personally training you privately. Akari frowned in confusion at this. I thought you had to have the rank of Jonin to take a personal apprentice? I am one. And your parents have already approved the idea of me being your sensei. Cool. So what will you teach me first, chicken butt sensei? And yes, I will be using your idea. Guest 777, please get an account so you can PM me more ideas. Naruto sprayed a mouthful of broth, as he failed to contain his laughter that Akari used the honorific in addition to insulting Sasuke's hair. Sasuke gained a few more tick marks before his face took on a scary expression, as though an idea that he would like and someone else wouldn't had come to mind. 6 years old or not, I will put her through training from hell for that, Sasuke thought with malicious glee. I am going to enjoy this. You're going to regret calling him chicken butt sensei, Naruto warned his sweating sister as she took in Sasuke's expression. Don't you even think about hooking up with anyone else while you are gone, you hear me? Tsunade said to Jiraiya, who was already wearing his pack and had come to visit his fiancée at the hospital before he and Minato left for Maiboku. I didn't accept your proposal to hear about you cheating on me. What, you really don't have any faith in me? Jiraiya asked in mock hurt, before he saw Tsunade's face. Don't answer that. But seriously, there are not that many dating opportunities where my former student and I are going. Who do you expect me to go out with, Shima? He shuddered at the thought of sharing dinner with the old toad, before Fukusuka killed him with that staff he used to torture, train him with. All the same, I do know your tendencies, so if I do find out you did something I wouldn't like, I will borrow a rusty pair of toenail clippers from the Inuzuka clan, place a regeneration seal on your nether regions, and castrate you over and over again. Jiraiya's sweat dropped at the horrifying threat, before he heard an accurate imitation of a whipping noise coming from the direction of the window. Oh, like you're one to talk, Minato, the perverted sage retorted as he turned to see his student sitting comfortably in the sill, his pack also on hand. Minato laughed while Tsunade shouted at him, something about no one ever using the door these days. Speaking of which, we had better make tracks, Minato said, suddenly looking nervous. Kushina is after me right now. I let it slip during the meeting with the Hyuga elders yesterday that Naruto and I have been hiding her katana from her all the time, and she is not happy about that. I was able to distract her from it until this morning, but she still wants to beat me into the ground. Luckily, I was able to ditch her, and she's probably still chasing my shadow. Oh crap, she just caught it, and now she knows that I am already planning on leaving the village. We'd better get going then, eh? Jiraiya laughed as there was an angry shout from a spot in the village a fair distance away. Run for it! Minato shouted hysterically as his wife's shouting was getting closer at an alarming rate. This time, use the dash. Tsunade was left unable to finish when both Jiraiya and Minato jumped out the window and ran as fast as they could from the hospital. 2 seconds later, a red blur ran through the streets of Konoha in their direction, shouting for their blood. Tsunade sighed, reached for her sake bottle and muttered, I will never be able to break them of going in and out through windows. So help me, if Naruto ends up following their example. Dash. Hey, Bachan, just thought I'd drop by to say goodbye, Naruto said from the open window, and there was a cracking noise as the sake bottle in Tsunade's hands felt a bit of pressure, as much as she could exert on it without shattering it and wasting her precious elixir. Naruto. Itachi sat beside 4 shadow clones as he and they attacked the piles of paperwork. It was no wonder Minato had hated it so much. If it was not for shadow clones, it would quickly overwhelm someone. But now that the one weakness of the bane of all Kages was known, Itachi was only mildly busy with it. He chuckled as he remembered Minato telling him that if he was faced with the choice of never using shadow clones again, or calling Kushina old and fat while she was sharpening a kunai, he would have a very tough choice. There was a knock on the door, and Itachi said, Enter. Danzo entered the room, and his eyebrow rose as he took in the shadow clones. So that is the blasted reason I was never able to pull anything on Minato for the past few years. If he used clones to actually read the paperwork through rather than skim it, I was unable to slip any subtle documents that would help me wrest some power from him unnoticed, Danzo thought with mild irritation. You wish to see me, Hokage-sama? Danzo asked the newly appointed village leader. Yes, Danzo. It has come to my attention that you are still going with your root program, despite the Yandame's edict that you were to disband it. Thanks to Itachi's involvement with Danzo in the previous timeline, he knew enough about the War Hawk's more secret projects, and was able to send ANBU to investigate discreetly so he could gather enough evidence for them. I don't know what you are talking about. Save it, Itachi said, and he tossed several files with the evidence to Danzo, who looked them over and seethed when he read enough to understand he would not be able to weasel his way out of this. I will not bother to listen to your arguments as to why you do your unethical, underhanded schemes, Itachi stated as he took the files back. I know full well that you have the village's best interests at heart, but the ends do not always justify the means, Danzo. Period. That said, I want you to terminate all projects that were on those files, and I will have ANBU watching you to make sure you don't get the idea to start your projects back up. If you do anything to try to evade said ANBU, I will assume that you are trying to restart a project and consider it treason against the village, and place you under arrest. You will be penalized based on the extent of your actions. Am I clear, Crystal? Danzo gritted his teeth in silent fury. Are you both ready to go? Felix asked as Naruto finished packing with Hinata's help. Yep, Naruto said as he sealed his pack in a scroll. Now let's hurry up and leave, before Ma either catches Dad and kills him, and comes to finish her payback, or by some miracle, Dad escapes her wrath, and she comes at me to take her frustration and start her revenge anyway. Both Hinata and Felix chuckled before the latter shattered the air. Shall we? Naruto nodded, and while Felix stood back, stepped into the rift. Immediately, Felix felt a jolt of pain and quickly followed, and the pain passed. Good to know it works the same way as your mother predicted, Felix said, and the rift closed behind them once Hinata had stepped through, looking rather nervous about leaving the dimension she had been born in. They nodded to each other as they took in their gray and shifting surroundings. Is this the Elder Dimension? Naruto asked, confused. Gloomy place. No, this is the place between dimensions, Felix replied. To go to our destination, I need to open up another rift, and keep in mind which dimension and what place in it I want to come out at. Like this, the air broke again, and they stepped through, into a clearing in front of a large stone building and the general appearance of a medieval fortress. Welcome to the Elder Dimension's Ushoria clan compound. Chapter 35. The Ushorias. It has been far too long, Felix, the man who greeted them at the door stated before suddenly embracing the stoic man who had helped Naruto so much. Welcome home, brother. It's good to see you again, Kyle, Felix said as he returned the embrace before they broke apart. Naruto noticed that Felix's older brother was missing his left hand before remembering the story Felix had told him, about Kyle losing it when he was nearly caught by troops commanded by the same bastard who warped Marcus's mind. Kyle also had dark brown hair tied back in a ponytail, signifying his main affinity to the earth element, as well as burning red eyes and a green dragon tattoo on his right hand. His pants were loose-fitting and a gold color, leaving a dark blue short-sleeved shirt to signify water as his weakest element. How are matters with the clan while I was gone? Well, it was a little difficult you being the head and all, but Erika and I were able to handle most of the matters. It's not like we could have appointed a new head in your absence, not while you were still alive, and laws dictate that only the chosen wielder of elemental infinity can have the full privileges of clan head, but we did alright as stand-ins. Both Naruto and Hinata smiled at the little family reunion, before there was a whooshing sound and the flat end of a frying pan collided with Felix's face with the bong. Noise and launch him into the wall, blasting out quite a crater. The frying pan's wielder was a woman who looked pretty damn mad. Her hair was the same color as Felix's eyes, and her own eyes were the same shade of green as his hair. The tattoo on her right hand was a dark brown, and her form-fitting jeans were bright red and her tank top blue. She was about as well endowed as the future Ino. Strangely, Kyle was nowhere to be found at the moment. 13 years. The woman shouted as she straddled Felix, grabbing the front of his sleeveless vest with one hand and bringing the frying pan down repeatedly on the poor man's head with the other. You left me and our 2 children for 13 bong. Whole bong. Years. Bong. There was a dent the shape of Felix's face in the frying pan after that last blow. Naruto and Hinata were hugging each other, and weeping anime tears in mortal terror as they watched their ally get beaten by who was apparently his wife. Sorry, Erika, but I had little choice in the matter, Felix begged, several anime-style lumps on his head and blood running down his face as he did so. At least I came home earlier than you expected. Thank Kami for loopholes. Erika's expression softened and she embraced Felix. I'm glad you were able to come home sooner than expected, she said tenderly. Kyle returned at this point now that it was safe, a bit of a nervous expression on his face. Come on, our kids are waiting for you at the training grounds. Why did she use a frying pan on him rather than the classic rolling pin? Hinata asked Naruto in an undertone. The frying pan probably hurts more, Naruto muttered back. Lucky for Dad that Mom never figured that out. Very good timing for Kusaku, Minato panted. If you hadn't reverse summoned us at that moment, Kushina would have had me for sure. Seems some of the Gaki's luck has rubbed off on ya, Jiraiya said with a chuckle. Bet Kushina is fuming right about now. Well, let's get you 2 fed, then we can start your sage training, Minato boy, and finish Jiraiya boys, Fukusaku said with a chuckle, nervously praying that Kushina wouldn't be so mad she'd come all the way here for revenge, whatever Minato had done. Minato suddenly shivered. Why do I get the feeling that I am in for even worse pain than expected when I get back if Kushina gets a recently used idea in her head? So what are we doing? What are we doing? An excited Akari asked her irritated teacher. Come on, chicken butt sensei, hurry up and teach me. I'll teach you all right, Sasuke muttered under his breath, before he cleared his throat. Alright, so tell me exactly what you already know on how to use your chakra. I am aware that you already know how to use it to walk on walls, because Naruto won't stop complaining about your creative method of waking him when he least expects it. Akari giggled at the memories of her older brother's agonized expression after each time she landed on his crotch from the ceiling. Other than that, I only know the exercise that sticks leaves to my body. Well then, let's head on over to the hot springs, Sasuke said with a devious grin. I am going to teach you the water walking exercise. Father, it's great to see you. An 18-year-old Yushoryu shouted as he tossed aside his bow and flung himself into Felix's arms. The young man's hair was as red as Kushina's and cut to his shoulders, and his eyes were the same color as his father's. The dragon tattoo on his hand was dark brown, and his clothing consisted of green pants and a blue shirt. His younger by 1 year sister also flung herself at Felix, her long bright blue hair swaying. She had bright red eyes the same shade as her uncle's, and the tattoo on her hand was green. Her jeans were brown and she wore a yellow tank top. I'm so happy you're here, Dad. She practically squealed. Come on, Matthew and Vanessa, it's only been 13 years, Felix said teasingly, before releasing both of his children. This is Naruto and Hinata, by the way. And yes, I know that the first names are mostly English-based when it comes to characters from the Elder Dimension, while the clan and/or surnames are Japanese. It's just a theme with the Elder Dimension. Matthew held his hand out to Naruto with a grin. I hope Father was not too much of a handful for you, he asked as Naruto took his hand and shook it, and Felix grumbled something about Naruto being the handful. No, not really, he was a big help, and it's entertaining to watch him pummel Erosenin. Naruto chuckled. Who's Erosenin? Vanessa asked with a giggle. If he actually earned that nickname, it is no wonder Dad beats on him. The Yushoryu clan takes chivalry very seriously. A lot of clans treat the fairer sex at least a little differently, but this clan does not tolerate that kind of behavior. It's one of the main reasons the boys in it have so many fangirls. That is actually one of the main reasons our clan and the Chihanshu, Bloodlord clan hate each other so much. The Chihanshu clan? Hinata asked. A bunch of idiots who consider themselves above everyone else, Erika said, dislike evident on her face. They have the power to endlessly produce their own blood as long as they have chakra, and control it like an extension of themselves. They think women were put on this earth to serve men, and women in their clan have seals on them that keep them from using chakra or their Kekkei Genkai, which they are deemed unworthy to use. They sound a lot like the Hyuga clan back home, Hinata said with a hard expression on her face. How does the Elder Dimension's ruling council let them get away with such atrocious enslavement? Like you said, the same way the Hyuga clan does, Felix said with disgust. The ruling council has no business interfering with private clan matters. Believe me, I have tried to change that. I am on the council myself for obvious reasons. Honestly, it will be good riddance when that clan finally finishes dying out. I just hope I am still alive when that happens, and I know I am not the only one. The clan's dying out? Naruto asked. Why? Do you honestly think women would marry into the clan? Felix asked, and Naruto shook his head. That limits them to the women born into the clan, and that leads to serious inbreeding. There is an increasing amount of members being born with defects that they would either be killed for at birth, or are born as sterile as a surgical tool. I can count with the fingers of one hand how many people they have who are perfectly healthy and can still reproduce. But you all aren't here to talk about a clan we almost have a feud with, Matthew said. It's about time we started training you. How about I show you two to the rooms we had set aside for you, then you can come back down, and we can get started. Sounds good, Naruto said. After Matthew had gotten them settled, they went back down to the training grounds, and Vanessa drew her straight sword. I will be training you in Kenjutsu, Naruto, she said. The Yushoryu clan values two weapons above most others, the sword and the bow. I should warn you, I am an expert with the former. Bring it, Naruto replied as they both went to the center of one end of the grounds, the part reserved for Kenjutsu training. All right, Hinata, Felix said as Matthew came with a measuring tape. How do you feel about learning to use a bow? I feel it would be a very good weapon for you. Why? Hinata asked as she raised her right arm for Matthew to measure. The Hyuga clan style is close-range combat, and as such, they are virtually helpless at long-range combat, Matthew said as he continued his measurements. You are a little less so, because you have a few water-style jutsus, but even so, what you have is mainly meant for close to mid-range. And frankly, the full potential of your Byakugan is wasted with only one close-range fighting style. What do you mean? Hinata asked as Matthew finished with the measurements, and rolled the tape up, having memorized the required lengths. Well, you do make good use of the ability to see the Tenketsu and chakra pathways at close quarters, but one of the major abilities of the Byakugan is to see for longer distances than any other dojutsu I know of, often allowing you to spot enemies before they spot you. This would give you a chance for a preemptive strike before your foe even knew of your presence. But because your clan needs to get in close, that ability is for the most part wasted. So a bow would help you cover that weakness, and I have little doubt that your dojutsu will help you become a master markswoman in no time. Alright, I'll try it. Good, just let me get a practice bow that fits you. Just go over to the targeting range. Hinata nodded and walked in the direction shown. When Matthew arrived with the practice bow and a quiver with blunt arrows, he pointed to the targets across the field. Now watch carefully. He set down the practice gear and showed Hinata with his own actual bow how to draw and shoot properly. He easily hits the bull's eyes on each target about 200 feet down the range. A few of the trainees clapped at the display of marksmanship. Hinata picked up her own practice bow and targeted the nearest target, about 20 feet away. She fired the blunt arrow, but it missed entirely, passing within an inch of the target. Not bad for a first try, Matthew said. Often the first attempt goes so badly awry that it does not even leave the bowstring upon being released. Hinata nodded and placed another arrow on the string, and aimed again, this time readjusting her aim a bit to the right, but Matthew put his hand on her shoulder. You should not develop the habit of needing one shot to figure out how to place another. You won't be able to get away with that in an actual combat situation. Move on to the next target. Hinata saw the sense in that, and did as she was told. Sasuke and Sakura could be seen heading towards the barbecue place chatting. How is training Naruto's sister going? She asked him, and he smiled evilly. Well, she is learning water walking at a fast pace, but her first few tries dumped her into scalding hot water, Sasuke replied. That served as motivation for her to learn fast. She can already walk fairly well on it, but tomorrow, I will have her do so while also having to do the leaf-sticking exercise, so she better bring clothes she does not mind getting wet, and be braced for the heat. Sakura winced in sympathy for the 6-year-old. Taking revenge for the chicken butt sensei comments? Oh, not yet. The hot springs training is just motivation for her to learn quicker. Trust me, when I get payback, she will know exactly why she is being put through it. They arrived at the barbecue place to have dinner together and saw Asuma, Ino and Choji there, Choji in the process of putting Asuma's wallet under a lot of torture. What are you guys doing here? Sasuke asked the chain smoker. Since Shikamaru is a Chunin now, we are waiting for a new teammate so these two can take the exams when they next come, and he agreed to meet us here, Asuma said. I heard he was a member of Root for a while, before that brother of yours made Danzo quit again. Hello, a pale boy said as he arrived, and Sasuke immediately recognized him, and recognized that smile of his as a fake one. My name is Sai, the boy continued to Team 10. I am Asuma, and I will be your Jonin instructor, Asuma said. Ino Yamanaka. Ino giggled as she noticed that Sai was not all that bad looking. Choji Akamichi, Choji said with a burp, not even looking up from his food. In order to become close to others, Sai muttered as he blatantly read from a book. It is a useful tool to give them a nickname, one that shows how you feel about them. Everyone's sweat dropped, and Asuma sighed as he muttered something about that being almost expected with the boy being from Root and all. Sai pocketed the book and displayed another of his fake smiles. Well, I am sure it will be pleasant working with you, Ugly and Fatso. There was a very eerie silence. You might want to run now, Sasuke said as he face-palmed, and Sai looked at him in confusion, before both Ino and Choji were on him like wrinkles on an elephant, and the three disappeared in a dust cloud. Sasuke, Sakura and Asuma's sweat dropped. Let's just ignore that, Sasuke said, and Sakura nodded as they took seats and Asuma tried to break up the beating. About an hour later, Sasuke and Sakura left the stand. Team 10 had left earlier, on account of Asuma having to take a battered Sai to the nearest infirmary to make sure he was not given a concussion, and Sai of course had no idea why he had been beaten up. Looking back on that, it was amusing, Sakura chuckled. It always cracks me up to see someone call it like it is when they see Ino Pig. That's not very n-dash. Sasuke started before an Uchiha wearing a Chunin vest shunshined in front of them. We have an urgent matter to attend to, Sasuke-sama, the woman said, ignoring Sakura. Mikoto-sama has called an emergency meeting of all clan members Chunin or higher ranked. Lead the way, Sasuke said before turning to Sakura. Will you be able to mack it home by yourself from here? It's not that far, Sasuke, Sakura replied. Sasuke nodded and both he and his fellow clan member vanished in another shunshin. So stiff and sore, Naruto muttered in his room as flopped into the bed provided. Vanessa turned out to be a brutal kenjutsu instructor, especially when she found out about Naruto's healing factor, and decided to put it to good use. As a result, the usually tireless blonde was downright exhausted and had gone to bed a little early once training had ended. There was a knock on the door, and Naruto groaned, "Come in." Hinata entered the room, a little sore herself due to muscles she was not generally used to using being strained. One of the things Matthew had stressed while she had practiced was to use the muscles in the shoulders and upper back to draw the bow, not just the arms. "What's up, Hinata?" Naruto asked as he sat up. "Well, Naruto-kun, it's just," Hinata said a little nervously, her face going red. "This is an entirely new place we are in, and I do not feel quite comfortable, alone in a new room, and can't seem to be able to sleep." "You'll get used to it," Naruto said. "Right now, I am just too tired to care about the lack of familiarity." "Just for tonight though?" Hinata asked as she blushed again. "Can I sleep with you?" When Naruto read himself, she hastily continued, "I'm not saying I want to do that yet, I just want to spend our first night here in your arms. And don't expect lemons in this story, I rated it T, and I intend to keep it that way. Alright, come on." Naruto lifted one edge of the covers and she got in with him, and they both drifted off embracing each other. "This is the situation," Mikoto said to the gathered clan members. "Just earlier this afternoon, I sent someone to check in on Hiroki, the man I entrusted with the duties of chief of the Konoha military police force. He had not shown up that morning to do his duties, nor had he given notification of why. The person found him and his wife Kyo dead, murdered by a bladed weapon. Any suspects on who did it?" Azumi asked as Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "Just circumstantial evidence," Mikoto replied. "One of our clan members, Norio, who had been imprisoned following the attempted coup 6 years ago for trying to kill the Yandame's son during said coup, which failed because of Sasuke, escaped from his prison cell with seeming outside help last night as well. The reason he may be involved was because he was Kyo's brother, and it seems too much of a coincidence that a man's sister was murdered on the same night as he escaped prison." Sasuke's eyes widened and he shouted, "Were Kyo's eyes missing?" "They were, but why do you ask?" Mikoto asked as the clan members stared incredulously at Sasuke, who turned on his heel and left the building. "Wait, where are you going, Sasuke?" Mikoto asked after her son. Sasuke did not respond as he dashed towards the Hokage tower. He had to tell this to Itachi. Chapter 36 A Crazy Triclops. "This is very troubling," Itachi said. Sasuke stood in front of him, seething about last night's news. "What I am most concerned about is the fact that Norio and Kyo were related. If Norio killed her husband first, and then killed her for her eyes, he would have likely awakened both of their Mangekyo Sharingans, and he would now have the potential for the eternal Mangekyo. The question, how would he even know how to get Mangekyo, let alone eternal Mangekyo? The very existence of both levels of the Sharingan are tight secrets. I suspect it was that outside help breaking out of prison he had," Sasuke said. "He likely has a grudge against Naruto for having him thrown in the first place after the mauling he got. It was probably easy for someone who did know about the eternal Mangekyo to persuade him to acquire it to get the power for revenge. Naruto should have killed the guy when he had the chance. Would he be Naruto if he did?" Itachi asked, and when Sasuke did not answer he continued, "At any rate, we need to find Norio. I will list him as an S-rank criminal. Under normal circumstances, he would only be B, maybe a rank, but if he has the final stage of the Sharingan. And we also need to find out who orchestrated this." "Well, let's see," Sasuke said, pretending to think. "Who do we know who is unscrupulous about getting power, has knowledge of the Sharingan, to what extent, I don't know, but he probably does now about eternal Mangekyo, and would have the needed information to figure out who would be his best shot at getting it, as well as the knowledge on how to get him out of prison?" The next morning in the Elder Dimension, Naruto was awoken by a sudden burst of pain in his eyes. "Hokage!" he shouted as he shot up, clutching his face, scaring Hinata as she woke up as well. As soon as the pain came, it was gone, and Naruto panted in a cold sweat. "Naruto-kun, what's wrong?" Hinata asked concerned. Naruto did not answer as he quickly checked his eyes in the mirror. Nothing out of the ordinary, not even red veins showing. "Hey Kurama, did you do that?" Naruto asked his partner. "Don't look at me, Kit. I was asleep myself when your screaming like a little girl woke me up. As best as I can tell, it's as if your body just sent a sudden burst of chakra into your eyes, overstimulating the nerves, hence the momentary pain. There does not seem to be anything wrong now, but I will be on alert for repeated incidents. Kami, I sure hope that was not a first time in a chain of incidents like that. It hurt like hell, even if for only an instant," Naruto mentally prayed before turning to Hinata and saying, "Sorry Hinata, it was nothing. My eyes just hurt all of a sudden, that's all." "Kurama says that nothing came of it." "I see," Hinata said, though the concern did not leave her eyes. "You should have them checked out though, if they're paining you. If Kurama can't find anything wrong, a checkup in a hospital would do me no dash." Naruto did not finish as the door burst open, and Vanessa ran in with her blade unsheathed. Clearly, she had heard the ruckus and thought they were being attacked. But upon seeing there was no trouble, she sheathed her weapon and her eyes went back from yellow with slits to their usual red. "What the devil was that screaming about?" Vanessa demanded, and Matthew entered through the window, his own sage mode ended, and returning an arrow to his quiver. He had apparently been covering Vanessa from outside the window. Naruto quickly explained about his eyes, and both of the Ishurias frowned. Well, my advice is to get them checked and stay alert for any other times this occurs, Matthew said. Got it, Naruto sighed, knowing that he would not be left alone until he did get them checked. Where's Felix anyway? I would have thought he would be leading the charge when I woke the dead up. He and Mom went out this morning to catch up, Vanessa said. Lucky for you two. I do not think Mom would have taken kindly to you two sleeping together already. She gave a hard look at both Naruto and Hinata, both of whom quickly protested that no clothing had come off, both of their faces creating entirely new shades of red. And before you ask about Uncle Kyle, he is in town looking for your Fuinjutsu mentor Naruto, who will also be teaching you both some taijutsu. Because of the Tamashii Kensukumi, he excels at both. Really? Naruto asked. We get to have someone like Celia teaching us? Yes and no, Vanessa sighed. Isaac is not exactly normal. He kinda lost a good part of his mind when he underwent the transplantation process. You mean the guy who plants chickens to grow eggs? Naruto asked with a sweat drop, causing Hinata to sweat drop as well. I see Felix mentioned him to you before, and yes, that is one of his stranger quirks, Vanessa said. He also does not understand expressions, he believes the most obvious lies, he gives people the most insulting nicknames, and uses them regardless of consequences, and says random thoughts that come to his mind. The weirdest behavior he has yet is a mortal terror of critters like squirrels. Why would he be afraid of squirrels? Because he took Celia literally when she made the mistake of calling him nuts, Vanessa deadpanned, and Naruto and Hinata face faulted. That has got to be the dumbest thing I have ever heard, Naruto said as he got back up. Hinata nodded in agreement. Don't worry too much, Matthew said. Although Isaac may seem a few arrows short of a quiver, he is still a very reliable fighter, and is a good teacher as well. And though he is indisputably crazy, he has yet to prove himself a danger to himself or others, at least in an illegal sense. So he should have no problems training us, right? Naruto said. Unless you have problems training with someone certifiably insane, you should get stronger training with him, Vanessa said, and Naruto snorted. Please, I spent 2.5 years with Erosenin, and I also trained with a Cyclops that would be late to his own funeral, Naruto said. How bad can Isaac be? Don't dig your own grave, Vanessa advised. Hot, hot, hot. Akari shouted as she lost focus again and took a spill in the hot springs. Sasuke meanwhile just sat against the fence looking bored as he read a book about water-style jutsus. You are enjoying this, aren't you, chicken butt sensei? She asked as she pulled herself up and got some fresh leaves before her next attempt. She could already water walk easily enough. If that was all she focused on. Trying to walk on water and using her chakra to stick leaves to her body at the same time was a real chore. Yes, maybe because you just refused to stop calling me that nickname, Sasuke said as he turned a page. You are just as bad as that, Sai, only you are actually aware of the fact that your nicknames annoy people. At any rate, we will be here for 2 more hours before I take you to meet some tutors in taijutsu, so get back to work. If your control and reserves get good enough, I will teach you a jutsu that will speed up your training. Yes, sir, Akari said as she ran back onto the water. Splush. Arageg. Normally Sasuke would have chuckled at this, but he currently had a lot on his mind. Itachi was already having ANBU investigate Danzo, but so far they had found nothing to implicate the grizzled warhawk. Sasuke nearly tore the book apart as he internally seethed about it. Even in this timeline, Danzo was tainting his clan's name as though it actually needed it. And he knew for a fact that the geezer had 11 Sharingan this time around as well, having gotten them from Orochimaru again, who must have stolen them from the Uchiha who had fallen the same night as his father, though he had less to take this time, which was quite fortunate. Of course, Shisui had died again, and this time, Itachi did not know what happened to his friend's left eye. He had been hoping it would be found in one of Orochimaru's main hideouts, but at this point, they could only conclude it was in the possession of Obito. What was also troubling was that Itachi was not so certain that Danzo had the right eye this time, though they knew he did have a Sharingan there. The reason Itachi was not so certain of Danzo having one of his friend's eyes was because while Danzo did have a lot of sway with the civilian council, he did not seem to have quite as much as last time, not even with Kohara and Hamura, though they did still tend to agree with him. Saki continued to muse like this for the next 2 hours before it was time to go to the training grounds where Lee and Guy were doing their insanity workouts. When they arrived, the 2 spandex freaks were in the midst of their morning stretches. Good, you're on time for the beginning of our training, Guy said as he gave one of his trademark grins, and Akari was staring at both taijutsu specialists, astounded at their choice of clothing and at how identical the two were, not to mention the nightmare-inducing eyebrows. I hope you are ready for a most youthful workout, for we will start with 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, then we will run 50 laps around the village wearing these," Guy declared as he held up 2 leg weights and dropped them. Akari paled as she saw the size of the craters the weights made. "Please help me," she pleaded Sasuke in an undertone, and his face took on a very scary grin. "Now why would I help you, when I am the one who put you in this situation in the first place?" he asked rhetorically. "Have fun with those 2, Yash!" Lee shouted in enthusiasm as Sasuke left Akari to those 2. "We will make certain Akari-san's flames of youth burn bright today, and if I can't do that, I will run 30 laps around the village on my hands wearing twice the amount of my weights. And if you cannot achieve that," Guy said in response, "I will do 5,000 push-ups with those weights and Akari on my back." Akari paled at the thought of being stuck on Guy's back long enough for him to achieve that. These 2 were going to kill her. "Guy-sensei, Lee, Guy-sensei, Lee." Akari looked eagerly at the display. Sasuke had told her that if they started to do this, she should pay close attention to see an awesome jutsu. It was far too late for her when she realized he had tricked her, and she got caught in the unbreakable sunset genjutsu, and none of the lessons on breaking genjutsu he had given her did squat to the horror. Sasuke was meanwhile chuckling as his mood brightened. He was imagining the horrors the 2 spandex wearers would subject her to. "That'll teach her to call me that annoying nickname, ah, sweet revenge." And with that, he headed to the Hokage tower to see if Itachi had found anything yet. "Use your back muscles more," Matthew instructed to Hinata as she drew the bow again. "It will help you increase your draw weight and reduce fatigue." "Got it," she said, and after complying, she fired the arrow. This time, it thudded into the target, though well outside the circle that was supposed to be targeted. "At least you are managing to get it off in the general direction of your target," Matthew stated. "And you have done it in a shorter time frame than most of my usual students." "Usual students?" Hinata asked, taking another practice arrow and aiming it at the next target. "Yes, my father was impressed to learn that I had become the clan's best archer during his absence. Because of my ability, it's my job to teach all the younger members of the clan who aspire to it how to shoot straight and not take out their own eyes. Unfortunately, I actually have trained few other students. Most of the clan favors the sword, mostly because they hope to be chosen at some point by elemental infinity. Uncle Kyle teaches that for the most part, though Vanessa is close to getting better than him in that respect. Of course, it is unlikely she will get better than father. He is recognized as one of the best the clan has ever had." "Hey Matthew, care to give me any tips for this exercise?" Naruto asked as he walked up with a blade of grass in his hand. He was currently trying to learn how to use the fire element to best complement wind and earth, and was trying to get the grass blade to burn. So far, he had not even made it smoke. "Vanessa has been teaching me, but I thought I would ask someone who has it as their main affinity." "Sure thing," Matthew said. "In fact, why doesn't Hinata take some water-style lessons from Vanessa, while I try to get Naruto to get that grass burned, at least until Isaac gets here?" Hinata set down her practice bow and moved over to Vanessa, and Matthew turned to Naruto. "So why aren't you using shadow clones for that training?" Naruto smacked his forehead. "Knew I was forgetting something," he muttered before making about 200 clones, who all picked a blade of grass for the training. It was about an hour later when Kao strolled onto the training grounds, accompanied by a man wearing a gray kimono and a red headband. His short hair was black and his rather faraway eyes were blue. Naruto figured that this was Isaac. His suspicions were confirmed when Vanessa asked him, "Hey Isaac, what's up?" Isaac looked at her like her question was crazy before he sighed and said, "I don't know, let me check." He turned his gaze skyward, and Naruto sniggered as the guy said in absolute seriousness, "Let's see, there's the blue sky, a few clouds that makes it seem as though it's going to rain just a little, and a few birds." "Why did you ask?" "No reason," Vanessa sighed, having forgotten how literally Isaac took things. "Anyway, this is Naruto and Hinata, the students we asked you to train." "Now why do you have the name Naruto? You don't look the slightest bit like you are edible to me," Isaac said, and Naruto's sweat dropped at the reference to his name being the same as a type of noodle. "Let's see, I think I will just call you Midget." "I am not a midget," Naruto shouted indignantly as he was held back by Matthew. Isaac laughed, and said, "Alright, so you are a midget with a temper too, so grouchy midget it is. Since it is clear that you are raring to go, why don't both you and Hinata come at me and we will start your taijutsu lesson for the day." "Bring it," Naruto shouted as he was released, and Hinata sighed a little before moving to back him up. A brief taijutsu battle ensued, and Isaac was clearly the most experienced when it came to hand-to-hand combat. Since the Tamashii Kensukumi drained chakra from the user very fast, it was important for said user to know how to fight in ways that saved chakra. That said, Naruto and particularly Hinata were no slouches either, and eventually, Isaac was beaten by both of them. "Man, it's a good thing I'm slightly masochistic," Isaac said as he got up, applying chakra to a few places where Hinata had shut his tenketsu. Because I am covered in bruises after that. And a barrel of monkeys is a fun thing to have. What does that last part have to do with anything? Hinata asked. I have no idea. Naruto and Hinata face faulted, and Isaac continued, so, while your styles are not my own, I can help you find a few areas to improve on. For example, Hinata has some very precise strikes, but she could use a little more force behind her blows. Grouchy Midget on the other hand don't call me that, you crazy Triclops. Naruto shouted in anger, could use a little more precision in his style, if you can call it that. It's more of a brute force kind of thing, though he is efficient with it, Isaac said. And thank you by the way, he said to Naruto in response to the crazy Triclops comment. That wasn't a compliment, I am aware, but it shows that I have a better temper to thank someone for a nickname, rather than yell about it like the grouch you are. Matthew and Vanessa had to jump in to keep Naruto from strangling Isaac with his chakra chains at this point. May I ask why I have been called here again so soon? Danzo asked Itachi later that night as he entered the office. Sasuke stood next to his brother, exerting all of his self-control to keep himself from ripping Danzo apart then and there. Karen was also in the room, so she could make sure that Danzo would either be honest or caught in a lie, with her ability to sense chakra and tell a lie from the truth. Sasuke had come up with the idea to expose Danzo, though he was reluctant to put Karen in the crossfire. He would just have to be ready to act and make sure Danzo did not take her hostage again. You may already be aware, Itachi began, that 2 members of my clan have been murdered the night before last, and that the sibling of one of them has been broken out of prison. What I want to know is whether you know anything about this. Are you accusing me of both incidents? Danzo asked, not showing any rage. Not yet, Itachi said. However, you do have knowledge of a lot of things that would give you the opportunities to orchestrate this incident, and it is no secret that you view the clan as a threat to Konoha. This makes you suspect. However, we have no proof as of yet, so I will ask you in the presence of Karen Uzumaki, who you already know can detect lies, if you are responsible in any way, or know something about this incident. Just answer yes or no. Sasuke activated his Sharingan to make sure Danzo would not use his right eye to manipulate anyone, just in case it was Shursui's eye he had. Danzo looked straight at Itachi and said, No. I know nothing about the incidents beyond what you told me. Karen? Sasuke asked the redhead. He's not lying, Karen said, and shock was briefly evident on Sasuke's face. Very well, Itachi said. You are dismissed, Danzo and Karen. Once both of them left, Itachi sighed. That is a relief and a troubling thing to hear at once. At least I know Danzo has not had the nerve to do anything drastic yet. And now we are back where we started, Sasuke said. If Danzo is not the one who arranged this incident, then who is? Chapter 37A Repeating Incident. Come on. Naruto said as the Raisin Shuriken formed slowly, without a shadow clone to aid him. He felt that it was one of his greatest weaknesses to fix, the fact that he needed a shadow clone to form an elemental Rasengan. He had already learned how to do a regular Rasengan with one hand, but he felt he should at least be able to do a Rasengan with at least one element the same way. He and almost 200 shadow clones were currently working on that, while another 200 were practicing their fire-style chakra on the blade of grass. They had made a bit of progress since they had started yesterday. The blades were already starting to smoke at the edges. 200 more were working with Vanessa, drilling with a few advanced kenjutsu abilities. He could see Hinata training with 10 shadow clones on the bow, and the arrows they were firing were slowly but surely approaching the bull's eyes on each target they all practiced on. There was a big explosion as the Raisin Shuriken in the original Naruto's hand went off, and he was thrown back by the blast. Take a break, Naruto, Felix said. You've been working nonstop on this all morning. Vanessa just finished making lunch anyways, so it would be a good idea for you to take a meal break. You too, Hinata. Both agreed on this and dispelled all of their shadow clones and followed Felix into the dining room in the wing reserved for the clan head's immediate family. Ramen! Naruto shouted and Vanessa shook her head with a smile. She knew from her father that Naruto was a ramen freak and would pester her unless she made it on a regular basis. Naruto slurped it up with enthusiasm, and said between bites, This is actually pretty good stuff. Did your mom teach you? Felix started to cough a little for some reason as Erica beamed before Matthew said, Actually, it is because of Mom that Vanessa learned after Dad left, because it was either that or starve. At this point, Felix started laughing his ass off, and got a glare from Erica that silenced him rather fast. Come on, Matthew, I'm not that bad of a cook, she protested, and Felix, Vanessa and Kyle just burst out in laughing. Please, Matthew deadpanned. Last time we let you cook for us, there were still feathers in the roast chicken. A few noodles were spewed as Naruto joined in the mirth, and Hinata giggled and Erica face-palmed. Okay fine, so I can't cook my way out of a paper bag, happy? But I can still use a frying pan to good effect, so watch your attitudes. She demanded, and everyone quickly sobered and covered their heads defensively. Good, glad we have an understanding. Naruto, may I have a word with you later? Felix asked as everyone else helped themselves to the ramen. Yes, of course, Naruto responded. That was the cruelest thing you have ever done, chicken butt sensei. Akari shouted as she pointed her finger at Sasuke. I am never going to stop having nightmares about that horrible genjutsu I couldn't break. That's what happens when you aren't careful who you insult, Sasuke said, having a lot of trouble hiding a smirk. I hope you learned your lesson? Yes, never listen to another word you say, chicken butt sensei, Akari said, and Sasuke sighed. Alright, let's move on to another stage of your training. I'll help speed things up with the jutsu I have been learning from Itachi recently. Look into my eyes. Akari complied, and Sasuke's eyes took on their eternal Mangekyo state. Tsukuyami, Sasuke said. What the dash? Akari said as she suddenly found herself in the illusion world, and a bunch of snakes and hawks appeared and joined together to form Sasuke. This is the greatest of genjutsus afforded by Itachi's and my Sharingan, Sasuke stated. It is an illusion world where the castor controls reality itself in here. Of course, I am not nearly as good at it as Itachi is. He had to teach me how to use it, and it had come so naturally to him. Of course, I specialize in other aspects of it that he does not, but for now, I can only maintain the Tsukuyomi for a few hours, and I will be lucky to ever be able to get to a level where I can hold it for a day. A few hours? What would happen to our actual bodies during that time? Nothing. No time passes outside of the Tsukuyomi as long as it is maintained. In battle, it is used to break the minds of enemies with seemingly endless torture. It is also dangerous because all that is needed for it to activate is eye contact, no hand signs, and there are very few ways to break it. Itachi is capable of using the perspective of the time passing to put a week's worth of time into this world while no time passes outside. Of course, I will be using it to train and educate you. Hopefully, 1 year from now, I will be able to take you down to the academy and have you take the Genin test, and you should pass. How? It takes years to get to that level, and if you can only do this for a few hours, maybe a day dash. Actually, it's only a few hours per time I casted so far. The time should increase as I practice, and I should be able to use it at least a few times a day, though that will drain my chakra a bit. That would give you an extra 10 hours give or take a day to train, though in here, it won't help the physical condition of your body, so you will still have to train that. What I can teach you is how to use a few jutsus, one of which will also help you train faster, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. So we start with that. A few hours later, or not a second later depending on what perspective you have been watching from, Akari and Sasuke returned to themselves, the latter panting slightly. It does not look like that will be a practical jutsu for me to use in combat, Sasuke said. At any rate, let's see if you can take jutsus you learned from Tsukuyami's reality into the real world. You were able to form 5 shadow clones inside the genjutsu, so let's see if you can do it here. Akari nodded and formed the familiar cross seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 clones came into being. Perfect, it works, Sasuke said. Most people would be surprised that someone so young would be able to form 5 clones, but thanks to Akari being an Uzumaki, though she had a different surname, the fact that her mother still had traces of Kurama's chakra in her and passed a little on to Akari, and her early chakra control training all led up to her having high reserves, about as much as a mid-level Chunin. Not nearly as much as Naruto, but it was hardly fair to compare one's reserves to his. Now then, Sasuke continued, and he held up a slip of paper before handing it to Akari. I don't plan on teaching you elemental jutsus yet, but it will be good to know what your affinity is beforehand as we learn how you will best fight, so I can form some training ideas. All you need to do is channel some chakra into the paper, and that will tell us what type you are. Akari nodded and took the paper from Sasuke and listened to his explanation on what the paper should do for each element. She focused her chakra for a moment, and Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. Instead of crumbling, splitting, burning, or getting wet, leaves and a few small branches sprouted from the paper. What is this? Akari asked. You did not mention this effect at all, chicken butt sensei. I wasn't expecting it, Sasuke replied, ignoring the insult this time. If that was what he thought it was, then Akari had a wood-style nature, meaning she had a Kekii Genkai. Sasuke realized that it must have something to do with the distant Uzumaki relations with the Senju clan, but he never expected that particular ability to surface in Akari. Next day, in the Elder Dimension, there was a break in the air in front of a building titled Archivist's Domain. Felix and Naruto stepped through the rift. What are we doing here, Felix? Naruto asked as Isaac came out after them. They were currently in the center city of the Elder Dimension's civilization. Felix had explained the Elder Dimension's geography was basically a giant continent with the largest city in the center, and clan compounds set on the edges, and a few small towns and cities in the massive distance between them. Travel from one place to another was mainly done through the use of the dimension door jutsu, which was actually a requirement for most clan heads to know, since the majority of meetings of the ruling council are done in this city, and often they are called on short notice. A few things actually, Felix responded. First of all, there is a limit to the seals, taijutsu forms and jutsus we will be allowed to teach you from this dimension, unless a few other dimensions have already mastered similar abilities. Since this is the largest library we have in this dimension, it is the likeliest place to check for things you are eligible to learn. Not only that, but I am sure you are interested in the history of my home, at least a little bit, and since we clearly have enemies competing for something in your home realm, it may be a good idea for you to research what you can on the clans of this place, since you may well go up against members from each clan. Finally, there is something else I want to check. I know I heard the name Raisin, the name we managed to pull from the mind of the man who tried to take Hinata, before, and if there is one place I can find out where, it would be here. Okay, I get it, so what's he doing here? Naruto asked as he pointed at Isaac, who was busy plucking the petals off of a flower he had picked, but rather than saying something like she loves me not, at each petal, he was saying random things with each petal, like I want my sushi well done, I don't believe in reincarnation, but I did in my past life, that lady should tell her plastic medic to visit the eye medic, and a few other things that would force me to change the rating of this story if I wrote it in this chapter. Felix's sweat dropped as the woman Isaac had mentioned kicked said idiot in the crotch, shouting that her bust happened to be real. Since he is one of your mentors, he will be helping us to find a few things for you to learn, though I brought him against my better judgment. Shit, a chipmunk? Isaac shouted once the agony in his nether regions had subsided and he dived into the nearest bush, muttering, "Don't let him eat me please." Naruto face faulted. How can one person calling him nuts have that much of a psychological effect on someone, crazy or not? He demanded. A number of factors, Felix replied. For one thing, he has a great deal of respect for Celia as she is one of the best in their particular field, and she had called him nuts when he had just gotten out of the operation, so was at his looniest and most delicate phase. This isn't his looniest? Naruto deadpanned. No, he had to have a lot of therapy to get him back to this level of relative sanity, but the effect of Celia's comment when he was at his looniest left a serious impression in his subconsciousness, thus resulting in that odd phobia of his. It's so deeply ingrained on his psyche that he always reacts to his fear, even if what's left of his rational mind knows it's stupid. Kind of like a person who fears enclosed spaces, even if he isn't trapped in them. The chipmunk's gone, Isaac. Oh, thank Kami, the lunatic Triclops said as he got out of the bush, and Nerot and Felix did their best to ignore him from then on as they ascended the steps into the building. A few hours later they came back out, having found a few things of interest to borrow and study, but Felix had had little luck finding anything on Raisin. He had checked all the rosters of known rogue knights, and even a few that were recently supposedly deceased, but he found nothing there. Changing tactics, he tried finding the name in a few other places, such as famous scientists, or philosophers of the past few decades, but still nothing. As Felix created another rift to get back to the clan compound, he mentally scowled. He knew the name was familiar, why couldn't he find anything in areas he knew he had studied before? He would just have to keep trying. Hokage-sama, I have news. An ANBU appeared before Itachi's desk. It was about a week since the incident with the Uchihas had occurred. The Uchiha looked up from his nearly finished paperwork. We have found Norio Uchiha. Very good. I will assemble a team to subdue and bring him in. Where is he hiding? Itachi asked. That won't be necessary, Hokage-sama, the ANBU replied, and Itachi frowned. We found his body in a river. The wound that killed him was what appears to have been a brutal blow through his chest. High eyes were missing as well, Itachi cursed. If his and Sasuke's fears were true, then the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was almost certainly in the wrong hands now. Send search parties out to search the area his body had been found in, and make sure to search upwards the fiver he was found in, Itachi said, though he mentally felt that such an endeavor would be futile. Hi, Hokage-sama, the ANBU said before he disappeared in a shunshin. Itachi sighed. I am beginning to fear for this new chance we have been given. The Eternal Mangekyo is too powerful to ignore. At least Sasuke and I have it as well, he murmured as his eyes took on his Eternal Mangekyo's shape. His was the same as Sasuke's except his three-pronged shuriken had retained its curved shape, and the 6-point stars he had gotten from Sasuke's eyes had taken on those curves. Good progress on your taijutsu, Sasuke said to Akari as he helped her up. Thanks Chicken Butt Sensei, she said as she dusted herself off and Sasuke face-palmed. Just so you know, we are still in the Tsukuyumi for about another hour, he said. So? What will we be training in that hour? We won't if you refuse to stop calling me Chicken Butt Sensei. Instead, I will use it to force you to see that genjutsu again for the remainder of the time in here. Akari went very pale and she quickly shouted, "No, please, anything but that." "Alright then, next time you call me that, I will make good on my threat, make no mistake. So here's what I want you to do now." He took out a few sticks and instructed Akari to make a clone for each one, and he handed a stick to her and the clones. "I looked up how to practice wood style, and the goal of this exercise is to try to get the sticks to grow a few leaves with your chakra. Once you do that, I will ask Itachi for you to get some lessons from a particular member of his ANBU." Akari nodded and she started to try routing her chakra into the sticks, but she had no success for the remaining hour and the Genjutsu world faded. "You suck, chicken butt sensei," she declared as she tossed the stick down, and Sasuke developed a tick mark. "Look, brat, this training takes a lot of time, even with shadow clones to aid you, unless you have as many as that brother of yours can make. And I told you to stop calling me that." "Alright, sorry, force of habit," Akari said. "Please don't make me view that horror again, I swear never to call you that again. I'll tell you what, if you are serious about that promise, then I will also promise to never cast the Tsukuyami on you to torment you like that for any other reason." "Deal, deal," Akari said as she extended her hand and they shook on it. "Good, now remember, I absolutely do not expect you to get it right away with the training to use your wood-style chakra, so don't feel too rushed. You already are starting earlier than most on this training after all, and we are speeding things up already with the double whammy of my Genjutsu and the shadow clones." "You're right, thanks," Akari said before she got a rather devious grin on her face, one that Sasuke did not like. "Duck butt sensei." Sasuke slumped, moved over to a tree and started to bang his head against it with a passion. "Okay then, so the point of this seal," Isaac was telling Naruto, who was paying close attention, "is to seal an explosive amount of chakra, not into tags that you can attach to weapons like you are used to, but into the weapons themselves. And it is much more efficient than the seals you use for those, so it will make an even more explosive bang. Boom baby." Isaac laughed. "Oh, and speaking of boom babies, when are you and that foxy lady of yours gonna dash?" "Do not finish that sentence if you know what is good for you," Naruto said to his mentor in irritation. "Oh, and just what are you gonna do? I'm bigger than you grouchy midget," Isaac taunted. "Big mistake." Naruto got a very evil smirk and said, "How about this?" He made over 100 clones that surrounded Isaac, who yawned and prepared to engage them. However, instead of charging, the clones all formed seals and shouted, "Transformation Jutsu." There was an explosion of smoke, and when it cleared, Isaac's face went paler than milk. "Oh Kami no." Vanessa was in the midst of chopping some vegetables, and Matthew was washing a few before she moved on to those, when they heard a blood-curdling scream. They hastily grabbed their weapons, and Vanessa left the kitchen first, so Matthew could take a minute to go into sage mode, and she came out onto the training grounds to a bizarre sight. There were about 100 squirrels all around the form of Isaac, who had clearly fainted and was foaming at the mouth. All of the squirrels then turned into clones of Naruto, who were all laughing. "Serves you right, you stupid Triclops," the original said as his clones dispelled. "That's what you get for making an innuendo on Hinata's and my sex life." "Sounds like he had that coming," Vanessa laughed, and Matthew came out of the compound. "What happened?" he asked, and Naruto explained, and Matthew burst out laughing. "That's genius," he said. "I've lost count of the times I wanted to do something mean to Isaac because he was being stupid, and that is the best stunt I ever heard of." He was still chortling when Naruto suddenly clutched his eyes in pain. "Gah, not again," he shouted as the pain receded. Matthew and Vanessa looked concerned. "Is it the same as that morning a week ago?" Vanessa asked, and Naruto nodded. "Come on, we'll take you to the infirmary. Mom and Dad are our clan's best medics. They should be training Hinata in that field right now." Naruto nodded and followed them to the room in the compound. They entered to find Hinata trying to revive a fish with medical ninjutsu, using her Byakugan to aid the process. "What's going on?" Felix asked, and Naruto explained that there was something up with his eyes, and Felix began some medical ninjutsu on the blonde's face to try to find the problem. He frowned as he said, "There does not seem to be any damage to the eyes at all, or anything else out of the ordinary. Except for one thing. The chakra coils in the eyes are marginally larger than they were before, but as to why this is happening, I have no idea. Looks like we are just going to have to keep an eye on this problem," Erika mused as she checked for herself. "Did anything like this occur last time you went through this time period?" "No," Naruto said. "Well then, it seems that we will just have to wait and see what comes of this, because I do not see anything else to do about it," Felix said. In the dimly lit corridors of an Akatsuki hideout, Drachmus walked down to the private chambers of his master. He entered the room to find Raisin laying on the bed without his armor, though the shadows still hid most of his face, though bandages wrapped around his eyes were still evident. "How are you feeling, my lord?" Drachmus asked Raisin, who sat up. "These new eyes that you procured for me ache a little, Though that is to be expected, Raisin said. Store these old ones into a safe place for me until the time comes to use them again. He waved one of his hands and a glass container with 2 Sharingan eyes and a preservative shot at Drachmas from a small table in the room, and Drachmas caught it before he left. Raisin laid back down and felt the wrappings on his face and smiled. I can't wait to take the wrappings off and see what these new eyes can do. With any luck, the powers will complement my gravity manipulation nicely. Chapter 38 2 Years of Progress. Matthew looked around the forested area, his eyes showing he was in sage mode, before he swiftly ducked an arrow fired at him from behind, which hit the tree about 10 feet in front of him before exploding as the seal on the arrowhead released the volatile chakra. Matthew was able to jump back to avoid the blast, when he heard the shout of Raisin arrow. He was able to twist his body in midair to avoid an arrow coated with chakra from an adapted Raisin, and he fired off an arrow coated in lightning chakra at another Raisin arrow, slicing into the surface of the spiraling coating and deflecting the arrow. He shot 2 more in rapid succession, but they were deflected by arrows fired by the woman with long black hair, and a few arrows with water chakra infused in them flew at him. He was able to deflect them with well-placed and timed whacks from his bow before firing an arrow infused with his main elemental chakra, fire, this one managing to nick Hinata in the cheek. She cried out as the poison-like energy started to spread through her body, before she disappeared in a burst of smoke. Matthew sensed the fact that he had gone up against a diversionary shadow clone, and was prepared when 10 more of his foe burst out of the trees, all with an arrow on the strings of their bows, all of them having the spiraling Raisin energy coating them. Raisin arrow barrage. They shouted in unison as they released their shots at Matthew, who tossed his quiver into the air, and all the arrows flew free, and he spun rapidly, catching several arrows at a time and firing them at the same time at the approaching Raisin arrows and at the shadow clones. All of his arrows hit either a Raisin arrow, deflecting it, or a clone, dispelling it, and once he caught his last arrow, he dashed at the original Hinata, who tried to fire another arrow at him, this one with an explosive seal engraved on the head. But he deflected it with his own arrow that was still in his hand by striking the shaft to avoid detonating the seal before putting it on the string of his bow immediately afterwards, and he ducked under a second arrow infused with wind chakra. Thinking fast, Hinata channeled water chakra into her bow and threw it like a boomerang, and managed to catch Matthew in the face with it, though he acted fast enough to move his head a little so it was not a dead-on blow, and it only drew a little blood from his face. He moved fast enough to close in on her, and she immediately spun, shouting wind and water style Hurricane Kaiten. Hurricane rotation, the spinning dome of chakra, with some wind and water chakra blades added to give it the ability to actually shred an enemy as well as repel attacks sprung up. But Matthew was able to back flip away from the attack after hastily stopping his charge, despite the dome having a 20-foot radius, though one of the blades nicked his torso a little. Once the rotation ended, he rushed again. Hastily backing up, Hinata aimed a gentle fist strike at his chest, with her attack laced with wind and water chakra like her Kaiten, but thanks to his increased perception in Sage mode, Matthew was able to avoid it easily and he aimed a roundhouse kick at her head. She was able to block, but the impact broke her arm despite her having channeled a Raisin into it, though Matthew's shin bone did crack a little from that aspect of the attack. She was slammed into the ground and before she could recover, she saw the point of Matthew's last arrow with fire chakra conducted through it aimed straight at her face. Not bad at all, Hinata, Matthew said as he stepped back from her and lowered his bow. She rose and their surroundings faded as they exited the compound's AOS room. The past 2 years have seen a lot of growth in you. Still not enough though, Hinata said with her head lowered at having lost a spar with Matthew for the 18th time in a row. I still can't beat you, Matthew-sensei. Don't worry too much about it. You are already a high-level fighter in your own right, and I have not held back once in our previous bouts. You are already capable of pushing me close to my limit, and you have more than exceeded my expectations. Believe me, you are quite formidable now. Hinata smiled at that. The past 2 years had gone by with a lot of hard work on both the parts of Naruto and Hinata. She herself had decided to attempt mastering wind as her secondary element in addition to her training with the bow, and had Felix and Naruto as teachers for that. She had done this training with a few shadow clones to aid her, and managed to complete the second step of that training before the end of the first year in the Elder Dimension, and her reserves had increased a fair amount as well. She had then gone on to work on her new close combat style, what she called the Hariken no Nobushi, or the Hurricane Fist, which was an adapted style of the Gentle Fist, which instead of simply sending streams of chakra into your opponent's system to slowly do damage over time with each hit, this sent a burst of both of her elemental chakras into the opponent's system. The wind chakra was carried through both her enemy's chakra network and physical body by the flowing water chakra, and served to rip the chakra network and the internal veins and tissue of her opponent's body to shreds, causing an inability to use chakra in the place that was hit, as well as bleeding chakra when the body still sent the energy to the affected area, causing the chakra to flow out of where the network had been torn, rather than recirculated through the body, causing chakra exhaustion over time if an enemy kept fighting afterwards. The physical damage was also serious, leaving a great deal of internal bleeding wherever it hit, as well as making the tendons and muscles useless for a good while. Felix had been impressed when Hinata had started to make the technique start to work, saying it was even deadlier than the gentle fist style, as both the initial damage and gradual weakening that came of the attacks easily surpassed the gentle fist. And because you did not have to specifically hit the chakra network for the damage to work, the blows did not need to be quite as precise. As for Naruto's training, well, the large golden paw collided heavily with Felix's artificial 5-element dragon with a great deal of force, causing the wind head to disperse, and part of the earthen body to shatter, before it reformed. Felix was sitting a safe distance away on top of the head of a large red dragon as he concentrated on maintaining Naruto's Bijou mode sparring partner. Just 3 months ago, Naruto's body had developed to a point where he could finally handle the full force of Kurama's chakra, so now they were practicing the link between him and Kurama. Naruto was now capable of staying in full Bijou mode for a total of 13 minutes, and he was a force to be reckoned with. Before the elemental dragon could retaliate, a quickly formed Bijou bomb blasted into it, dispersing the wind head again, and almost completely destroying the earth body, before the golden form of Kurama vanished and an exhausted Naruto fell to the ground, though he was still able to land on his feet with no issues. Felix hit the timer and said 13 minutes, 29 seconds, 6 seconds better than yesterday. Your progress is increasing, Naruto. The blonde grinned at this. Their surroundings did not fade, because this was not training that could be done in an AOS room. Felix's dragon, Vargan, lowered his head and the green-haired man jumped off of the dragon's head. Naruto had once asked Felix why he never summoned the fire breather during one of the fights in his dimension, and Felix had responded that summonings did not work across dimensions, which was a good thing, because he did not want Vargan accusing him of thinking him unreliable being the reason behind the lack of being summoned. Of course, Felix had the Dragon Ruler of all elements jutsu to compensate, which would have been unusable due to very heavy chakra requirements without the use of elemental infinity to supply the required energy, as well as the fact that using all 5 elements at once was almost impossible even for a Yashoryu, so the inventor had to set the jutsu into the blade so the wielder needed only activate it. Felix still admitted to preferring to use summons, because while the artificial dragon was stronger in terms of power, and could reform from otherwise fatal blows that even actual dragons could not withstand, it was a brainless being that required a good deal of Felix's focus to control, which could potentially cost him a fight if an enemy was able to get the jump on him, though his perpetual sage mode made that a lot harder than it would otherwise be. Yeah, I'm glad that Kurama and I are able to fully utilize his power now. It will make it much harder for the Akatsuki to beat us now, Naruto grinned. So how is your project going, Felix? You mean this? Felix asked as he formed a Raisin. I can now put as many as 4 elements into the thing, but it is still a struggle to add the last one. Even though my clan is able to use all 5 elements, simultaneously doing so is close to impossible, even for us. The only one who succeeded in doing so for any jutsu was my great-great-grandaunt, Veronica Yashoryu, who invented the Dragon Ruler of all elements, and set the jutsu into elemental infinity, so any chosen wielder could use it. If I ever do manage to create a 5-element Rasengan, I will have to figure out how to set that into the blade as well. At least it's possible for you, Naruto replied. I will only ever be able to do at most 4 elements into it, because without some kind of special ability, I can't master all 5. Naruto looked a little envious at the thought. Of course, he had mastered fire already thanks to spamming shadow clones, and was capable of putting his 3 elements in a Rasengan at once, though he still needed shadow clones to be able to go beyond the first one. Even so, he was now able to form a Raisin Shuriken, a Raisin Mace and a Raisin Bomb without such assistance. Don't feel too bad about that. What about that solution you thought of? Felix asked. That's different. I would need Sasuke and Hinata to help me with that, and there is no guarantee it would work either, Naruto responded. For you, there is a chance that you could do it on your own. Well, at least I've got nothing on you in some other departments. Case 1, how is your Fuinjutsu training going? Naruto grinned. Just fine. I already learned how to set some traps with seals that can activate for certain chakra signatures while ignoring others, so I can catch specific targets without worrying about anyone else getting caught in them. That basic seal to engrave the exploding seal formula into metal weapons, so I don't have to worry about tags, and I can make some explosive arrowheads for Hinata and a few other good ones. I'd bet I could even remake the seals on Arashikata if I had to. The only thing I dislike is that my sensei in that area drives me crazy. Naruto deadpanned the last part, and Felix chuckled. Remember what he did when Vanessa was teaching Hinata some stronger water-style jutsu? Felix snorted. He remembered that memorable just perfectly. Just as Hinata had cast the jutsu, which was a continuous blast of high-pressured water that could blast through rock if cast by an experienced user, Isaac had run right onto the training grounds and into the path of the jutsu, but as naked. And yes, proper censoring included. Isaac, what the hell are you doing? Felix had asked the fatal question as Isaac had gotten up after the jutsu ended. Usually, he felt he was better off not knowing what was going through the idiot's mind, but this time, he had to know why several Yashoryu kids were having to have their teachers cover their eyes, a few of the older girls having nosebleeds as they took in Isaac's rather impressive physique. Isaac had then looked at Felix and responded, taking a shower, what else? Could you lower the water pressure for me a little? Everyone present either face faulted or developed tick marks, Naruto and Felix included in the latter category. They had then taught Isaac a lesson by giving him a hot bath instead of a shower. Felix used a raisin tide to trap Isaac, and Naruto practiced his fire manipulation to make the water boil, making Isaac's skin red for a little while. I almost felt sorry for him when you heated up the water, Felix cackled as their thoughts returned to the present. At any rate, we should head back. Hinata and Matthew should have just about wrapped up their sparring by now. Mommy is so glad to have you back, Tora. The fat wife of the fire daimyo cooed as her poor cat was smothered, and a certain almost 9-year-old girl with red hair and purple eyes, a younger version of her mother, laughed vindicatively at the poor anime weeping critter that had scratched her face up quite a bit as she and her recently appointed teammates captured him. Standing on either side of her was a 10-year-old boy wearing the Uchiha crest on the back of his black shirt, 2 katanas strapped across his back in an X shape, and simple gray-white shorts similar to what Sasuke used to wear. His black hair was short and straight, and his onyx eyes winced in sympathy for the cat. Her other teammate was a bored-looking 12-year-old boy wearing a dark gray jumpsuit. His long straight hair was a rather dirty blonde, and his eyes were a light shade of brown. He had formerly been a part of Root, before Itachi had come down hard on the project, so he had been relocated to the academy to finish his training. As a result, he generally kept his thoughts and emotions to himself, though Danzo had not yet completely erased them before the program had ended. Then there was Sasuke, who was busy filing the mission report, not that there was much to report on this mission. He had swapped the outfit he had last time at this point for what resembled an ANBU uniform, only without the mask, and with the Uchiha crest on the back. He also now had 2 blades strapped to his back in the shape of an X himself, only they were both pretty similar to his old sword, with the only difference being the handles having designs etched into them, a hawk into the handle of the right-handed sword, a snake on the handle of the other. Sasuke had agreed to take on 2 more students after the graduation exams a couple of months ago, because there were 26 graduates, 2 more than could be put into 3-man cells, though Akari had protested to this. Please, just let us have another C-rank but sensei. Akari whined after the fat old lady had left, and her Uchiha teammate immediately threw in his 2 ryo. Yes please, just no more of these jobs that a civilian could do. He begged. Calm down you two. You won't be getting any more missions for a while actually. Sasuke replied, and immediately, both Akari and the young Uchiha started protesting this. On account of a little surprise I have for the 3 of you, Sasuke continued as he produced 3 forms. I have signed all 3 of you up for the Chunin exams in Suna. If you are all willing to take them, we will leave Tomer Duckbutt Sensei, I love you. Akari shouted as she jumped right onto Sasuke's neck, and the former Avenger had a sudden sense of déjà vu. Get off, you're embarrassing me, he protested. And don't you dare snap that picture, Daisuke. The young Uchiha hastily put the camera he had taken out away, and Akari released her grip on her teacher's neck. As I was saying, the exams start in a week, and if all 3 of you are going to take it. He handed the forms out to all of them, and the former Root student looked his over and he mused. It may well be a chance to test our skills, but are you certain we are ready? Don't be such a stick in the mud, Kiyoshi, Daisuke said. We are plenty good enough to at least take a shot at it. After all, I graduated 2 years ahead of time and still got Rookie of the Year status, and you were just beneath me in the grades area. With the training I got from my clan, and your own special Root training, we are already tough enough to be good competition in the exams. And let's not forget Akari, she's tougher than the both of us put together, and she is just over a year younger than me. Come on, I'm not that good, Akari said modestly, though she was unable to keep a pleased expression off of her face. You two are good enough to make me work for my victories in spars, and once Daisuke gets his Sharingan, I'd bet his abilities will get better than mine. Please, Daisuke rolled his eyes. I won't need an overrated dojutsu to prove myself a great shinobi. The problem with Kekkai Genkai is that it's free power without having to strive for the strength, and that can keep the ones who get them from learning how to use that power responsibly. Why do you think the majority of my clan and the Hyugas have sticks the size of that tree you grew during training up their asses? True enough, Sasuke said, unable to deny that he himself used to feel a little entitled because of his status in the past. But don't forget, if you ever do awaken the Sharingan, that it is a tool just like any other, and though you came far without it, you already know to use such strength the right way, so don't go feeling you have to deny yourself the use of one of your greater tools. Daisuke nodded at this. So if you all decide to take the exams, I will be waiting for the three of you at the gate. If not, then we can just go back to training and taking missions for 6 months when you are more confident. I'm pretty sure Tora would have escaped again by then, so we'll take the exams. All 3 genin shouted in a panic. In a dismal cave, the Geto Mazo appeared and the 10 holographic figures of Pain, Konin, Kisame, Kabuto, Kakuzu, Jess, Raisin, Zetsu, Drachmas and Sasori materialized on the fingers. The reserve members of the Akatsuki were all there in the flesh, not wearing Akatsuki cloaks yet, and they consisted of Haiden, Deidara, Tobi, 2 figure wearing black cloaks, one of them wearing the hood down and looking like he could be related to Zachary, and a man about as tall as Haiden with pure white hair, deep black bloodshot eyes and 2 swords at his sides. It is time we made a move on the Jinchuriki, Pain told the group. Kakuzu, I am sending you to your former village to collect the nanobi for us. Unfortunately, instead of Jess, you will be going with Haiden. I assure you this is a temporary arrangement. Might I ask why? Kakuzu asked as he glared down at the reserve member. Jess will be a part of a specialized 4-person team led by Drachmas to go after the QB, as was recommended by Raisin. He convinced me that this was needed to capture the host of the strongest bijou, and wanted his former underlings on it. Dismissed. And with that, all of the holographic figures dissipated and Haiden went to rendezvous with Kakuzu. Chapter 39 Siege on the Ishorius. Good grief, it's no wonder Minato hates this paperwork, Itachi said as one of his clones dispelled. He himself was working on a pile, while Azumi rubbed his shoulders to relieve the stress. What is it now, sweetie? She asked tenderly. Another civilian council request slipped in to try to lower the standards for graduating academy students next year so their own children have a better shot at becoming ninja. While that would mean we could potentially have more shinobi for the village, Minato refused to send the students into the ninja world unprepared, and I will refuse too. Sorry to disturb you, brother, Sasuke said as he entered the room. But I just wanted to say goodbye for about a month. I will be leaving in about an hour. Good to see you, Azumi. How is my nephew doing? She asked Sasuke. Is he still coping with my brother's death? He is doing fine. He has ultimately learned from Kazuki's mistakes and is training very hard these days. I have confidence that Daisuke will make a good showing of himself, Sasuke said with his arms folded. At any rate, later. He shunshined out of the room. I'm almost finished with the paperwork, Itachi said as he blatantly tore the paper he had just griped about in half before attacking the rest of his piles and making another shadow clone to replace the one that had gone out. Should we get a bite to eat afterwards? I know of a place that has excellent steak. That sounds perfect, Azumi said, giving her lover a kiss on the head. In the AOS room of the Ishoriya clan compound, Naruto and Hinata were going at it in a taijutsu spar, with the former having a slight upper hand thanks to Sage Mode and his healing factor able to repair the damage done whenever Hinata managed to hit him with her hurricane fist, albeit slowly, as long as it was not a blow to a vital area. Naruto rushed forward and tried to launch a sweeping kick at Hinata, who jumped back to avoid it and crossed her arms in front of her face to block the incoming natural energy hit. The blows slammed into her, and she flipped backwards and thrust her palm forward. 8 trigrams Tempest Palm. A blast of wind and water chakra was sent at Naruto, who leapt over the attack and landed in front of Hinata before aiming a punch at her face, and she aimed her next strike at his chest. They both froze, their attacks an inch from each other's target. Had they continued, their blows would have struck each other at the same time, which would have been fatal for the both of them, if they were not in an AOS room, that is. You got me, they both said at the same time to each other before they started to laugh, and they left the room. You want to take the rest of the day off and head into town to get some food? Naruto asked Hinata, and she nodded enthusiastically. Zabuza-sensei. Kin shouted as she looked for her teacher and his date. She had developed a little more over the past 2 years, and wore pretty much the same outfit as always. Where the hell are you? We have to go to Suna for the exams, and you already used enough excuses to keep us from entering in the past. First the one in IWA, where you said you wanted me and Genyamara to finish our elemental manipulation training, then the one in Kumo, because you heard about that Hyuga incident where they tried to kidnap the heiress, only for that agent to get captured, and you went and decided that you did not trust them to leave the last Ice-style user untouched while there. And then you chickened out of going to Kiri. Stop sucking that lady's face and get your butt out here. I refuse to miss these exams. I never want to have to catch that damn cat again. Is that girlfriend of yours this boisterous when you two are out alone too? Genyamara asked Haku as they watched her kick open the doors of abandoned buildings where Zabuza and his girl might be hanging out. Genimara had not changed much, though he had dispensed with the old outfit with the purple robe, and now wore a basic blue shirt and black pants, and he had a pouch where he kept special chakra conducting knuckles that he wore on his fists when he got up close and personal to a fight, as well as a few scrolls where he kept his more bulky weapons stored. Haku, who had gotten a little taller and still wore the same kind of kimono, albeit slightly larger, sweat dropped before he said sadly yes. Zabuza hastily rewrapped his face after one more kiss from the woman he was with as he heard Kin's impatient shouting and felt her killing intent. Kind of a shame your students are taking the exams in Suna. I would have loved the chance to toy with all three of them a little, Enko joked as Zabuza headed out the door. I'd love to pay the kunoichi in particular back for interrupting our alone time. Don't worry about it, Zabuza said as he took his cleaver-like blade on his way out. That raccoon-like friend of Naruto's is proctoring the exams this year if I heard right, so I will make sure he scares Kin to death before the exams are over. Both he and Enko laughed a little sadistically before he left. He circled around the area a little bit before he jumped down in front of his squad. There you are, what the hell were you doing? Kin shouted and Haku and Genimara both face-palmed. Sorry, Zabuza said before he decided to annoy Kin by borrowing some excuses. You see, I got lost on the road to life where a black cat crossed my path, forcing me to take the long way around, only for me to meet an old lady who needed help with her groceries. A certain silver-haired jonin sneezed violently 3 times in rapid succession, unfortunately, right in the face of his purple-haired girlfriend whom he had just been about to kiss, and got a severe beating as a result. Let me at him, Kin shouted as she tried to rush her teacher, only to be held back by Haku. I'm gonna kill him, don't try to stop me, he doesn't care in the least that he has kept us waiting to make Chunin. The least he could do is pretend to be sorry. Do you want to kill me, or do you want to get going? Zabuza asked, which caused Kin to instantly calm down. Still thinking about your old man? Kiyoshi asked his friend, and Daisuke put the old photo away before sighing. The 3-man team was currently waiting for their sensei to show up at the gate, though they were about 15 minutes early. Just a little bit, yes, Daisuke admitted, and Akari walked up. What happened to your family anyway, Daisuke? She asked. She knew Kiyoshi knew the story already, because he and Daisuke had been friends during their last year at the academy, and OST Nightfall plays. I suppose I should tell you since we are comrades, Daisuke said in response. You do know that I am an only child because my mother died in childbirth, right? Without waiting for a response, he continued, after that, my father stopped taking his shinobi training seriously and doted almost entirely on me. He had been a high-level Chunin from the Uchiha clan, close to the point where he could become Jonin, but he gave that up so he could devote himself to raising me, though he refused to give up being a shinobi entirely. But because of his lack of training, he ceased to improve himself, and he started solely relying on his Sharingan and his past training with the clan to get through missions. As a result, when the Uchiha clan nearly revolted, he lost a fight with the village's taijutsu specialist, Might Guy. He survived, but he failed to learn from his defeat and continued to get rusty as he continued to fail to train. My Aunt Azumi tried to get him to spar with her several times, but his heart was never in it. The only reason he remained a shinobi at all was because of his heritage as an Uchiha. Then when that snake Orochimaru invaded our home, he paid the ultimate price. He fought against a few Oto ninja, and though he managed to take them down, he succumbed to injuries he sustained during the fight. Though he was a member of one of Konoha's strongest clans, he was just as mortal as anyone else when push came to shove. Had he not neglected the fact that he was a shinobi as well as a father, he might have survived. You used to blame yourself for his death because you were the focus of his attention, do you remember? Kiyoshi asked, and Daisuke nodded. I used to think that if I had not been selfish enough to let him focus his attention on me rather than his job, he would have trained more and been able to survive the invasion. I also felt guilty that if he had survived and been able to kill more Otonin, more of the relatively few people of Konoha who died that day might have survived. It was a rough time for me, but Aunt Azumi was there for me through it all and I came to terms with it. I ultimately decided not to make the same mistakes Dad did. I refused to think of Ikekei Genkai as a substitute for training to get strong. Do you hate the Oto ninja who took his life? Akari asked, and Daisuke shook his head. What's the point? The fact remains that they are already dead, and even if they weren't, it would serve no purpose for me to hate them or go after them. Even if I avenged my old man, it would not bring him back. And NOST, so what about your family, Kiyoshi? Akari asked her other teammate, who shrugged and said simply, I never knew them, I was always an orphan. That's how I ended up en route for a while. You guys ready to go or what? Sasuke asked as he showed up, a pack slung over his shoulder. Ready when you are, Duckbutt-sensei. Akari shouted in enthusiasm. When are you going to stop calling me that? Sasuke sighed as he bit his thumb and cast some signs. Summoning jutsu. In a large cloud of smoke, 4 large hawks and a giant snake appeared. One hawk turned to the snake and said, "Been a while, how have you been, Aoda?" "Not bad at all, Narubitori," the snake replied. "I see that you have grown quite a bit, though not as much as me." "True enough, but I can still get much higher in the air than your head, even with your new size." "Touché." "Alright then," Sasuke said as he got on Narubitori's back, and his students each got on the back of another hawk. "We're flying out to Suna Narubitori. Aoda, I want you to go underground and make sure no threats to us exist on the ground as we go." "Very well, Sasuke-sama," Aoda replied as he immediately burrowed. "Let's go then, Sasuke," Narubitori said as he extended his wings and he and his fellow hawks took flight. A bit of a distance away from the Uchiha clan compound, the air shattered and 4 figures stepped out through the rift. "Get the troops ready, Caius," Drachmus ordered one of the other 3, who lowered his hood to show that he was the Akatsuki reserve member who bore slight resemblance to Zachary. NOSD Akatsuki theme plays. Jess and the other figures stepped back as the one called Caius removed a scroll from his robes and put some of his blood onto the contained seal. There was a large burst of smoke, and about 200 malformed and seemingly rotting men appeared, some with animal or metal parts attached to their bodies. "Such fools my clan has," Caius chortled as he began writing out orders in the scroll with his blood. Apparently, the creatures were mindless and were linked to the scroll they were stored in, following orders written into it. They follow their so-called ethics and fail to properly experiment with our power and reach our true potential. You would think that they are capable of something as simple as cheating death itself, just as I have for the past several centuries, but their potential is so very greatly ignored. The small army received the orders via the link of the scroll and immediately moved towards positions where they could surround the Uchiha clan compound before the siege started. Caius wrote out some more orders before he put the scroll away and cast some signs. Summoning Jutsu Edo Tensei. 11 coffins sprung up from the ground and the reanimated troops stepped from their caskets. One of them was a familiar face. "I should have known that you would bring me back via this sickening jutsu, Caius," Drex said as he tested his body, including his formerly severed right arm. "What can I say, you do have your uses," Caius said, and he then addressed the remaining troops. "You 8, prepare to use the octagon formation field jutsu. We will need to keep the clan from interfering while Drachmus captures the QB for us. As for you 2, Victor, and will assure you," he turned to a rather heavily muscled man wearing chain mail armor with long gray hair and solid black eyes that blended with the Edo Tensei eyes, and another man with bright yellow hair to his shoulder blades, green eyes, a red dragon tattoo, and a brown shirt with blue pants. Caius gave a sadistic smirk as he continued, "It's time for a reunion with your killer and son, respectively." And NOSD. About an hour later, Naruto and Hinata were walking up the road from town after enjoying their meal, which was rather unsurprisingly ramen, and laughing at the memories of the gleeful face of the restaurant owner as he had counted the elder dimensions equivalent of real, when there was a large explosion over in the direction of the Uchiha clan compound. Without a word, they upped the pace from a slow walk to a full-on sprint back to the compound. NOSD stalemate plays. There was a lot of dust and debris from where Drachmus's demonic sphere, his version of a bijou bomb, had hit the wall, blasting away more than 2/3 of it. 5 Yosorias had been killed instantly by the explosion, and there were several more injured. Matthew, who had been placed in charge of the watch that day, grit his teeth in anger before firing several arrows in rapid succession, each with an elemental chakra in them, at Drachmus as he reverted to his human form. Another figure came between the arrows and their target, and though the arrows shredded the man's coat, the arrows themselves simply bounced off the man's skin. "There was no need to have Drek defend me, Caius," Drachmus said to the rogue Shikokyo with a slight frown, and Caius simply shrugged as he directed Drek to charge. As he did so, several of the corpses that had been modified in death followed him. Matthew immediately set down his bow and cast several hand signs. Fire-style blazing tsunami jutsu. A large wave of fire burst from his mouth and engulfed Drek and all of the undead beasts. To his horror, he was only able to peel a little bit of skin off of the beasts, and Drek's body was only heated with no harm to him. The best part about corpses is that you can modify them any way you please that would kill off a person, but the corpses are still usable, Caius said with a smirk. As such, it is easy to put some very strong, albeit toxic, chemicals in their veins that would take a lot more heat than that to burn, as well as bonding metal to their bones to add to physical strength and durability to them. Not only that, but since they are already dead, they don't feel pain, and they do not die from otherwise mortal injuries. They won't stop until they are in pieces, he finished as he watched Matthew engage 3 at once, filling them with arrows, but failing to even slow them. Realizing his bow was useless, he tossed it aside and coated his hands in lightning chakra, similar to chakra scalpels, but with more cutting power, and started to slice through the undead flesh. But even severed limbs were still able to move and the lacerations were completely ignored by the creatures. Matthew jumped back and cast his hand signs, or a styled defensive rock dome. He was then hidden in a dome of rock and he sat down within it in a meditative pose. 5 more beasts appeared, and joined the other 3 and Drek in trying to break into the shell. It only took 10 seconds for them to succeed, but that was enough for Matthew to go into sage mode and he jumped into the air as his defense shattered and a Raisin Gan formed in his hand before fire chakra was added. Fire-style Raisin Bomb, he shouted and threw the volatile sphere down at his assailants. The concussive force of the blast knocked Drek back, and the heat caused the beasts to smolder despite the fire-resistant chemicals, and their flesh actually charred. Meanwhile, 3 other Yashorias stood their ground as Drachmus came at them in his human form with a sword ready. They drew their own blades, and engaged him, but one as quickly cut down and the other 2 disarmed. He was about to finish them off when he heard the shout of water-style Raisin Tide. The sphere of water slammed into his side and he got trapped in the water prison as it expanded. Vanessa jumped onto the wall from the watchtower she had thrown the Raisin Tide at Drachmus from, her eyes making her sage mode evident. You should not have messed with the Yashoria clan, she growled as a Raisin Shuriken formed in her hand and she threw it at the seemingly helpless Drachmus. It was unfortunate for her that Drachmus burst the water prison he was in with brute force and caught the Raisin Shuriken with his morphed hand and it dispersed. He returned his hand to normal and he rushed her with his blade ready, and she drew her own. They began a kenjutsu duel that seemed quite equal before Vanessa ducked under a thrust from Drachmus and stabbed at his shoulder, conducting fire chakra through her blade. The attack failed when the tip of her sword failed to penetrate as he had morphed the skin there into his demon's hide, and he punched her with one of his extra arms as it sprouted. She skidded backwards but recovered fast enough to block an overhead chop from Drachmus, though the impact knocked her sword loose. Guys! A familiar voice shouted and Drachmus turned to see Naruto and Hinata approaching fast. Perfect, Drachmus said as he leapt at Naruto, and still playing stalemate. Meanwhile, Felix, Erika and Ka were defending the other side of the compound with some help from Isaac, who was holding his own against 2 of the undead creatures with his double-bladed spear unsealed. Felix bisected one, but the top half still clawed at him, and he was forced to jump back. What kind of abominations are these things? Erika demanded as she knocked several back with an earth-style jutsu, only for them to get up as though they weren't hurt at all and attack again. I don't know, but it's time for some muscle. Felix shouted as he and Kyle both shouted, summoning jutsu. Vargan and a sapphire-blue dragon appeared, Vargan having been summoned by Felix, and the other dragon by Kyle. Not bad at all, Jess said as she stepped into the border of the compound, followed by 2 others. Felix's eyes widened as he took in the appearances of both other figures. Naruto saw Drachmus coming a second too late to do anything, and he took a brutal hit to the gut that launched him back away from the compound. Naruto! Hinata shouted as she tried to turn to aid her love, but 2 cloaked figures dashed by her and cast a few signs, sealing barrier octagon formation field. They and 6 others in the required formation shouted and a bright yellow force field appeared in the shape of an octagon, and Hinata slammed full force into the barrier, which pulsed, before blasting her backwards with a pained cry, though she was mostly unharmed. Damn, Matthew said as he avoided another blow. That is one of the worst barriers to deal with, it is almost impenetrable, and you can't dimension door in or out of it. Naruto's cut off from all aid. Chapter 40 Awakened Power. An OSDA crisis after another plays. Blast it, Naruto said as he took in the barrier and glared at Drachmus. Tough luck for you, brat, the black-haired man said as he sprouted his 2 extra arms. This time, no one will interfere. The whole Yashoria clan is now at the mercy of Caius, as is that fiancé of yours. They can help you, and you can help them. Think something like that will keep me out? Naruto demanded as he attempted to Hiraishin back into the compound. Nothing happened. What gives? Naruto asked. His face showed his shock. Simple, Drachmus said. Not only is that barrier tough as nails, but space-time ninjutsu cannot be used to enter or exit its confines. In essence, you can't get in and they can't get out. We'll see about that. First I'll deal with you, then I'll get rid of that Caius you mentioned before he harms my friends. Just one question. How did you find out I was in this dimension? Simple. Did you really think that we did not have eyes and ears here? When Felix was seen by one of our spies in this dimension, despite his efforts to keep a low profile, it was easy to deduce that you must have come with him. And here I thought I was off the map, Naruto said as he drew a Rashikata. Pain flashed through his eyes, but other than a slight wince at the now familiar sensation, there was no indication that Naruto felt any pain. NOSD, take this. Drachmus shouted as seals on all 4 of his wrists activated and a continuous amount of shuriken and kunai were unsealed for him to throw at the blonde. With 4 arms, this led to a serious threat for Naruto, who frantically deflected them before he took a misstep and fell. Drachmus halted his attack and rushed Naruto, who suddenly grinned as his eyes turned yellow with a red pigment around them and a Raisin shuriken formed in his hand. "NOSD strong in strike plays, you fell for it," Naruto declared as he threw his Raisin shuriken at Drachmas, who had to halt his charge and thrust out his hands to catch the attack. As the jutsu grinded against his morphed limbs, Naruto leapt into the air above his foe, and formed another Raisin shuriken and a Raisin bomb. He threw them both at Drachmas's back from above, and they combined as they hit, causing a large explosion from the Raisin bomb, fueled by the Raisin shuriken for more potent flames, causing Drachmas to snarl as he fully entered his demon form to take the blow. Naruto landed as the blast died down, and Drachmas emerged from the smoke fully transformed and slightly burned. "How did you go into Sage mode so fast?" the beast demanded. "I know that you did not create a shadow clone yet. I was watching you too closely, and you weren't still long enough to gather the nature energy yourself." "Simple," Naruto said as he formed the familiar cross seal and 4 shadow clones in Sage mode appeared, before they scattered. "I was gathering the energy while I was deflecting the weapons you were throwing at me." "How?" "You were moving the whole time." "You're right. It used to be that I could not enter Sage mode while in motion, because while I could gather natural energy while moving, I cannot regulate how much I take in. And that was just asking to end up as a frog statue if I'm being honest. But that was before Kurama and I came up with a solution." Long story short, Kurama cackled with Naruto's mouth. "I figured out that I could purge his system of the surplus sage chakra with a bit of my own before it started to affect him. Best part is, it does not take much of my own chakra to do so, just a small amount that I would not even notice gone if I was not paying attention." "Interesting," Drachmas said, glaring at Naruto. "It is truly a shame that I have to take you down. You have so much potential." His cheeks puffed out, and he fired a blast of the flames that were too dark to even be called black he had used before. Naruto stretched out his hand and sent a burst of chakra at the approaching fireball. He had remembered what Felix had said about hellfire, which could not be extinguished or sealed, but it could be returned to its own dimension by using your own chakra to disperse the chakra binding it to the dimension it was summoned to by its user. Sure enough, the flames disappeared. But so had Drachmas during the diversion. The original Naruto turned in time to block a blow from Drachmas with a Rashikata, the blade of which cracked before it broke, and Drachmas's punch sent Naruto flying backwards before he flipped and landed on his feet and looked angrily at the broken hilt of his sword. "That's the second time you broke my weapon, you ass," Naruto said. Drachmas just growled at Naruto before he was engulfed in an explosion, having completely missed the explosive seal Naruto had put on the ground where he had been standing before Drachmas had sent him flying. Taking advantage of the momentary diversion, Naruto entered his Bijou Chakra mode, complete with the sage cloak and red slit eyes, before charging his slightly disorientated foe, who recovered and charged back at Naruto. They met midway, and Naruto formed 2 extra arms made of chakra and all 4 of each of their hands locked together, halting the charge of the other. For a moment, they strained against one another, before one of the clones that Naruto had made before hit Drachmas in the side with a Raisin mace before dispelling from the backlash. The force of the most powerful in terms of damage single-element Rinnegan easily knocked Drachmas slightly off balance with his hide torn in his side, and the original Naruto took advantage of this to spin Drachmas around and throw him at his other 3 clones, who were busy forming a collaboration Rinnegan, one that had the external appearance of a Raisin mace, but also had wind and fire chakra in the hollow center. When the clones spotted Drachmas, the one who formed the main body of the jutsu declared, "Fire, wind, and earth-style Raisin rocket." "And thank you for this idea, Valivarian." The 2 other clones dispelled as the one with the Raisin rocket spun and flung the jutsu at Drachmas. While the regular Raisin mace could not be thrown, this version propelled by the fire chakra fueled by the wind chakra in the center. This not only made the jutsu throw able, but also drastically upped the damage it could cause due to its speed and the explosion it would deliver once it hit. Unfortunately, its weakness was that it still moved slower than the other thrown Raisingans, other than its now obsolete predecessor, the Raisin Cannon, which was a Raisin mace propelled by wind chakra to be thrown, though the range of that version was still abysmal. As a result of the Raisin rocket's somewhat slow movement, Drachmas was just barely able to flap his 4 wings on time to go up and avoid the jutsu. However, the original Naruto was prepared for that and had made 2 more 3-element Raisingans with 2 extra chakra arms for each of his hands, these ones similar to a solid Raisin shuriken, but the earthen shell was molten and flaming. "Fire, earth and wind style blazing solid Raisin shuriken," Naruto shouted as he let the new jutsus fly, and both slammed into Drachmas with a lot of force. They exploded after the hit, and Drachmas shouted in anger and pain before the blasts died down. He landed burned and bloody where the attacks had hit, though not with as much damage as Naruto had hoped, before he pulled a large chunk of rock the size of 3 elephants from the ground and threw it at Naruto, who used his extendable chakra limbs to break it to pieces before Drachmus moved fast enough to practically materialize behind him and hit him in the back with enough force to break his spine despite the chakra cloak's protection and throw him a good distance forward. And Naruto slammed right into the chakra field, keeping him out of the Ishoryu compound. The barrier pulsed and blasted Naruto back at Drachmus, who fired another ball of hellfire, this one hitting Naruto, and causing him to scream in agony as he landed, the flames burning away at his chakra cloak, before he was able to blast his chakra into it and banish the flames. His wounds were only just starting to heal when Drachmus dashed at him, grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground, carving out a large crater. Naruto retaliated with another chakra arm forming from his chest and punching Drachmus in the face, but the blow had only a little effect beyond further pissing Drachmus off, and causing him to raise all four of his arms to land a double hammer blow, which cracked Naruto's skull. Drachmus raised his arms again, when chakra chains wrapped around his arms, holding him in place. He turned in time to see the clone that Naruto had not dispelled yet, the one that had thrown the Raisin rocket earlier, rush forward and slam a Raisin mace into his face. The chains the clone was using held Drachmus against the attack briefly, before the clone was forced to dispel from the backlash of his own jutsu, and it was Drachmus's turn to hit the barrier. The real Naruto got up in time to catch the repulsed Drachmus, and he threw him headfirst into the ground. He did not have long to celebrate, however, because he got hit with another ball of hellfire and took both of Drachmus's right elbows in the torso as he banished the flames, sending him flying back and crashing through a boulder. NOSD. This beast is a lot tougher than I remember, Kurama growled from within Naruto. I hear ya, Naruto replied mentally. The sad thing is, I remember him being pretty damn tough in the first place. Do you want to use that mode yet? Not yet. I don't want to get caught too tired to fight after using your power for that long if we fail to finish him before it runs out. And besides, I'm going to need as much chakra as you can give me if we are to bust through that barrier to help our friends once this is over. So let's save it for when we need to end the fight. Very well, but don't get too stingy with our power, or it may well cost you. Naruto replied with a mental nod and rose from the rubble of the boulder before Drachmus charged again. Meanwhile, Hinata was trying to get through the barrier herself to get to Naruto, but none of the arrows she fired had any effect, no matter which one she tried, or where she hit the barrier. You might want to stop wasting arrows, it will do no good, a silky voice behind her said, and she quickly turned around to see Caius casually leaning back against one of the trees in the confines of the barrier. Your more immediate concern is me, he continued, and he unfurled a scroll. NOSD Orochimaru's battle plays. 15 of his undead creations appeared bursts of smoke, and he wrote down several instructions for them to follow before putting the scroll away. They said I should take you hostage in case Drachmus fails to capture the Kyuubi, Caius continued as the creatures rushed Hinata in a blind frenzy. She backed up and shot one through the heart with a wind chakra arrow, but it did not even flinch. But I have a better idea. I think I should instead kill you and keep you around as an Edo Tensei. Then if the brat manages to escape Drachmus, you can capture him for me. That is sickening. I refuse to serve the likes of you in such a manner, Hinata said as her face took on a rare hard expression and she fired an arrow that Naruto had put an explosive seal on. It hit another of the creatures and blasted its arm off. Hinata was then horrified to see the severed arm's fingers pull it along at her, crawling like an insect at her. Just who are you? She asked as she was able to pin the arm with another of her arrows before she fired more explosive ones at the oncoming attackers, having come to the conclusion that her only chance of stopping them was to get them torn into pieces too small to do any damage. Her Byakugan activated and she saw the creatures had chakra flowing into them, and it seemed to come from the scroll in Caius's pocket, and she changed her tactics, instead firing an arrow at the scroll. However, Caius was clearly expecting this, because he was able to catch the arrow just before the tip touched his robes. Hinata's eyes widened as 7 of the creatures surrounded her and Caius said, I am Caius Shikokyo, who was given the moniker the Corrupt Phoenix over 1,000 years ago, because of my method of repeatedly cheating death itself. Even so, I have no intention of simply letting you kill me, even if I do have a means of returning from the grave. The creatures closed in on Hinata, who ran out of exploding arrows, and tossed her bow aside and spun. Harken Kaiten. The dome with the wind and water blades sprung up and the beasts were struck dead on, and got lacerated, and a few limbs were severed before they were thrown back. Hinata's rotation stopped, and she charged at Caius, who was defended by a few more of the creatures, but they were knocked aside by blows from her hurricane fist, and she was able to break several of the metal-reinforced bones when she used her Raisinkin. Caius just watched as his opponent struggled to reach him as his undead guards continued to hinder her. Matthew ducked a kick from Drek and hit the black steel body with one of his own, but beyond knocking Drek back a little, it had little effect. Matthew did not stop there, however, as he fired a few arrows charged with lightning chakra, each of them penetrating slightly dyed to the metal of Drek's body, having been weakened by several heatings and coolings given by Matthew's and Vanessa's fire and water-style jutsus. So far, however, Drek had only recovered from each injury thanks to his Edo Tensei body, and every time they inflicted an injury severe enough to slow him enough to try to use the elemental dragon's separation sealing on him, several of the undead beasts would take great pains to break away from combat with other Yoshoria clan members, and would rush to Drek's defense long enough for him to recover. This is getting ridiculous, Vanessa shouted as she tried to cut her way through a few of the corpses before it was too late to seal Drek, only to fail as the Edo Tensei punched her in the face. Matthew coated his hand in lightning chakra again and cut into Drek, but was backhanded across the chest. Edo Tensei was a very unfair jutsu indeed, and NOSD sneaking nightmare plays, such a horrible thing to do, Isaac said as he shed his kimono, showing that he wore nothing over his torso under it, and had dark green combat fatigues. Despite the questionable state of his mind, his body was in excellent shape with the physique of a well-trained triathlon. His torso was also covered in plenty of battle-ready seals as well. He got into a stance with his double-ended spear to fight off his undead opponents, completely serious now that lives were on the line. Reanimating a person's corpse like that. Kyle meanwhile caved in the chest of one of the creatures with a stone-encased fist before Jess extended her arm and wrapped it around his neck and threw him to the side. He was able to right himself in the air and land. He glared up at Jess and said, "I take it you want to fight me then?" He went still for a moment as he gathered natural energy before he had to hastily stop and avoid one of Jess's fists. "You're not going into sage mode," she chastised him before she charged him again. "Get out of my way, you freaks!" Isaac shouted as he impaled one of the creatures and released one of his arm seals to engulf it in flames. But they died down before they could take hold on the corpse due to the flame-retardant chemicals in its body. He dived out of the way of another blow before he ripped his headband off to open his third eye. "Oh, I see, you are remotely controlled by something," he said before he hastily replaced his headband to reduce the drain on his chakra. In that case, he circled around his foe and slapped a seal on the back of its neck, blocking all incoming chakra from controlling the thing, causing it to collapse like a ton of bricks. Kyle saw what Isaac was doing and nodded his approval before he slammed his fist into Jess's gut, but with no effect. If he could only buy enough time to go into sage mode, then he could detect the chakra of her the vital organs and do some damage to her. She formed her hands into blades and was able to cut him a little before he could jump back. Seeing Kyle in a pickle, Isaac finished off a seventh corpse in the same fashion he had done with the first one and tried to rush in to help, but a cloaked figure jumped in front of him and blocked his spear with crossed scimitars. "I will be your opponent," the figure said as he savagely kicked Isaac in the chest, knocking the usually insane Triclops back. "Well, I certainly never expected to fight against my killer alongside his father," Victor said as he and Will stepped forward. Felix was torn between giving Victor one of his dirtiest looks and looking sadly at what had become of his father. "Felix, is that?" Erica asked as she looked at the reanimated Will Yashori. "He is," Felix said as his grip tightened on the hilt of elemental infinity. "Whoever brought him back to try to destroy us is going to pay dearly." "Erica, Vargan, Carrick," he said to his wife and his and Kyle's summons. "I'll take care of Victor and my old man. You three try and get rid of as many of those other corpses as you can. Vargan, use your flames to burn them to ash. They should be hot enough to do the job, even with those chemicals. Carrick, use your water to herd them into areas where you can squash several of them at once. Erica, just use the elemental dragon separation sealing jutsu on them, it should do the job." "Understood, Felix-sama," both Vargan and Carrick replied before they went after the largest concentrations of the corpses they could, while Erica looed like she was going to argue, but she took one look at the expression on her husband's face and nodded. "Don't you dare die on me," she ordered him before she drew her sword and rushed off to defend her other kinsman. "I'm so sorry I have to fight you, Felix," Will said as his body took up a fighting stance against his will. "I am sorry myself, father, but I will defend the clan to the end, just as you did. I just wish I could have been close enough to Marcus to keep you from being killed by him in the first place." "Which brings me to one question, Victor." Felix glared at the man as he charged, unsealing a battle hammer as he came. Felix blocked the blow on elemental infinity, and a shockwave came from the force of it. "How did you twist Marcus's mind to the level where he betrayed us for the likes of a scumbag like you?" NOSD, Naruto skidded backwards, clutching his face from the force of the last punch he had received from Drachmas, before he jumped over one of his foe's whip-like tails and grabbed Drachmas with several chakra chains and 2 chakra arms, while making 2 more to form a Raisin rocket before launching it at Drachmas. NOSD lightning speed plays. Realizing he could not break free of Naruto's grip on time to avoid the jutsu, he instead blasted it with hellfire to burn it up before it could reach him. He then broke free of the chains and hands, only to take the blazing solid Raisin shuriken Naruto had thrown behind the Raisin rocket in the gut. Drachmus growled as he was blasted back. The beast recovered fast enough to block several blows from Naruto's chakra arms and punched Naruto in the gut with both of his left hands. Naruto coughed up blood and staggered backwards, and Drachmus was about to continue his assault. But Naruto formed 6 chakra arms, each of which formed a giant Rinnegan, and all of them blasted into Drachmus, throwing him back again. Drachmus rose to his feet, looking ticked at this point, and Naruto said, "Geez, you always could take a beating, but you've actually gotten tougher over the past 2 years." He was about to follow up on his assault, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw something that made his blood freeze. Hinata was sweating profusely as she looked at the remains of the creatures Caius had used against her. The twisted man clapped his hands in mock applause and said, "Bravo, you beat my creations, and you only had to tire yourself out in the process. Shall we up the difficulty setting?" He pulled out another scroll, and there was a large burst of smoke as a large beast that had a lion's body, but also had the heads of a dragon and an eagle stitched onto either side of the neck, with the lion's head between them. It also had 7 snakes for tails and dragon wings stitched to its body. "So what do you think of my chimera?" Caius asked as it swept its paw at Hinata, who stumbled due to her exhaustion as she tried to dodge and took the full force of the blow, breaking several bones in her body and flinging her back. "I made it with the pieces of several dead creatures." Hinata tried and failed to rise, and could only spit up blood as the chimera approached to finish her off. "NOST, Hinata!" Naruto shouted as he desperately dashed at the barrier, not caring that he could not break through it. He just had to try to get to her before Caius's beast killed her. Then a burst of pain flashed through his eyes, more intense than ever before. "NOST emergence of talents plays. What the?" Naruto thought as the pain receded again, but this time, his vision was different. It was as if Naruto could actually see chakra, not just in the barrier, but he could see the chakra running from Caius's scroll to his chimera, as well as a white flame that did not exist in the chimera, but could be seen in the chest of both Caius and Hinata. As if in slow motion, the chimera raised its paw to crush Hinata, who was fighting to stay conscious. As if on instinct, just before he collided with the barrier, Naruto's hands stretched out and a chakra barrier formed, which connected with the force field. What happened next was almost disorientating to Naruto. The force field actually gave way to the blonde, and Naruto felt a flood of energy in his chakra coils. But he ignored it as he immediately high-shined to where Hinata lay now that he was within the boundaries of the field. The beast's paw came down on both of them, and Caius looked surprised that Naruto was there, and worried that Naruto had been killed. But then he became worried for another reason entirely. Naruto had donned his Bijou chakra cloak, and was holding the chimera's paw above his head almost effortlessly, and he got to his feet, his hands still pushing against the paw. Caius immediately directed his barrier-maintaining Edo Tensei to lower the field, and their caskets appeared to take them away from the fight. "Drachmus, how did he get through?" he demanded as the demonic beast leapt to his side. "I don't know," Drachmus shouted as he fired a blast of hellfire at Hinata's prone form. Getting angry, Naruto threw the chimera away from him with a mighty push upwards and got between the hellfire and Hinata. The chakra field appeared again, and the hellfire struck it. Though the flames themselves weren't absorbed, the chakra binding them to this dimension was, and they vanished. "Don't you dare harm Hinata, you bastards," he shouted as he glared up at Drachmus and Caius, and their eyes widened as they saw Naruto's. Gone were the sparkling blue eyes, or the red eyes of Bijou mode. In their place were spheres that had become a light purple in color, and had a black pupil surrounded by many circles in a ripple pattern. Chapter 41 Answers. That's. Caius stammered as he saw Naruto's eyes. "I know," Drachmus growled, glaring at Naruto. The Rinnegan eyes stared intently into the eyes that were darker than black where the whites should be, with the pupils being dark gray and the scarlet horizontal slits. "I'm taking you guys out right now," Naruto said as he made the cross seal, and a shadow clone appeared, causing slight disorientation for the blonde when his field of vision suddenly expanded. Both he and his clone looked at each other, and they both saw each other's in their own eyes, and their jaws dropped as they recognized the dojutsu. "How did I get the Rinnegan?" Naruto asked, and Hinata hazily looked up at Naruto. "The Rinnegan?" she asked weakly. "The same eyes Pain had? Worry about it later, Naruto." Kurama snapped within his container. "As interested as I am to know how you have the same eyes as my father, you need to focus on getting your vixen to safety and ending these fools who dared to harm her. Get Hinata out of here," Naruto ordered his clone, who nodded and picked her up bridal style as she passed out and leapt out of the area. Despite the disorientating effect of the extra field of vision, Naruto was glad to have it now, for he would instantly know if his clone ran into trouble. His Bijou chakra mowed down the sage cloak, and the center of his Rinnegan eyes changed, the innermost circle turning red with the pupil becoming a slit. "NOST heavy violence plays, here I come," he shouted, and he dashed at Drachmus and Caius, who ran in opposite directions, Caius unsealing 50 more of his reanimated corpses and writing instructions to capture rather than kill in the scroll, before they charged Naruto. "Is that all you can do?" Naruto demanded as he formed a Raisin rocket and threw it at the corpses, who were too brain dead to dodge. The jutsu blasted into them and completely destroyed all but a few of the bodies that were on the edges of the attack, and Drachmus paled at the thought that the jutsu could have hit him several times, before he grabbed a boulder and flung it at the Jinchuriki, who took the blow in the back of his head, and the rock shattered into dust as it hit, though it had little effect on Naruto. Caius actually dashed forward and punched Naruto in the gut about as hard as Tsunade could strike, surprising the blonde as he was flung back. He righted himself and tried to suck in air for a moment. How can a guy who relies on his dead things to fight hit so hard? He demanded of Caius as he dodged a swipe from the Shikokyo's chimera. "Simple," Caius said as he closed in and engaged Naruto in close quarters. "My powers allow me to revive the dead muscle cells in my body, cells that die as they replicate. As such, my muscle mass becomes much more efficient, especially when I use my chakra to further strengthen the limbs. Drachmus may be Lord Raisin's right-hand man in terms of power, but I am his left hand for good reason, not just because I have served him for far longer." Naruto jumped away from Caius and his chimera and ducked a blow from Drachmus before grabbing one of the latter's extra arms, and his predapath became active, causing the chakra to be drained from the limb, and it returned to a human form and receded into Drachmus's body. Drachmus hastily backed off and channeled more chakra to the limb, causing it to return. "Just who the hell is this Raisin you mentioned?" Naruto demanded. "You really don't know?" Caius chuckled. "He is in the books, you know, under the same name as well." "That can't be right. Felix had been looking for ages, and there was nothing," Naruto replied. "Clearly, he has not been looking in the right books then," Drachmus said as he cast a few hand signs. "Hellfire-style Infernal Inferno." An explosion of hellfire burst from Drachmus's mouth and hands and headed right for Naruto, who immediately activated Predapath again. The flames hit the absorption barrier, and the energy binding them faded again, causing the flames to disperse. Caius took advantage of the momentary distraction to get behind Naruto and throw a punch that slammed into the back of his head and threw him several feet forward before Naruto was able to flip around, and he impaled Caius through the chest with one of his chakra arms, killing the rogue Shikokyo instantly. Naruto felt sorrow for having killed, but at least the man's death was painless, and he could not let the man continue living to hurt others. Then 9 coffins came from the ground around Caius's corpse, surprising Naruto, as the 8 previous barrier users exited their coffins and took their formation to cast their barrier. The 9th coffin opened and another man who looked like he could be a Shikokyo, clearly in Edo Tensei mindless mode, approached the body and started channeling purple chakra into it to close the wound. Naruto immediately rushed the barrier, intending to stop what was happening, only to get slammed from behind by Drachmus, who then positioned himself between Naruto and Caius. "That's it!" Naruto shouted as he slapped his palms together. "You bastards have threatened my precious people for long enough," he declared as he took the full force of Kurama's chakra and an explosion of power took place as he went full Bijou mode. "Just great," Drachmus said as he looked at the giant golden fox that was formed with the Bijou mode Naruto standing in the mouth. The golden paw came down on top of Drachmus, who caught it and managed to force the paw back up, only for Naruto to extend 2 of the tails and sweep them under the paw from opposite directions for it to violently sandwich Drachmus between them. Then Naruto felt an impact in his side as the chimera followed the standing orders written on the scroll. "Gotta do better than that," Naruto snorted as his 7 other tails lashed at the chimera and ripped it to shreds that were too small to do anything. Drachmus leapt at Naruto, bloodied more than ever from the last attack, and he formed an energy ball similar to a Bijou bomb from his mouth. Naruto replied by making a Bijou bomb, demonic devastation sphere. Drachmus shouted as he fired it off, "Bijou bomb." The collective voice of Naruto and Kurama bellowed as they let their own attack fly. The 2 chakra orbs collided and exploded, flinging Drachmus back, and causing Naruto and Kurama to dig their feet into the ground. Drachmus recovered by using his wings and air dashing at the transformed Naruto, and smacking Kurama's face with his 2 right arms, actually knocking them on their side. "Man, a bitch slap from that guy hurts a lot," Kurama grunted as Drachmus charged another demonic devastating sphere. One of Kurama's tails swept at the flying demon, who skillfully performed a rolling maneuver out of the way before he fired the attack into the transformed duo's gut, causing Kurama to roar in pain before he was able to slam a tail into Drachmus, knocking him out of the air and into the ground, carving a huge crater into it, and kicking up a lot of dust. Naruto and Kurama both winced as they felt several more blows from 3 more chimeras as a now revived Caius put the scrolls that held them back into his pockets, and the 9 coffins once again disappeared into the earth. "Did you really think I would only have 1 chimera in stock?" The rogue Shikokyo asked rhetorically as Kurama and Naruto began attacking their new foes, and Drachmus dug himself back out of the ground, looking completely pissed at this point. NNOSD, answer me. Felix demanded as he sidestepped another blow from Victor, only to get kicked in the side of the head by his own father and knocked into the side of the fortress walls. He quickly got out of the rubble and bisected Will with a cut from his sword. Before he could use the elemental dragon's separation ceiling, he was forced to avoid a swing from Victor's hammer. Just try and get me to talk. While it does not matter to me if you know any more, I think I would rather spite you right now, Victor said as he swung again, only to be blocked by Felix grabbing the handle of his hammer and kicking through Victor's midsection. Then I have no choice but to take some of your memories as my own, Felix said as he grabbed his reanimated foe by the head. Though I would rather not have had to enter your twisted mind. Pulse Imprint Jutsu. An OST scene of a disaster plays. Flashback. Come on Victor-sama, I already have my demon form down already. Please let me go visit Felix today. A young Marcus pleaded of his master. Victor looked down at Marcus before shaking his head. You still need to practice, Marcus. If our coup to overthrow the tyrannical council is to succeed, then a lot depends on what you will be capable of by the time you reach 10 years old, and that is only 3 years away. I also want to teach you how to use Hellfire soon, so keep at it. I've been at it for the past 10 hours. Come on, it's been a month since you last let me visit Felix, and he is like a brother to me. And does he return those brotherly feelings? Victor asked with an edge to his voice. What do you mean, of course he dash? He does not, Victor continued ruthlessly. He sees you as a pest, a burden to himself and his own training. He was given the task of being your caretaker for the first 5 years of your life, and that is as far as his affection goes. You were merely a job to him, and he fears your power. You would do better to forget about him and focus on your own potential for now. Victor was then slammed through the wall after Marcus had struck him with both hands, having morphed them into their demonic shape. I don't believe you, Marcus shouted before he fled the compound, tears flowing from his eyes. Victor snarled as he rose to his feet, and coughed up a bit of blood. In hindsight, he should have seen that attack coming. His eyes narrowed as he decided he would have to take further measures if he was to mold Marcus into his weapon. So what did you want to discuss with me, Victor? Brad Kokuratsu Asuda, Mind Twister, asked inside of Victor's private chambers a few days later. His clan was one that heavily specialized in genjutsu, and could easily master virtually any learnable jutsu in that department with ease. They were well known for interrogation techniques as well as their capacity for driving any enemy inexperienced in genjutsu insane. Brad was one of Victor's most trusted servants, and was a genius even among his clan for the art. He was the one who was helping Victor frame the Elder Dimension's government for heinous deeds, so Victor could justify his coup and grab power. It's about the weapon, the part demon we created, Victor replied. He is not being cooperative. While he is getting very powerful indeed, he still has a ways to go before he is able to play the role I intend for him. In the meantime, he is distracted by that useless bond he has with the Felix brat. So you intend to make him sever the bond, one way or another, is that it? Brad asked. That is correct. And I need you to do a task for that. I want you to use your genjutsu abilities to implant this memory I scripted out for you within his mind. Victor handed Brad a few sheets of paper, and Brad looked them over. The jutsu you want me to use is risky, Victor, Brad stated. If the genjutsu memory is dispelled before it fully assimilates into his mind, he could very well turn on us, which is why I have not taught Marcus how to dispel genjutsu yet. And by the time he does know how to do so, the implanted memory will already be a part of his own mind, and he will believe it to be as real as the bruises he got during last week's training session. Oh, and make sure it is set to always surface whenever Marcus starts thinking about the bond he and Felix have shared. Wouldn't want him to have a relapse and return to his friend's side, now would we? Very well, but this genjutsu is also forbidden, and is punishable by a lifetime incarceration if used without good cause, so, way ahead of you, Victor said as he handed Brad an envelope, which evidently held a large sum of money. It was about a week later when Marcus had come back to Victor and apologized for doubting his words. The memory that had been implanted was one where Marcus overheard a conversation between Felix and Kyle, one that held words that made Marcus believe that the bond he had with Felix was a lie. And after that, Marcus began to throw himself into his training. Even the sturdiest training dummies were easily broken by the young demon, and Victor smiled when Marcus admitted that he imagined each one to have the face of either Felix or Kyle. And flashback, and NOSD, Felix returned to reality, shaking with sheer rage as he sheathed elemental infinity and started punching Victor as hard as he could, blasting pieces of the Edo Tensei body out with each blow. Felix did not care that Victor did not feel pain from the blows, or that he would only regenerate. He just wanted to take his rage out on the heartless bastard who ruined the happy life Marcus could have had, all for his own selfish, twisted goals. An OST need to be strong plays. Felix, watch out. Will shouted as he shot a bolt of lightning chakra at Felix, who sensed the attack on time thanks to Sage Mode and despite his enraged state of mind. Felix knocked Victor away from him and ducked under the jutsu and threw a punch laced with wind and lightning chakra at Will from a distance, sending the chakra at his father and blasting the Edo Tensei back. Felix had no time to celebrate, however, as Victor had regenerated and managed to land a blow from his hammer between Felix's shoulder blades. Felix coughed up blood as he was thrown forward, towards his regenerating father. Will laced his hand with lightning chakra and thrust it forward, only for Felix to right himself on time in the air and move his head to the side so he only got his cheek cut. Just as Felix landed, he drew his blade and decapitated Will. Before the body could regenerate, Felix tried to slap his palm against the chest to place the seal on him, but he only got a kick in the side from Victor for his trouble. Felix was thrown to the side by the blow and rolled to his feet on time to deflect another shot from that hammer and stabbed Victor between the eyes. He then turned to see Will coming at his side with a jutsu using lightning, wind and fire chakras to send a bullet-shaped shot of the elemental energy at a foe. It was Will's greatest jutsu, the volatile gun, and it had enough power to level several buildings at once. Felix immediately made 3 shadow clones and formed a Raisin shuriken, with the clones adding lightning, water and earth chakra to the jutsu, causing it to gain a shell of stone with water swirling in the center, conducting a large amount of lightning chakra. Will shot the volatile gun, and Felix threw his own jutsu as he shouted, earth, water, lightning and wind-style electrobomb Raisin shuriken. The jutsus collided in midair, and Felix's easily overpowered Will's and continued on its course. It was not for nothing Will was once Yushoria clan head though, despite his disadvantage of Felix having his old blade instead of him. One of the things the volatile gun was good at was that it could be formed quickly and easily, so could be shot multiple times. Will managed to get off 5 more shots and managed to marginally slow the incoming 4-element Rinnegan before it hit him, the earth shell breaking and releasing an explosion of lightning chakra, conducted by water chakra and adding a devastating amount of damage to the already powerful Raisin shuriken. The attack took away all but Will's lower legs, which stood in the same place as they were before as the Edo Tensei pieces began to reform. Felix was marginally held up by Victor as he moved to seal his father, but he kicked the nuisance through several pieces of masonry. Just as Will returned, Felix tackled him and tried to put the seal on him again, but this time Will channeled lightning chakra through his body, similar to the Chidori stream, and blasted Felix back and into the wall of the compound with enough force to knock the wind out of him and knock elemental infinity from his grip. Kyle used a fire-style jutsu to knock Jess back from him for a moment, and she laughed at him as she got up. Sorry, were you hoping I was going to burn? She asked mockingly. Hate to disappoint you, but my body is even more flame-retardant than Kaisa's chemicals. I knew it would not be that easy, Kyle said as he cast a one-handed seal to use an earth-style jutsu. Several spires of stone came out of the ground and impaled Jess in several places. But that jutsu was not to burn you. It was to send you to that spot, where I set the jutsu you are in up earlier. Not bad, you got me there. But unless you can figure out where you need to hit me, which you can't do without Sage Mode, which I haven't let you use, I will just keep coming back. Jess declared as she sharpened her hand and extended it at Kyle to impale him, and he dodged as she worked to slip her body loose of the spires, Earth-style giant stone fist. Kyle said as his hand was encased in a very large amount of rock and he charged Jess, who was still reforming her body. You're right, I can't tell your weak points, so instead, I will just crush you whole. He shouted and brought the entirety of his encased hand down on Jess, shattering the spires and crushing her to the ground flat. The blow had also hit with enough force to compress the ground beneath it, so even if Jess had moved a part of herself underground to safety, there was still a good chance she was killed by the attack. NOSD. Kyle removed his hand and let the gargantuan stone fist crumble from around it, and looked at the remains of his enemy, and seeing nothing more than bloody pulp. He sighed with relief and turned to see that Isaac was currently being kept on his toes by a foe wielding 2 scimitars and covered entirely in a black cloak. Kyle was just about to go to try to help when he felt an impact on his back, a little to the left. He looked down to see a flesh-colored blade poking out from his chest, having impaled his heart. I'll admit I'm a goner after that, Jess said weakly from behind him, the bloody pulp having reformed into her one last time. She coughed into her hand and blood coated said hand. She retracted the hand she had impaled Kyle with as the Yushoria fell to his knees, his vision blurring. But you're coming to hell with me, she gurgled as she removed her blood-covered Akatsuki ring from the hand she had coughed into earlier and tossed it into a rift she managed to open, before she collapsed, her last breath leaving her body. An OSD man of the world plays, Kyle. Erica shouted as she came onto the scene and flipped her husband's elder brother onto his back. If only I was better at medical jutsu, she cursed as she tried to heal Kyle's mortal injury, only for his hand to come up and grab one of her arms. "Don't," he whispered weakly. "I'm done for. Don't give up like that," Erika shouted as she continued to try to heal him. "Felix would kill me if I let you die on us now. He'll forgive you. But at least I was able to take her out as well," Kyle said as he looked in Jess's direction. And with that, his hand fell limply to his side as the last of his life fled his body. Erika looked at her brother-in-law's peaceful face before she dissolved into tears, sobbing on his chest. "What am I going to say to Felix?" she asked herself. "Why must he suffer so much? First he loses his father to one he called his friend, and now Kyle too." And NOSD, Drachmus was panting heavily as he was supported by Koas, and they both stared at the spectacle of Naruto and Kurama making short work of Caius's last chimera. "We should retreat for now," Drachmus said. "He still has about 5 minutes in that form, and I can't continue fighting." "Agreed," Caius said as he pulled out his scroll and recalled all of his still functional corpses into it, as well as still usable pieces of his chimeras. He also recalled his Edo Tensei before he made a rift and stepped through it with Drachmus. The battle had ended. Drek was looking with irritation at Vanessa and Matthew, and 4 other Yashiryus who had dismembered enough of the undead slaves to support their heads' children. A coffin then sprung up to reclaim Drek, who sighed as he was removed from the battlefield. Will was standing over a bloody and exhausted Felix, holding elemental infinity in his hand and prepared to strike down his son. Victor looked sickeningly pleased to see the one who killed him at the mercy of his own father. Will's arm quivered as he fought against the movements of the Edo Tensei Jutsu, but his arm descended to cut Felix's head off. A moment before the blade could reach the neck, however, coffins came to reclaim both Will and Victor, the latter protesting angrily, and the former having relief grace his features before he tossed the sword to the side to avoid taking it with him. Felix was able to get back to his feet shakily, and leaned against the side of the compound for support. "Darn, they're gone," Naruto sighed, having just fired a bijou bomb at them only to find that they had escaped through the rift on time. The chakra that made up Kurama's body retracted into him and he landed, panting slightly. "But at least we won, huh? Don't celebrate just yet, we still need to figure out who is still alive after that, and we should figure out what's up behind your eyes as well," Kurama stated. "Yeah, you're right," Naruto sighed as his eyes closed for a moment, and his extra field of vision from the clone he had sent with Hinata suddenly disappeared. His eyes snapped open and he shouted, "Oh no, Hinata." He was about to run off in their direction, but Kurama snapped, "Relax, would you? Your eyes just shut off, your clone did not dispel. Did you get any memories from it?" "Oh yeah, guess you're right," Naruto said, a little embarrassed. Kurama sighed. "See? Kami, you can be such a fool sometimes, even now. Makes me look bad when my vessel is stupid." "I am not stupid, you take that back," Naruto declared as he channeled chakra into his eyes instinctively, and the extra field of vision returned as his Rinnegan reactivated. I wonder why I can turn this on and off and Nagato couldn't. Come to think of it, how did I get the Rinnegan in the first place?" Meanwhile, in Naruto's world, Takigaku's outskirts were not having a good day. 2 missing nin had shown up and had caused a lot of destruction, and though several shinobi had tried to defend their village, one of the ninja would not die and the other easily defeated his adversaries before facing the green-haired Jinchuriki. Haiden rose from the circle he had just used to sacrifice several of Taki's jonin and said seriously, "Those guys were jonin? I swear, these small villages will give that title to anyone so they can bluff about their strength." "Are you done yet, Kakuzu?" He shouted the last part as he looked around to find his temporary partner. "Must you be so annoyingly loud?" Kakuzu demanded as he moved a piece of rubble out of his way, carrying an unconscious Fu over his shoulder. That, coming from the guy who single-handedly demolished a good section of his old home? "I can't get much louder than that, trust me. You are quite fortunate that this is a temporary arrangement," Kakuzu growled. "Otherwise, I would surely find a method of killing you that worked before this ended. I can't wait to get back to collecting bounties with Jess. At least she understands the value of money and does not preach endlessly about a deity. And who's looking forward to his reaction when he finds out he will be stuck with Haiden due to Jess being dead? LOL. Well, let's get out of here before anyone else decides to hinder us. Not that I would mind sacrificing a few more to Jashin-sama." Little did the pair know, they were currently being watched by a crow. The bird flew off to a cave where a partially unfurled scroll was hidden, part of it held open by a stone. It was a special tool, one that was linked to another scroll. Whenever something was written in one, the writing would appear in the other, perfect for long-distance communication. There was also ink nearby that the crow dipped its beak into and began to write. Itachi had just finished a stack of paperwork and was about to move on to another when a beeping noise could be heard from a hidden cabinet in his desk, alerting him to one of his message scrolls getting something from the other end. "That really is a useful jutsu of yours, Celia," Itachi said to himself as he opened the cabinet and pulled out the scroll and opened it. When he was finished reading, he immediately took stock of which leaf shinobi were currently in the village before called in his A and BU guard. I want you to get me Team Kimimaro at once. I have an S-ranked mission for them. Chapter 42 Akatsuki Pursuit. This is your mission, Itachi said to Kimimaro as his team of Suigetsu, Karen and Yugo. Takigaku's Jinchuriki has been taken by 2 members of the Akatsuki, which I believe you are familiar at least a little bit with due to your past history with Orochimaru. Kimimaro nodded. You are to go to Takigaku and find the trail that my crows have left. They are even as we speak following the pair. Stop them from extracting the nanabi from the Jinchuriki with any means possible. You are to leave at once. Understood. Kimimaro said as he and his team shunshined out of the office. They are on the move now, Itachi mused about the Akatsuki. Soon Naruto, Hinata, Minato and Jiraiya will have to return. Hinata woke up inside of the Yoshoria clan infirmary to see about 30 others being treated for injuries and several body bags. Felix was busy giving treatment to about 10 of his kin, using shadow clones to divide his attention better, while listening to a report with another clone. Of our 94 knights, we have taken 41 casualties, including Kalsama, and most of the survivors are currently in here, the clan member was saying to Felix's clone. We currently have 17 ready to fight again, not including you or your family, should the enemy return to try to finish us off. I hate to say it, but we took a severe beating. Kalsama is dead? Hinata thought as she noticed that it was Matthew who was busy healing her. Naruto was nowhere in sight. The clan has been through worse, the Felix clone said, though his heart was not fully in his words. He was grieving for the loss of his kin, and his brother more so. We can recover from this. What is the state of the corpses? Isaac put those seals on. We have them stored in the lower levels. It's not freezing down there, but it should be chilled enough to keep the bodies in a reasonable enough shape until we can have one of the Shikokyo clan members examine them for any weaknesses they may have, in case we need to fight them again. Good, they were tough to deal with from what I've heard. Knowing any of their weaknesses will be invaluable. The compound itself is in decent shape other than the part of the wall that got hit by Drachmas, and several other places that took hits on the compound, but that is to be expected. I estimate repairs will take no more than a month. Alright then. You are dismissed. The clan member bowed and left the infirmary. Hinata, you're okay, Naruto said as he came into the room and rushed to embrace her. Ouch, Naruto-kun, that hurts, she said as her injuries flared up when Naruto hugged her, and he quickly released her when he realized she was not fully healed yet. Sorry, he said a little sheepishly. Matthew gave a small laugh. We had to kick him out until you woke up from your wounds and chakra exhaustion. He was making a nuisance of himself during the healing, he said, and Naruto looked a little embarrassed. And Naruto-kun? Hinata asked a little tentatively. Is what they said about Kalsama. She could not go any further. Naruto's expression saddened immediately, and he nodded. Tears welled up in Hinata's eyes and she lowered her head. It's our fault. We were the ones they were after, and Kyle and several other clan members died to defend us. Hinata. Matthew said. Yeah, it is my fault, Naruto sighed. That was when the original Felix came up, grabbed Naruto's and Hinata's heads and cracked them together. Owl. What the hell was that for? Naruto demanded as he and Hinata massaged the lumps on their heads. You are both idiots, Felix replied. No one in my family blames you for what happened to Kyle. If anything, Erika blames herself for not being able to heal him, but blame is counterproductive. What's done is done. Every single one of my kinsmen knew what they were protecting and why. And don't forget, it was not just you two that we were defending. Your entire dimension is counting on Naruto to prevent the Jubi from returning this time and falling into the hands of Madara or whoever from this dimension is manipulating the Akatsuki from the shadows. So a lot more than your safety is at stake. It was that Kyle died to protect, and before you start Naruto, it is understandable that you are as of yet unable to use the Rinnegan to revive people. The first path only came to you in a moment of desperation, and that's what awoke the Rinnegan in the first place. The rest you will have to work for, Naruto sighed. He had tried to resurrect Kyle after he had heard what had happened, but nothing he thought of had been able to summon the King of Hell. It was clear he would have to strive to awaken the other paths if he wanted to use them. How did you awaken the Rinnegan, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. You did not have it last time, so how can you have it now? Well, I don't really know, Naruto said as his eyes activated, showing Matthew and Felix the dojutsu. I do have a theory at least, Felix said. Naruto, do you remember that first fight you had with Drachmas? The one where I got my ass kicked until you showed up? That's a harsh way of putting it. You did put up a decent fight if the injuries Drachmas had on him were any indication, but the end result was a large quantity of your blood being lost, and the only way to get you back to a decent condition was a transfusion, which Sasuke was able to give thanks to a seal I had that let him donate B-type blood, though his blood type as AB. That gave you Uchiha DNA, and you already had Senju DNA from the fact that you are an Uzumaki, which is distantly related to the Senju, as you know. Those two clans were the ones that the Rakuta Sannin separated the component parts of his Kekkai Genkai into, the descendants of his own two sons. So it stands to reason that the DNA combined into the Kekkai Genkai. But it's been 2 years since Sasuke gave me his blood. Why did I not get the Rinnegan sooner? It had to awaken first. But there also remained the fact that you did not have a dojutsu to begin with, so your body still had to adapt to the genetic commands that came from the DNA. Hence the pain in your eyes over the past 2 years, and the fact that your chakra coils in that area have been growing as you felt that pain. I see, Naruto said. At any rate, I have to arrange for a Shikokyo to come to the compound, so if you will excuse me, Felix said as he rose to leave. Are you going to have him revive Kyle? Hinata asked hopefully, and Felix stiffened. No, by the time a Shikokyo can come, it will be too late to do anything, and their powers are rarely used for that purpose anyway because there is a risk to the Shikokyo in question. Plus, I can't ask for Kyle to be brought back since there are so many others in the clan who perished. It would not be fair for them or their families. The reason we need one to come is because we need to tell them about their rogue member Caius, as well as what he used as his tools. If anyone knows how to deal with them, it would be a Shikokyo. I'm sorry, Hinata whispered, knowing that Felix did not want to discuss Kyle at the moment. It's fine, Felix said as he left the infirmary with a sad sigh. Matthew soon followed. At any rate, the medics say you can be discharged tomorrow, Naruto told Hinata. Your injuries were not all that bad, considering what had happened to you. Good thing too, because if any lasting damage had been done, I would rip Caius a new one, he added under his breath. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry you had to save me from worse, Hinata said with her head down. I was too weak to fend for myself again. Hinata, you're stronger than you know, Naruto said to her. You just went up against an enemy that had a means of wearing you down rather than fight you himself. I am sure you will beat him yourself if you ever do come across him again. And besides, he chuckled. Even if you had no strength for battle at all, I would still gladly come to your aid. You are not a burden to me. You never could be. It's because I have people like you to protect that I am strong enough to do so. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she said, still tearing up, but with a smile on her face. Don't mention it, Naruto said as his face came up to hers so they could kiss. And then they heard the click of a camera. Seriously, Isaac, can't you let us have some privacy? Naruto demanded as he cursed the fact that the moment was ruined. I mean, I know there are some other people in the infirmary too, but they have better things to do than bug people when they are having a freaking moment. There is no privacy. Isaac cackled as he pocketed the camera. The walls have eyes and ears. And what's worse is that there is no logical place to put these to keep them from spying. With that, he took a bunch of eye patches and ear plugs from his pockets, causing Naruto and Hinata to sweat drop. No logical place, Naruto said. Since when were you even the slightest bit logical? Good point, Isaac said, resulting in both of his victims face palming. Did we really have to fly to this village, Sasuke-sensei? Daisuke asked as his face turned green and he vomited into the sand after he had just gotten off his hawk, which hastily returned to where Sasuke had summoned it from. In my defense, Sasuke said as he submitted their travel papers to the gate guards. I did not know that you got sky sick, on account of the fact that was your first time in the air. Well, we could have come by foot, Kiyoshi said. It is still 6 days before the exams begin, so we are rather early. True, but I want to make sure we can get a decent hotel for the trip, and it will give you 3 a chance to get used to the heat of the desert before you actually have to fight in the survival part of the exam. That should give you a slight edge against non-local Chunin hopefuls. Well, what are we waiting for? Akari said once the papers were finished being processed, and they were allowed into the village. Let's go find the nearest ramen bar while we're here. There were sweat drops from her entire team as she disappeared into the village in a blur. At this rate, she will drop half dead from dehydration, Daisuke said in a deadpan. Nah, she'll find the ramen bar first, and she will eat as much as she can before the dehydration registers, Sasuke replied. Though she might slam into a few dash. Awachukcha. Why don't you watch where you're going, Missy? A loud voice shouted, causing the remainder of the team to sweat drop again. Locals in her enthusiasm to get there, Sasuke finished, pinching the bridge of his nose. We better go after her to keep her out of any more trouble. So hot. Kin complained as Suna came within sight a few hours later. We've been moving non-stop to get there for the past day and a half, and the heat is killing me. Where the hell is an oasis when you want one? You're the one who wanted to come to these exams in the first place, Genimaru muttered, causing Haku to chuckle. Quit complaining, we are almost there, Zabuza told his team. And once you 3 make Chunin, I have absolutely no doubt that you will find the trip to have been worth it. Yeah, well, we should have made the rank a year and a half ago when the exams were in IWA, Kin pouted. But no, you had to continue to find excuses to procrastinate then and after that. I'm telling you, I am already Chunin level, and don't even get me started on your old apprentice and Genimaru. If it weren't for those stupid leaf technicalities, they would both already be Jonin. Then again, I suppose it does have its perks, she continued with a slight smile. The wait may well be worth it when we totally one-side the competition this year, hee hee. Oh, the looks that will be on their faces. It's bound to be amusing, Haku replied. But it is not wise to underestimate the competition, even if we have been training for longer than most of them. For one, I bet Sasuke's team won't be pushovers. I heard they were also taking the exams this year. Yes, they are bound to be strong, Genimaru agreed. From what I heard, Sasuke is a very good teacher, and he has had one of them as a personal apprentice before he took on the other two to make the four-man cell. Still, we got more experience, the kunoichi of the group said. I'm not saying we should let our guards down, that would be stupid, but I still have confidence that we are the strongest overall team of Genin seen in a while. Welcome back, Haiden and Kakuzu, Tobi said when they made it back to the cave that was their hideout. Tobi missed you both so much, the childlike man declared as he tried to embrace them, only to get kicked to the side by Kakuzu, who had a tick mark. Tobi, why are you here? Kakuzu demanded. Well, Tobi was told to make a delivery to Haiden by the leader, so Tobi will deliver the item, because Tobi's a good boy. With that, the masked man reached into the pocket of his robes, and pulled out a ring and tossed it to Haiden. What the whose partner was killed, because I feel sorry for the poor fool who is stuck with this loud mouth if he's promoted to a full member, Kaluzu chuckled. Yours. What? Kakuzu demanded as he tried to strangle the poor reserve Akatsuki member. Gah, please don't kill the messenger. Tobi doesn't want to die. Tobi was just being a good boy by following orders. Tobi managed to gasp out as Haiden tried to pull Kakuzu's hands off of Tobi's neck. Geez, calm down Kakuzu. I don't think it's his fault that Jess went and got herself killed, Haiden said as Kakuzu finally released his death grip. Though it is kind of ironic, she finally has a mission away from the guy who has tried to kill her about once every 2 weeks, and that's when she actually dies. Shut up or I will kill you, Kakuzu said. Please, I wish someone would finish me off already. But it just can't be done now, can it? Very good, everyone is present, Pain said as his and 7 other holographic figures materialized on the Geto Mazo's fingers. You have the Jinchuriki? Yes, Kakuzu grunted as he tossed the unconscious food to the center of the cave, before he and Haiden took up their places on the statue's fingers. Then let us begin, Pain said. With the 10 of us, the process should take just over 2 days. Have you found anything yet, Kimimaro-sensei? Karen asked as Kimimaro searched around the area that Haiden and Kakuzu had wrecked during their hunt for the Nanabai in Takigakure. Yes, the elite Jonin replied as he held up a crow's feather. If we follow this trail, we should be able to catch up with the Akatsuki. We are only a day behind them, so we should be on time to interrupt whatever process they use to extract the bijou from its host. Oh yeah, can't wait to carve up a few enemies, Suigetsu cackled. Maybe Kisame will be there, and I can take Samahata from him. Now's not the time to be thinking about your side goals, Suigetsu, Yugo said. The priority is Taki's Jinchuriki here. Yeah, I get it. I'm just hoping that an opportunity presents itself is all, Suigetsu replied. We've wasted enough time, Kimimaro said. Let's move out. Yes, sir. His here subordinates said in unison before following their leader along the trail of crow feathers. Wow, there sure is a lot of information on the Rinnegan's powers here, Naruto said as he and Felix perused a few scrolls of the Archivist's domain. What did you expect? The Rinnegan originated in the Elder Dimension, though that ended when the Rakuta Sannin became a member of your dimension, Felix replied as he put a few scrolls in his arms. At any rate, we need to get back to the compound if you want to get to work on using the other pads anytime today. Good idea, Naruto replied as he gave the person in charge of the building the scrolls they would be borrowing to be checked out. About half a day into the extraction process, a physical clone of Zetsu came into the cave. I have news, he said to the ceiling group. There is a team of 4 Konoha shinobi heading our way, the Black Half stated. If they continue their course at the rate they are headed here, they would be here in under 12 hours. Do we have any reserve members that can intercept them? Pain asked. If they get here at the time you stated, we would not even be quite halfway done with the ceiling. Oh. Tobi declared as he danced around. Tobi will go, Tobi will go. Tobi will buy you the time you need to finish the ceiling. Do we have anyone more reliable? Kakuzu deadpanned, causing Tobi to slump and wipe away anime tears that came from the eye hole in his mask. Kakuzu is a mean man. Why does he have so little faith in Tobi? Tobi's a good boy. We have no one else who can get there in time to slow them down, Pain sighed. Tobi, you will go and stall the enemy as long as you can. In the meantime, we need to redouble our efforts to pull the bijou out faster. Yay. Tobi will stop the enemy for you. You can count on Tobi, because Tobi is a good boy, we get it, just get going. Haiden, his face covered in tick marks, shouted down at the man, who dashed out of the cave so fast he almost left his shadow behind, whimpering in mock fear. Team Kimimaro was still leaping from tree to follow the trail Itachi's crows had left them, before Karen's eyes suddenly narrowed. "Hold on guys, someone's chakra signature has just popped up, almost as if it came out of nowhere," she said. "Where is it?" Kimimaro asked, not slowing. "Right dash. Hello, how are you all doing today?" Toby asked. "In front of us," Karen finished. "Black robes with red clouds." "So you are a member of the Akatsuki," Kimimaro said, never losing his composure. "Not quite. Toby is not a full member yet, but he will be soon. Toby does all of his jobs, because Toby's a good boy." "Who the heck is Toby?" Suigetsu asked. "I'm Toby," the masked man shouted in mock hurt. "You are slow, aren't you?" "Well, how was I supposed to know you were speaking in third person?" Suigetsu demanded with a glare. "How about you just get out of our way before you get hurt?" "Sorry, no can do. Toby was told to stop you from going any further, so stop you Toby will." "Who the heck is this kook?" Karen asked with a sweat drop. "Digital shrapnel," Kimimaro shouted as he shot the bones from his fingertips at Toby, who screamed like a little girl and cowered. The bones hit. And then they phased right through the childlike man, surprising Kimimaro and his team. "What the hell?" Suigetsu demanded as he drew the short sword that used to belong to Drachmas. "Did you miss or something, sensei?" "Strange," Kimimaro thought intently. "I could have sworn my attack hit him, but it did nothing. It was as if he was not even there." "Karen, what do you sense?" the Kage asked. "It does not appear to be a clone or an illusion as far as I can tell," Karen replied. "So he is there, but I don't get it. Is he intangible or something?" Well, the ugly chick seems to be a sensory type." Toby is interested. Toby started before he sensed the killer intent coming from Karen. "What did you say?" Karen shouted as she charged in a blind rage, despite Kimimaro's attempts to tell her to stop. She drew her fist back and swung right at Toby, who pretended to cower again before Karen passed right through him. Suigetsu had taken advantage of the momentary diversion and had jumped to a tree branch right above Toby, and jumped down at him, trying to impale him with a downward thrust of his sword, but Toby sidestepped and kicked the sword's enthusiast in the groin, only for him to get splashed in water as Suigetsu took advantage of his clan's abilities. "Oh no, now Toby's all wet." The man pouted before he saw Yugo casting hand signs, lightning-style electric pulse. He shouted and a burst of lightning chakra shot from Yugo's hands at Toby, who was wet enough to increase the risk of electrocution. However, Toby went intangible again and the water fell through him, as well as the lightning passing through. Suigetsu developed a tick mark when Toby pretended to yawn to show he was bored. "Seriously, it's 4-on-1, and you can't even touch Toby." Toby is disappointed, he expected a decent fight out of the lot of you. "I'll give you a fight," Karen shouted as she cast signs. Water-style water dragon bomb jutsu. A large dragon of water bore down on Toby, who ran away from it in a panic, before he was caught in it and thrown at a tree, which he phased through again. Yugo pulled a battle axe out of a scroll he had sealed it in and rushed Toby as the man rose, but Toby ducked under it and it hit the tree. "You missed, Toby, ha ha ha," Toby taunted before a shadow appeared over his head and he looked up to see that the tree had been cut all the way through by the axe, which Yugo had conducted lightning chakra through, and was now about to fall on him. "That is a matter of perspective," Yugo said as Toby shrieked and covered his head as the tree crashed down. "Did you get him?" Suigetsu asked as he and Karen landed next to Yugo and looked at the fallen lumber that was burying the man. "I can still sense his chakra there," Karen started, before a look of shock crossed her face and she pointed in another direction, "and now it's over there." Before they could react, a kunai with an exploding tag landed in their midst and went off, covering them with confetti. Toby was laughing his ass off at the angry expressions on Karen and Suigetsu's faces, and the annoyed look on Yugo's. Kimimaro meanwhile stood where he had been the entire battle, trying to figure out any weaknesses Toby might have. "This guy is totally messing with us," Suigetsu snarled as his grip on the sword tightened. "Looks like the ugly chick is a little slow in warning her friends where Toby is." Toby giggled, causing Karen's face to get very red, rivaling the shade of her hair. "I'm ugly?" Karen demanded. "Well, I bet you are no male model yourself, otherwise, why would you hide your face beneath a mask?" "Oh, so you are curious to see what Toby has under his mask?" Toby asked. "Very well then," he said as to their surprise he took his mask off, only for a clown mask to be revealed under it. Karen and Suigetsu's face faltered as Toby gave a laugh that would be expected to come from a clown before replacing his mask. "Oh, you are so dead," Suigetsu shouted as he tried to charge Toby and stab him, but he phased through again. Meanwhile, Karen rushed behind Suigetsu and tried to kick Toby in the crotch, but he sidestepped and pulled a pair of scissors from Kami knows where, grabbed a lock of her hair and cut it off. Karen shrieked as she felt the part of her head with the lost hair, and turned around to rush Toby again. Holding the hair like he was swishing a blanket, Toby sidestepped again like a matador and cried, "Oh!" That comment was not exactly contradicted when smoke came from Karen's nostrils in her rage as she and Suigetsu rushed again from different sides, only for Toby to jump into the air to avoid them, and they crashed into each other. The funny part was that their lips were the first thing that made contact as that happened. After the involuntary kiss, Suigetsu and Karen blushed furiously. "Goody, goody," Toby laughed as he read a scene from a book that looked suspiciously similar to what Jiraiya writes. "That is just like the scene on this page here, and on this next page," Toby continued as he turned another page, completely ignoring Yugo, who swung the axe to decapitate Toby, but was only rewarded with more frustration as it passed through again. Toby then proceeded to read aloud a scene that would get this story either rated M or kicked off of the site altogether if it went into detail, causing the shade of red on Karen and Suigetsu's faces to go from critical to nuclear. "Yay, yay, will Toby get to see Shark Boy and Ugly Chick do that next? When I figure out how to hit you," Suigetsu began, a manifestation of a demon appearing behind him in his rage. "I am going to rip off your mask, tear out that eye, cut out your intestines, and force-feed them to you while forcing you to watch with the eye I tore out." He finished with a bellow as he charged again, but passed through. Yugo swung the axe, but Toby sidestepped, and moved around dodging both of his male foes until he jumped to the branch near the top of one of the taller trees in the forest, followed by Yugo and Suigetsu, who rushed again, only for Toby to get behind them, and shout out, "Hidden Art Double Killer Wedgies." True to the ridiculous name, he actually gave both Yugo and Suigetsu a good deal of humiliation as he yanked on their underpants. He then proceeded to tie them together before knocking Suigetsu off of the branch, causing him to pull Yugo down with him. Toby made a drawn-out whistling noise before leaning his head over the part of the ground they would land on, and cupped his ear with one hand to exaggerate his listening ability before he shouted, "Splash!" At the exact same moment he said that, there was an actual splash, due to Suigetsu landing first, and Yugo on top of him. "Now I am angry," Yugo growled as he got up. If it weren't for a special seal put on him a while ago by Celia, keeping his body from absorbing natural energy unless he consciously chose to do so, he would have already gone berserk. "I'll say, he's making absolute fools out of us," Suigetsu shouted in exasperation. Karen meanwhile threw some explosive tags at the branch Toby was standing on, causing the guy to panic before they went off, causing him to fall to the ground himself. Suigetsu and Yugo immediately attempted to eviscerate him, but they passed through him yet again. Karen rushed forward with a kunai in hand, only for Toby to sidestep, grab her arm with his right hand, twist it around painfully behind her, forcing her to drop the weapon, which he caught in his left hand. "Time for Toby to stop playing around," he said as he pulled his arm back to thrust the kunai into the back of Karen's head. "Toby is sorry he has to make a mess," he continued as his arm came down to take her life. "NNOSD, Karen," Suigetsu shouted as the tip of the kunai touched her hair. It didn't get any further than that. There was a whistling noise and one of Kimimura's sharper bones impaled Toby's left wrist and pinned his arm to the trunk of a tree he had been next to. "NOSD Gihika plays." Karen immediately took the opportunity to get free as Toby cried out in pain. Kimimura leapt from his vantage point to his team. "Sensei, how did you nail him?" Karen asked as she saw Toby phase his arm through the bone and clutch his bleeding wrist, cursing. "All of our attacks he either dodged or they slipped right through him." "It was fairly simple," Kimimura stated. "I was watching the three of you try to land a hit on him when I realized that he likely needed to become solid again whenever he intended to strike. Otherwise he would not have needed bother dodging before he cut off some of your hair or that stunt he pulled with your two teammates. That means he is vulnerable the moment he strikes. I am sorry I used you three as bait, but that was how I figured this man out." "Gah, very clever," Toby growled, his tone seeming much more serious now. "Against a foe like that, I am not sure I can get away without taking any more injury if I continue to fight. So it looks like I should retreat for the time being," Toby thought in frustration before he vanished into thin air. "What the hell?" Karen shouted. "He's gone." "Great," Suigetsu moaned. "First he totally makes us look like genin fresh out of the academy when Karen and I are chunin, and Yugo is a low jonin, and then he runs like a coward." "It's better that way," Kimimura said. "Now we can get to the Akatsuki base with no more interruptions. We need to move fast to make up for lost time." "NNOSD, arg, why won't you move already, you stupid apple?" Naruto shouted as he extended his palm at the piece of fruit on the podium in front of him, his Rinnegan currently active. "Shinra Tensei," he shouted, concentrating hard but only getting a slight wiggle out of the apple. Naruto growled as 5 seconds passed and tried again. "Shinra Tensei." The wiggle was slightly stronger this time, but still pathetic. "Man, if only I could use shadow clones for this," But whenever one of them or I use the path, all the rest have to wait for the interval to end, so it's useless. Shinra Tensei. Naruto cried again. The apple tipped onto its side. How the hell am I supposed to concentrate on improving my cooking when you are shouting up "Ah"? Erika shouted as she came out of the kitchen, just as Naruto made a successful attempt, unfortunately sending the apple right into her face, causing the apple to burst on impact. Naruto paled as he saw that she was currently holding her dreaded frying pan that Felix was so mortally terrified of. Of all the times for my skill to suddenly improve, Naruto muttered darkly as a very angry Erika gripped the handle of the frying pan with both hands and raised it over her head. The blonde's screams for mercy were heard by Felix, who was busy meditating at the moment. Sorry Naruto, he muttered as he checked the situation with sage mode. Against anyone else I would come to your aid, but Erika is the one person I would not stand a chance against, he finished with a shudder. After Naruto was finished receiving his lesson about watching where he was sending flying objects, he left the dining room, massaging his steaming lumps, making a mental note to tell Sakura about the fact that a frying pan was more painful than a rolling pin, because he refused to be the only person in his dimension who had to worry about a significant other who knew that, even if he was not likely to get such a treatment from Hinata. In Suna, a certain raven-haired Konoha jonin had the sudden urge to strangle the next unfortunate blonde to walk by, and had a suspicion that one blonde in particular was plotting something evil against him. Are you all right, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked as she ran into Naruto on the way to his guest quarters, taking in the bruises on his face. I made the mistake of using the Rinnegan's Deva path to accidentally send an apple into Erika's face as she came out of the kitchen, and she retaliated with that instrument of death. Naruto shuddered. How is your training going, by the way? Well, my accuracy with the bow has improved. I am now almost as good of a shot as Matthew-sensei, but my hurricane fist still needs a little more work. What are you talking about? That style is downright devastating. Well, yes, but I still don't have much control over the amount of chakra I put into the attacks, and I wear down a lot faster than I want to. When you put it like that, it does make sense, Naruto said with his arms crossed. It is hard to use two elements simultaneously, especially when you don't have full control over one of the elements, and I hate to say it, but your wind manipulation could still use some work. Perhaps you should refine control of that element before you focus on the hurricane fist, otherwise it's like trying to build something with a few missing parts. It might still be workable, but not as stable. But I already used master the waterfall cutting exercise. How do I improve from there? Just devote some time to cutting the waterfall more often to further condition yourself to using wind chakra for now. Your control should improve the more you do it, especially if you use a few clones to speed things up a bit. Just don't expect it to work overnight. It took me ages to get the earth and fire elements down to the level you have wind at currently, and I can make a lot more clones than you. Thank you, Naruto. That is good advice. I have my moments, Naruto said with a blush. Oh, and since I just helped you with your taijutsu style, I suppose I should also give you a little help with your archery lessons as well. How do you mean to do that? You don't know how to use a bow, no offense intended. Hee, maybe not, but I still have something for you. Come into my room for a second. Confused, Hinata walked into the room after Naruto. He opened the closet and he pulled out an empty quiver with a few seals on the interior. So I was thinking, he began, that if you had more of those arrows I put exploding seals on for you handy, then you might have been able to use them to shred up Caius's undead troops instead of tiring yourself out by spamming the Hurricane Katen on them, and been able to at least beat his chimera afterwards. That may be so, but I can only carry so many at a time in the quivers, and I also have to keep a few chakra-conductive arrows handy when those are needed. Ah, Hinata, you forget the wonders of Fuinjutsu. Naruto grinned as he held the quiver out to Hinata, who took it. Now place your hand towards it as if you were reaching for an arrow, he instructed. She complied and an exploding one popped out of the seal. I designed those seals to recognize your chakra signature when it approaches, Naruto said with a grin. If you want an exploding arrow, just move as though you were reaching for an arrow. If you want a chakra-conducting arrow for either wind or water chakra, or for a Raisin arrow, just conduct some chakra to your fingers and then do the same thing, and one of those arrows should unseal themselves. I stocked the seals with about 200 exploding arrows and 300 chakra-conductive arrows already, so you should be able to give most enemies hell for a good long time before you run out. And it won't slow you down at all either since the arrows are all sealed. Naruto-kun, this is a wonderful gift, Hinata said as she stared at the quiver in awe. I don't know what to say. How about thank you? Naruto teased before Hinata embraced him without warning. Thank you, Naruto, for always being there to help me get stronger when I need it the most, Hinata said. That's what friends are for, especially when said friends are engaged to each other, Naruto replied as Hinata drew back. Then their faces approached, and they got lost in a kiss that lasted about half a minute. After they broke apart, Hinata suddenly had a thought. I'm kind of surprised Isaac did not come to ruin that for us, Hinata said as she looked around to see if said idiot was anywhere around. I'm not, Naruto grinned, causing Hinata to look at him in confusion. I've already made sure to take care of him for the moment I gave you my little present, since I thought it likely we would have a moment. The grin on his face almost made Hinata pity Isaac for whatever Naruto had done. Almost. He peeled me. Several people in town looked up to see the well-known crazy Isaac running in mortal terror from an army of 100 human-sized squirrels? Thank you Cook 563 for giving me the human-sized idea. A few of the townspeople watched the spectacle in confusion, wondering what the hell was going on, before most of them simply shrugged, deciding that they were probably better off not knowing, and returned to whatever they were doing, leaving the transformed Naruto clones to continue their torment of the poor Triclops. The sealing of the nanobi was about halfway done when Zetsu appeared and the black half started. Toby has failed to slow the enemy down a significant amount. The enemy will be here in about an hour, and we have no other means of slowing them, the white half continued. What do you want to do, Leader-sama? We continue sealing as much of the Biju's chakra as we can until the enemy arrives, Pain replied. After that, Haiden and Kakuzu, you are to ambush them, though that will slow the remainder of the process. Hopefully, you will kill the approaching team, since it is unlikely the fight will last an entire day, so be sure to finish them off, or we will likely fail to finish sealing the Biju. Sweet, for more sacrifices for Jashin-sama, Haiden giggled sadistically. True to what Setsu said, Team Kimimaro was rapidly approaching their objective after about an hour. They're right up ahead, Karen informed them. There are 11 chakra signatures ahead of us, one of them massive but slowly weakening, as if chakra is being drained, so I am guessing that is the Jinchuriki we are to rescue. 8 of them seem to be a little fuzzy, but the other 2. It's a little hard to describe. It's like one of them has a chakra signature that wouldn't go out, and one of them seems to have 5 different chakras in one body. And those 2 are heading right for us now. Sure enough, a 3-bladed red scythe attached to a thick cable shot from the trees, only to be blocked by Kimimaro, followed by a few blasts of lightning and fire chakra, causing the team to separate to dodge, Karen and Sujetsu going to the left, and Kimimaro and Yugo to the right. The latter 2 were followed by whatever was sending the fire and lightning at them. Sujetsu ducked under another attempt formed the scythe, and Karen threw a few kunai and shuriken into the bushes, and was rewarded by a cry of, ouch. Man that hurts. And OST-kun plays. Haiden stepped from the bushes, shocking Karen and Sujetsu when they saw that one of the kunai was embedded between his eyes, deep enough that it should have killed, another was in his throat, and a few shuriken were in various other spots, a few of them vital. So who do you think you guys are anyway? Haiden asked as he casually removed the offending projectiles, spilling his blood all over the ground. He stepped on one of the puddles and started to shift his foot to draw a design on the ground. What the hell? Karen said as Haiden finished with that, the design looking like a circle with a triangle in the interior of it. You should have died from those. Yeah, well, obviously I didn't, so shut your yaps, and let me sacrifice you to Jashin-sama. Haiden shouted as he rushed Karen, who backed up in time to avoid a swing from Haiden's scythe, but would have been impaled by his follow-up attack from his retractable spear if Suigetsu had not jumped between him and her, and impaled Haiden through the heart at the same time Haiden impaled him through the gut. Of course, either was particularly bothered by this, because of Haiden's immortality, and Suigetsu's ability to turn into water. Oh, so you're a member of the Hozuki clan then? Haiden asked interestedly. Shame for you, he continued as he licked the water off of his spear, that the water you turn into still contains DNA I can use, he finished, and Suigetsu and Karen stared in shock as his skin changed to a black color with bone-white skeleton designs on it, giving him a Grim Reaper appearance. And I know from past experience that your Kikei Genkai fails to protect you from my abilities, Haiden stated as he walked backwards. How are you still alive? Suigetsu demanded as he stared at the wound he had given Haiden. I know I got you through the heart there. Haiden ignored Suigetsu as he stepped into the circle. The preparations are complete, he said before he laughed sadistically. Now, shall we partake in the ultimate suffering together? Chapter 44 The Immortal Duo. And OST-kun plays. No thanks, buddy. Suigetsu replied to Haiden's insane proposal, and Karen immediately threw a kunai at Haiden, which caught him in the left shoulder. And then blood spurted from Suigetsu's left shoulder. Gah, what the hell? He shouted as he backed up clutching the wound. Haiden cackled as Karen shouted, Suigetsu. She immediately ran up to her comrade, who tried to turn his shoulder to water, but when it reformed, his wound was still there. How did he dash? Simple, boy, Haiden stated. Your abilities don't heal your wounds, they can only prevent them. But just like any other defense, he said as he raised his retractable spear and impaled his own foot with it. At that, Suigetsu's eyes widened and he clutched his foot as the exact same wound appeared on it. There is always a thing or two that can bypass it. You see, kid, Our bodies have been linked as a part of my curse, and anything that happens to my body happens to yours as well, regardless of any differences. And the best part is, I can't die, but you can. But I will torture you a little first. Haiden stabbed his own right hand through after setting his side down, causing another scream from Sujetsu. But even if you can't die, Karen stated. Aren't you torturing yourself too? Haiden began laughing at this. Here's a little something for you to think about. For me, when the agony of someone's pain I share through this curse seeps into my body, the pain is transcended and turns into absolute ecstasy. This guy. He is totally sick-minded, Karen thought desperately. I have to find a way to stop his jutsu before he cripples Sujetsu, or worse, kills him. But how? Think, Karen, think. There has to be a weak point to the jutsu. But what? She was threatening to panic as she saw Haiden pierce his thigh, but she forced herself to stay calm and pay close attention to her surroundings for something, anything to go on, before her eyes fell on the circle Haiden was standing in. Wait, that circle he is standing on, is that a part of the curse? She thought, adjusting her glasses in her thoughts as Haiden put a gash in his left bicep. He did say something about preparations, and he did go straight for the circle once his body took on that nightmarish appearance after he took that DNA he also mentioned from Sujetsu. So does he need to be standing in it to make his jutsu work? Only one way to find out. Time to finish it? Ready to be put out of your misery, kid? Haiden asked as he raised his weapon to impale his heart. No, please no. Karen shouted in her mind as she finished casting signs, praying to any deity that would listen, even Jashin if he would help her, that she would not be too late. Water-style water pressure blast. A high-pressure blast of water came from her mouth and struck against Haiden with enough force to topple a rhinoceros as she tried to blast Haiden out of his circle. But once the stream ended, to Karen's horror, Haiden was still standing and laughing at her. Stupid girl, do you really think you are the first to have katoon on to my secrets? He taunted. I have had several desperate foes try to force me out of this circle before, so I simply stick my feet to the ground with my chakra, to make certain that you can't force me out of it. So now your boyfriend dies, he declared as he plunged the weapon into his heart. No. Karen shrieked, and Sujetsu clutched at his chest. Meanwhile, Kimimaro and Yugo emerged from the forest with two black monsters wearing masks behind them. It was then that a hand grabbed Kimimaro's ankle and slammed him into the ground. You four have been a thorn in our side, the hand's owner, Kakuzu said as the tendrils that kept the limb attached to him pulled it back to his side. So it is time to make sure you never bother us again. Besides, I recognize you from the bingo books, Kimimaro Kagaya. You have a bounty of 33 million ryo, which I intend to collect from you. Two more of the creatures that had pursued Kimimaro and Yugo stepped behind their master to offer support, while the ones that had pursued them were still behind them, one mask preparing to launch another fireball, and the other charging lightning up. Yugo, move! Kimimaro ordered, and they both dived in opposite directions to avoid the attacks. The two other masks immediately converged on a target, the Earth Beast going for Kimimaro, and the Wind for Yugo. The Earth Beast fired a cloud of mud at the Kagaya, while Yugo was trying to avoid several shots of wind. Interesting, Kimimaro thought. Each of these beasts seems to use a single element, so there may be a water using one somewhere. What are they anyway? Are they some kind of personal summons? If so, then there is little point in attacking them. I should fight the main foe first. Kimimaro dived around one of the masked beasts, and pointed his fingers at Kakuzu. Digital shrapnel, he shouted as the bones were fired from his fingertips. Kakuzu did not even bother to dodge the attack as he cast a few signs, activating his jutsu that hardened his skin. The bone fragments shredded his robes where they hit, but failed to do any damage to Kakuzu himself. Kimimaro frowned before he took a hit from the fire-style mask in the back. The blast would have been fatal if it weren't for the shell of bone he put on his back, though the back of his shirt got burned off. He immediately formed a sharp bone and severed few tendrils that Kakuzu sent his way, but more came at him. Yugo leapt to his friend's side and severed a few more tendrils before they could wrap around Kimimaro, and the Kagaya tried to rush Kakuzu, who sent even more tendrils as he jumped back. Kimimaro deftly dodged the tendrils but was intercepted by the wind-style mask, which hit him with one of its arms and knocked him back. He landed next to Yugo with his eyes narrowed and one hand on the ground. Yugo, between those masks and the tendrils he is using, we can't even get close enough to attack him, he told his berserker comrade. I need you to help me get to him by a boost I need you to give me. Trying to formulate a strategy against me won't save you, Kakuzu told his two foes. I have been around for too long to fall for any trick you may have to defeat me. In fact, I faced the same man who created the same headbands you both wear around your necks, the Shodame Hokage. Kimimaro's eyes widened. Just how old are you? In a nutshell, I have found a method of extending my natural lifespan. So I have so much more combat experience than you upstarts could ever hope to achieve. Then I suppose the trap I set behind you is not going to work, is it? Kimimaro asked smugly, to which Kakuzu snorted. Do you really think I'm going to fall for that tired old blue dash? Boom. Unbeknownst to Kakuzu, while they had been talking, Kimimaro had his hands on the ground and slid one of his bones under it with an exploding tag on it. He was then able to further extend the bone to the ground beneath the old Taki Nin's feet before it came out of the ground behind Kakuzu with the time tag just about to go off. Naturally, the blast was not enough to harm Kakuzu, but it did disorient him enough to give Kimimaro a chance to run forward at the Akatsuki member, forming the flower of his clematis dance. Even with the diversion, however, Kakuzu was still able to send tendrils at Kimimaro, forcing him to dodge them, and he was not fast enough to get to Kakuzu before two of the masked beasts could come between him and his target. Keyword was. Yugo formed several seals and shouted, lightning-style thunder blast. Yugo fired a burst of lightning even stronger and faster than the one he had used against Tobi during the brief battle earlier, which surprisingly hit Kimimaro in his back, which was protected by the shell of bone he formed. The impact threw Kimimaro forward between the two masks at Kakuzu, and the Kagaya was able to impale the former Taki Nin through the chest. So much for you, Kimimaro said as Kakuzu died instantly. Thinking that his and Yugo's battle was over, Kimimaro turned to head for Karen and Sujetsu's only to be slammed aside by the lightning-style mask as it returned to the side of its master. How come you haven't disappeared if your summoner is dead? Kimimaro demanded before he saw the tendrils the creature was made of flow through the hole in Kakuzu's chest, the mask shattering, and to the Kagaya's shock, Kakuzu rose from the dead. NNOST. Haiden was laughing maniacally at the slumped form of Sujetsu. Now it's your turn, girlie, Haiden said to the sobbing Karen as he reached for his scythe. But then Sujetsu suddenly got up, picked up his sword, rushed at Haiden and threw a shuriken at him, which caught him in the throat, shocking him and causing him to stagger backwards and feebly raise his right hand to block the blade, and Sujetsu cut it off. NOST turnover plays. Sujetsu, you're alright? Karen shouted in relief as Sujetsu jumped back to avoid a thrust from Haiden's spear. What in the name of Jashin just happened? Haiden demanded as he stared at the stump of his arm. Isn't it obvious? I just cut off your hand, Sujetsu joked, causing Haiden to snarl. Of course it's obvious, you bastard. What I meant was, why are you not dead from my curse? And for that matter, why is your own hand still attached? Easy, Karen's intention to get you out of that circle was not successful, but it did do the job in a different way, Sujetsu said as he shouldered his blade and pointed at the ground. Haiden looked in the direction Sujetsu pointed and his eyes widened as he saw that his circle was not much more than a bloody smear on the ground now. When Karen blasted you with the water jutsu, it failed to knock you from the circle, Sujetsu said. But the ground here was loose enough for the water to ruin your little circle, making it useless for your little voodoo doll jutsu. That's why your jab through your own heart did not affect me the way it was intended to, and I played along with the curse once I realized I was not harmed by it. Good job, by the way, Karen, he said to her. I just wish I could say I planned that, she replied, though she was smiling. Ah, whatever, Haiden growled. All I have to do is make another circle, then I can re-establish the Kurdash. Haiden started to draw the design again with his foot and the blood that was flowing from his wrist, but Sujetsu rushed forward, pumping some water into his legs to add enough strength to move faster than Haiden could have anticipated with the foot and thigh wounds to account for, and cut off Haiden's head. Sorry, pal, I wasn't gonna let you do that, the Hozuki said as Haiden's body went down like a ton of bricks. Damn you. Do you have any idea how much this hurts? Haiden's head shouted from the ground, causing Sujetsu to give a small jump of surprise before his eyes narrowed and he kneeled over the severed head. Okay, just what does it take to kill you if that didn't work? Karen looked a little sick at the thought of a person living through decapitation as the head laughed. Sorry, killing me is just not doable, Haiden sneered. Fine then, but it's clear that you are currently useless in your state, Karen said. Shut up, you little hag, I can still chew you to degurg. The last part came out as Karen stomped on the head, a tick mark developing. Never use the H word towards me again, she advised. I'm sick of listening to this guy's foul mouth myself, Sujetsu said as he picked up the cussing head by the hair. Ever play a game of soccer, Mr. Immortal? What the hell does that have to do with SHIT? Haiden shouted as Sujetsu tossed the head up, pumped some water into his right leg to add some muscle mass, and kicked the head with all his might. The screaming head of Haiden sailed quite far indeed, and NOST. Well, let's make sure that anyone who wants to piece this guy back together has quite a time doing so, Sujetsu said as he headed towards Haiden's body before his adrenaline wore off and the pain of his wounds caught up with him. He fell to his knees, wincing, and Karen shouted, Sujetsu. She ran to his side as he tried to rise, and she pulled up the sleeve of her cloak and put her wrist in front of Sujetsu's face. Her arm used to be covered with bite marks, but fortunately, Tsunade had found a way to remove the once permanent marks. "I'm fine," the Hozuki protested, only to get smacked through the head by Karen. "Like hell you are. Just bite me so I don't have to carry you." Suigetsu reformed his head and sighed as he complied. After he was healed, they got to the grim task of chopping up Haiden's body to make sure it would not be easy to reassemble him. They threw a lot of the pieces in many different directions, Suigetsu adding some distance with his ability to pump his arms up. The rest they buried in various locations, making use of Suigetsu's water clones to take them far to be buried. "That will have to do," Suigetsu said as he tossed the last piece away. "He won't die, which is a pain, but I bet he wishes he was dead right about now. We better go help Kimimaro and Yugo." He paused as his eyes fell upon the scythe Haiden had dropped. He picked it up and gave an experimental swing. This is an interesting weapon. Might as well take it as a trophy. I may have a use for it if I ever need to extend my reach a bit. An OST stalemate plays. Kimimaro and Yugo were frantically avoiding Kakuzu's attacks as the immortal made attempts to claim the latter's heart, after Kimimaro had destroyed the first, putting Kakuzu in need of a replacement for his lightning-style mask's heart. Kakuzu had already explained how he had extended his lifespan by stealing the hearts of others for the past century, so Kimimaro already knew that he was going to have to kill Kakuzu 4 more times, unless he broke the masks before they revived him. The wind-style mask approached and gathered chakra for a wind blast at Kimimaro. That was when the Kagaya started to counterattack, the curse mark on his chest glowing orange and spreading over his body in the line design. I had almost forgotten that you were one of Orochimaru's more talented subordinates," Kakuzu said casually. Kimimaro's eyes narrowed before he said flatly, "Never say that name in my presence again." Over the past 2 years of his life in Konoha, he had been able to make true friends, comrades he had come to care for. As a result, he was able to see exactly what the difference between true happiness and his life with Orochimaru was, and he realized just how hollow his life had still been after being taken in by the snake Sannin. So his former worship for Orochimaru had turned into complete disgust. The wind mask fired at Kimimaro, and he ran through 4 hand seals. Fire-style blazing clematis flower. The flames, shaped exactly how they were described, shot out of Kimimaro's mouth, powered slightly by his cursed seal, and collided with the wind fired by the mask. It seemed that Kimimaro's jutsu was going to win out at first due to his elemental advantage and the fact that his jutsu was a little stronger to begin with. But before the flames could destroy the mask, the fire-style mask joined the wind one and they combined their jutsus, ultimately overpowering Kimimaro's jutsu. Kimimaro was hit by the fanned wall of flames, and would have been cooked alive if it had not been for the shell of bones he managed to make to shield him from the worst of the flames. As it was, he still got several second and first-degree burns on his torso and was blasted back. The earth mask fired several shots of mud at him, which impacted hard enough to keep him off balance, and Yugo immediately tried to rush to the aid of his friend, but was halted by Kakuzu, who was using several more of his tendrils in an attempt to subdue the berserker. Yugo was able to sever a few with his axe, but he got caught by several others, which held his arms and legs away from his body, and more began to burrow their way into his chest to take his heart. Yugo closed his eyes before he realized he had no choice but to go berserk, and he mentally stopped the seal from keeping the natural energy out of his body. His flesh changed to its bestial form, and Kakuzu's eyes widened as he was suddenly faced with several chakra cannons. "Ha ha 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 ha, die already," Yugo shouted as he gleefully fired point blank at his enemy, who leapt back in a panic and was just barely able to raise a protective shield of his tendrils before he was blasted full force. He was thrown hard against a tree and lay prone against the ground. Yes. He's dead. Ha! Yugo was cackling before he got engulfed in flames from the wind and fire-style masks, which had joined bodies. Kakuzu rose a little gingerly as he saw a smoking and heavily burned Yugo rush out of the inferno. Kimimaro was still fighting the earth mask, which was keeping its distance from his spines and firing an increasing number of mud balls. Kimimaro formed several spines from his bones and flung them at the mask, but the mask avoided them all. Cursing as he saw Yugo's predicament, Kimimaro activated his curse seal again, entering second state. And despite the modification Celia made to the seal, Kimimaro looks the same in his second state as he did before. If you asked me, his appearance was not nearly as screwed up as Sasuke's was. He dived under several more clods of stone and mud and slid between the legs of the masked beast, and ran straight for Yugo, who was currently taking more wind-enhanced fireballs to his body, not even being given a chance to recover and retaliate, before his berserk state finally receded and he collapsed. "Now your heart is mine," Kakuzu said as once again, his tendrils were sent to burrow their way into Yugo's chest. Before he could finish, he sensed danger and was forced to jump back to avoid Kimimaro's bone sword thrust. "Don't you ever know when to quit?" Kakuzu demanded as Kimimaro threw the bone sword, catching Kakuzu in the shoulder. Dance of the Clematis, Kimimaro said as he ripped out his spine and formed the bone lance with his other hand. The vine, he shouted, swinging the spinal column at Kakuzu, who got his arms pinned to his sides before the Kagaya slammed him to the ground. Now the flower, Kimimaro shouted, dashing at Kakuzu. Before he could reach his target, the fire and wind mask's body leapt between Kimimaro and Kakuzu, and prepared to blast him. Kimimaro hastily reabsorbed the lance, and let go of his spine and cast seals. Fire-style blazing clematis flower. Once again, he fired his jutsu to battle against the collaborative mask jutsu, only this time, Kimimaro was in his second state, so his fire jutsu was a lot stronger this time. So once the two acts met, it seemed to be a stalemate at first, before Kimimaro's jutsu began to gain ground. Before he could defeat the two masks, however, he was hit in the side by yet another clod of earth, knocking him away. Before he could recover, Kakuzu's tendrils wrapped around his waist and he was lifted into the air as Kakuzu jumped up, and then the immortal threw Kimimaro hard into the ground, making a large crater. Though Kimimaro was mostly unharmed by this, Kakuzu's masks had a remedy for that. All three of them leapt into the air above Kimimaro and the earth mask fired off several earth balls, which were followed up by the fire and wind masks launching their collaborative attack, igniting the earth clods before they slammed into the stunned elite Jonin, Kimimaro. Yugo shouted as he watched the inferno consume the area his friend was in. Though the bones Kimimaro could create offered a great deal of defense against external injury, they would do little to prevent the heat from burning Kimimaro to death. NOSD, Kakuzu chortled as he walked up to the weakened berserker. Shame, he was actually quite a challenge. Oh well, hopefully his corpse will still be recognizable enough to collect the bounty. And now this time, we should have no interruptions, Kakuzu finished as his tendrils once more crept towards Yugo, who tried to back away, but he was caught quickly. Good, I will soon have my full repertoire again. Bracken dance. A voice from beneath their feet shouted, surprising Kakuzu, before a multitude of bone spikes erupted from the ground, all of them missing Yugo, but one impaled Kakuzu through his current heart, and he never got the chance to get a replacement, for his masked beasts were also in the area of effect, each one getting impaled multiple times before the hearts within took a hit that forever stopped their beating. NOSD Nankufuraka plays. How? Kakuzu demanded weakly as Kimimaro emerged from the ground. How did you survive the fire? I never was hit by it, Kimimaro replied before pointing at the crater Kakuzu's masks had fired at. Inside there was a seeming replica of Kimimaro, though severely charred, and cracked in several areas, and hollow. When you caught me in your tendrils, I realized that every time I tried to attack you or one of your masks, I would always get interrupted by another. So in addition to taking steps to avoid your attack, I quickly formulated a plan. I created a thin shell of bone that looked almost exactly like me in the front, but missing the back part. When I was slammed into the ground, I tunneled beneath it, leaving the shell behind to fool you into thinking I was still there, and the shell was what took your attack. And then I used my ultimate jutsu, the Bracken Dance, which you can see all around you. The idea was to attack you and all of your remaining masks at once, so they would not be able to cover each other or you. I can't believe it. 4 of my hearts. In one attack? I can't die here. I have lived too long for my life to have been ended by the likes of you. You have lived long enough by taking away the lives of others, Kimimaro said, his expression hardening. People like you remind me of the monster I was once blind enough to serve, even to the extent of giving up my own life just to prolong his worthless one. It is only thanks to a few shinobi of the Hidden Leaf in Yugo that I was able to open my eyes and see what was really worth protecting and fighting for. Curse you, Kakuzu said before his body went completely limp. Kimimaro sighed as his curse seal receded. NOSD, Yugo, are you alright? Kimimaro asked as he rushed over to his friend and helped him to his feet. I'll live, Yugo said. What about Suigetsu and Karen? I don't know, but we had better make sure they aren't in more trouble than they can handle, Kimimaro said, slinging one of Yugo's arms around his neck and shoulder before leaping in the direction the team had separated. Chapter 45 Change of Plans. Just as Kimimaro reached the edge of the forest, Karen and Suigetsu exited the trees, Suigetsu toting the scythe that had been used to attack them earlier, though Kimimaro had never seen the attacker. You guys alright? Suigetsu asked. Yes, we are fine. Our opponent was killed by me, though as you can see, Yugo is a little weak, Kimimaro replied before he explained about Kakuzu's abilities and the fight he and Yugo had with him, while Karen healed Yugo with her special ability. It ended when I destroyed his 4 remaining hearts with my Bracken Dance, Kimimaro finished. Naruto sneezed as he tried to use Deva Path again. Strange. Why did the words, eat your heart out, just go through my mind? He ultimately shrugged before he extended his hand at the training dummy again. Shinra Tensei. The dummy wobbled before it fell on its side. Gah, how am I supposed to repel attacks with this path, if I can't even knock a human-sized object back a few feet? Maybe I should practice the other paths a bit before I work on the strongest one. Yeah, well, we fought a retard who wouldn't freaking die, Soijetsu said after Kimimaro finished his explanation and Yugo was back on his feet. Tried a lot of things. I stabbed him through the heart, and ended the fight by decapitating him, which kept his body from moving, but he still lived through it. We had to dismember his body and scatter the pieces as much as we could, so he won't be a problem anymore, at least for a while. What was really annoying about him was that all he needed was an enemy's DNA, which he clearly usually gets from blood, and then he can put some kinda curse on them where his body was like a voodoo doll. Any injuries that were done to him would be done to whoever he cursed, and it even bypassed my ability to turn into water. Kimimaro's eyebrows rose. If that is the case, and you dismembered him, then how? I broke the curse, Karen said a little proudly. He also needed to be standing in a diagram he draws on the ground with his own blood, and he was even clever enough to stick his feet to the ground with chakra, so any attempts to knock him out of it were useless. But I was smart enough to OUCH. Don't you try to boast, Suijetsu, who had just bonked her on the head, told her. You initially tried to just blast him out of it with that water-style jutsu I taught you. You had no strategy beyond that whatsoever. It was sheer luck that the water washed away enough of the diagram to break the curse. You didn't plan that. Well, it saved your ungrateful ass, didn't it? The least you could do is let me impress Sensei a little. Please, you already owed me for stopping the guy from impaling you with the spear of his. All you did was return the favor. Yeah, well, I did heal you. It was because I stopped his attack that he got my DNA and I got injured in the first place, so once again, we're at dash. He did not get any further as Kimimaro grabbed both of their heads and smacked them together, causing Karen to splutter as her hair got wet as a result. Are you two quite done with your lover's spat? The Kage demanded, causing both of them to turn an undocumented shade of red. So, where is the head of your foe? I kicked it away about 10 miles, why? Suijetsu replied, causing Kimimaro to face palm. You really didn't think to take that part along with you? We could have interrogated him that way, and there would have been less chance of him being pieced back together, and yet you blew it? Kimimaro demanded, showing a rare flash of irritation, and Suijetsu paled. Stupid, stupid, stupid. The Hozuki muttered, banging his head against the tree with each word. Kimimaro sighed. What's done is done, I suppose. What we need to do now is get to the Jinchuriki before the extraction process Hokage-sama mentioned is complete. Karen, that way, she said, pointing. Paine's eyes narrowed as the team of 4 entered the cave where the Geto Mizo was still sucking the Nanabai's chakra out of Fu, who was suspended in midair. So, I take it you are the Akatsuki, Kimimaro said as he looked disdainfully at the 8 figures on the statue's fingers. We are taking the girl, and since none of you are actually here, I don't see how you can stop us, Paine mentally cursed. They had only managed to extract about 2/3 of the Nanabai's chakra, and they also had yet to gain the consciousness of the bijou from Fu. But maybe he could still prevent the loss. I would not recommend it, Paine said. If you interrupt the process, you will cause all that we have removed so far to go off and destroy everything within a 6-mile radius. Kimimaro frowned, but Karen interjected. He's bluffing. Even though he is not really there, I can still sense when he is lying, so my guess is he is trying to scare us into not stopping them. Paine cursed again. So it seems that you have a decent sensory type with you. Well played. Very well then, take the container. Who knows, she might even live. With that, the statue disappeared and the figures with it. But not before one who appeared to be heavily armored looked at Kimimaro, showing the Kage a set of Sharingan, 3 tomo in each eye. Kimimaro's eyes widened in shock once the figure was gone. Fu fell to the ground limply. Was that a member of the Uchiha clan? Kimimaro asked, as Karen dashed forward and checked the girl's vital signs before she put her wrist in Fu's mouth and forced the jaws to close on it. After a few minutes, Fu's eyes opened, and she looked weakly at her saviors. Who are you? She asked them. Shinobi of Konoha, Kimimaro replied as Karen made Fu bite her again. We are here to take you back to Takigakure. Thank you, Fu said as she finished having her energy restored. She got to her feet. I told you I was lucky 7. Chome declared within the mint hair. Oh, shut up, Nanabai, Fu mentally snapped, following Team Kimimaro out of the cave. I'm Fu, by the way. Who are you guys? I'm Karen Uzumaki, Yugo of the Scales, Soijetsu Hozuki, and I'm the leader of this sorry lot with the exception of Yugo, Hiei, Kimimaro Kagaya. We should get going, before any more members of the Akatsuki can be sent against us. Come on, I used my heal bite 3 times today, can I rest a little first? Karen whined as she plopped down. Fine, you may rest, Kimimaro replied, and Karen sighed with relief. Soijetsu, carry her, we are leaving now. What? Both Karen and Suigetsu protested. It is imperative that we get Fu back to Taki as soon as possible. We cannot allow ourselves to give our enemies a chance to assault us. Suigetsu and Karen both sighed in defeat, and Suigetsu slung one of Karen's arms around his neck and shoulder. Before they could get going, however, a crow flew up to Kimimaro and gave him a scroll. His eyes narrowed as he read the contents and turned to the team, his expression only betraying a hint of what he suddenly felt: rage. Change of plans. We are to take Fu straight back to Konoha. What? Why, am I to be a prisoner or something? Fu demanded. No, nothing like that. Takigaku's leaders have made the decision that their village no longer will harbor a demon with the threat of the Akatsuki bearing down on them for it, and they have sent a request to Hokage-sama to have Fu killed on sight by us. Naturally, he refused, and thus our orders are to bring her to Konoha instead of Taki. An OST loneliness plays. Note another Naruto OST that shares its name with another. Feel free to take your pick, those bastards. Fu trembled as she read the scroll herself. I tried so hard to be someone they could like, someone they could acknowledge, but all I was to them my whole life was a weapon, one who has become too inconvenient to keep around. Why me? I didn't ask for this. Kimimaro looked at Fu with pity in his gaze. He remembered being locked in a cage his whole childhood by the members of his clan without knowing why, having done nothing to deserve such a fate, before the clan was butchered by Kiri, and he was set adrift into the world, lost without a purpose. He was then seemingly saved by Orochimaru, but he knew full well now that he himself was nothing more than a tool to the snake, one that had been shunted to the side the moment he became too ill to be of use. You bear a heavy burden, Kimimaro finally said. But your life will be better once we get to Dash. Just be quiet, please. Fu almost shouted, tearing up. You don't know a thing. I never once had a chance at happiness. Why should your village be any different? So don't act like you understand me. I will go with you, but only because I have nowhere else to go to. With that, she leapt to the top of a tree branch and headed towards the hidden leaf. Geez, what's her problem? Suigetsu asked, before Kimimaro held a bone blade to the Hozuki's neck. Don't start, the white-haired man warned. She has gone through more than you realize, so if you belittle her suffering, you will feel my wrath. Suigetsu gulped. Though he could turn into water to avoid injury, Kimimaro was just plain scary wine angered, even when he seemed calm. And OSD, well, fancy meeting you here, Haiden. Weren't you just near Takigaku to prevent the Nanabai's recovery? But I guess I would know that you and Kakuza failed. After all, Kisame and I just left the container with the team sent to retrieve it. Kabuto chuckled, somewhere outside the land of Earth, where Kabuto and Kisame had been sent to wait for an opportunity to take either of Iwa's Jinchuriki. Oh, just shut up and get me down already, you asshole. Haiden snarled, his head hanging by the hair on a tree branch it had become ensnared in. And while you're at it, why don't you summon some of those zombies of yours that are sensory types to find the rest of my pieces for me? TSK, that is no way to ask a favor, but if you insist, Kabuto said as he summoned one of his Edo Tensei, a heavy-set man wearing shades and a Kiri headband. Go find the rest of this guy's body for me, he ordered, and the man left. Just one? Haiden protested. That's going to take forever. That's what you get for being rude. Perhaps if you said please, I would summon some more on it. Screw you, sigh. So predictable. Wow, who knew that Suna sold weapons like this? Where do they get the materials? Daisuke asked as he examined a katana with chakra-conducting metal of high quality, and etched in diamond. Gara-sensei is the reason for that. Matsuri, a Suna genin who had been given the D rank of showing Sasuke and his team around the village. In addition to his duties as one of the village's greatest jonin, his father, the Kazakage, has also given the task of using his sand to find all of the best metals and other valuable things such as gold, and the diamond you see on that blade. It has really helped our village's economy, so Gara-sensei actually has some admiration in the village now. I'm quite happy for him, Matsuri said. It was quite clear that she had feelings for her teacher. You should just give up on that weapon, Daisuke. I bet you can't afford it, Akari said, and Daisuke sighed and replaced the tool. I would kill for such an awesome weapon though, he whined. It's not as cool as what Gara wields now, trust me, Matsuri said. Oh, and what would that be? Sasuke asked with interest. I actually know Gara quite well, and I never knew he wielded a weapon. That's secret, sorry, Matsuri said with a smile. But a single swing of it has demolished a good portion of one of our training grounds once. I might buy one or two of these, Kiyoshi mused as he looked at a few small crossbow bolts tipped in diamond. Kiyoshi's main weapon was a one-handed crossbow that could hold two quarrels at once, and he could also poison the tips. I actually saved my mission pay after all, and these are not nearly as expensive as that katana, so I think I can afford to invest in serious life or death situations. Sasuke meanwhile was still wondering about the weapon Matsuri mentioned Gara used. Part of the reason Sasuke had brought the team to Suna so early was to answer a request from the Ichibi's Jinchuriki to help test out a new ultimate offense and defense. Sasuke was curious to find out why Gaara wanted to use him as a guinea pig for that. At any rate, it's thanks to Gaara the village is back on track with some decent finances, and the Kazekage has opened a few new academies with some of the money raised as a result of Gaara's efforts, Matsuri said proudly. It's funny though, she continued, it seems as though the training is more intense and number of shinobi candidates has increased a rather high number. It's almost as if the Kazekage is preparing the village for some kind of war. Not exactly hard to figure that one out, since the Kazekage has been made aware of just how much of a threat the Akatsuki are, Sasuke thought. Get your guard up, Vanessa told the trainee in front of her as she swung again, and the young Yashori was just barely able to block. Better, Vanessa, Naruto shouted as he ran into the private training room. Do you know where Felix is? He asked somewhat frantically. He should be sparring with Matthew in the AOS room. Why? Vanessa asked, noticing how flustered Naruto seemed to be. One of my shadow clones was just studying something about the Rakuta Sannin while I was practicing the Deva path, and it came across something that it dispelled immediately to let me know about, Naruto said. I need to tell Felix that I found Raisin's name. Chapter 46 Politics. The Gravity Manipulators? Felix asked as he looked intently at the scroll Naruto had been reading, and was now showing him, Erika and Hinata. I know that there were rumors that there was a survivor today, though they were supposed to have been destroyed in ancient times, and that we were also investigating the rumors of a man named Raisin leading the faction from the Elder Dimension that had been working with the Akatsuki, but I never suspected that they were connected. Naruto nodded, and they read the scroll from the beginning. Zion Rikudu, the man who would later become known as the legendary Rakuta Sannin, was the sole survivor of the Six Paths clan, for as a child, the only clan with members as powerful, the Genshukoi Atsuri, wiped out the Rakutas in a bid to establish a tyranny over the Elder Dimension. Zion had been spared, barely escaping with his life. The boy later awakened the Rinnegan, and despite his hatred for the Genshukoi Atsuri, did not immediately seek revenge, instead strove to help those who fell under the oppression the clan had set. Upon realizing that there was a survivor of the Rakutas, the gravity manipulators sent assassin after Zion to end what they arrogantly perceived as the sole threat to their rule. Zion escaped time and time again, causing the Genshukoi Atsuris to focus more and more effort on capturing and killing Zion. This turned out to be a mistake. The remaining fighters in the Elder Dimension began forming a resistance movement, with some aid from Zion, and this faction was mostly ignored by the Genshukoi Atsuris, who were still striving to capture the future Rakuta Sannin. This arrogant act cost them dearly, for if they had stomped the resistance out while it was still in the developmental stages, then the Elder Dimension today would likely still be under their rule. As it was, by the time the Genshukoi Atsuri clan took the resistance faction seriously, they were already outnumbered by over 1,000 to 1. When the resistance assaulted the gravity manipulators, Zion himself also added his strength to the conflict, and the corrupt clan fought back, almost every single member refusing to believe they could lose the battle, believing themselves invincible no matter what they were up against. As a result, despite destroying nearly a third of the enemy troops, all but one of the clan had been slain, the sole survivor being Raisin Genshukoi Atsuri. Naruto looked up from the scroll and said, "This is where my clone dispelled," in order to let me know right away that he had found the name we had been looking for. But wait, didn't you see that yourself, having had the Rinnegan active to practice Deva Path? Hinata asked, referring to the shared field of vision the Rinnegan gave its wielder. I did, Naruto replied. But my clone didn't. He kept it shut off to read the scrolls so I could focus on that training. He clearly did not think to just activate the dojutsu to show me what he was seeing. Idiot. But he is your clone, Erika said with a bit of amusement. So his intelligence should roughly be the same as yours, so if he was too stupid to think of using the Rinnegan to show you, then that dash. In our defense, Naruto hastily replied. I only just recently got this ability, so it makes sense that I would not have thought of it right away. At any rate, moving on. With that, Hinata, Erika, Felix and Naruto once again viewed the scroll. The next few paragraphs mainly detailed rebuilding peace in the Elder Dimension after what had happened with the Genshukoi Atsuri clan, before the subject returned to Raisin, the sole survivor of his clan, a story which mirrored the newly named Rakuta Sennins. Raisin had survived during this period of trying to rebuild what was lost. He vowed vengeance for the loss of his clan, but he was wiser than his arrogant clan members. Rather than attack the remainder of the Elder Dimension forces along with the Rakutu, Raisin knew he could not win that fight, so instead sought to increase his odds. To achieve the destruction of those who had taken his clan, he eventually stumbled upon an ancient secret. Thus, he ventured into the core of the world, where the ancients had sealed a demon that had once destroyed most of the Elder Dimension, the Jubi. After many years of endless work, Raisin eventually managed to loosen the seal enough to release the ancient horror once more on the world. Thus, the Jubi emerged in a storm of magma from the crust of the Elder Dimension, ready to destroy all in its path. The hole that the Jubi made when it escaped the core of this world is actually still there, Felix said as they read that part. These days, it has the interesting title of the Doomsday Pit. Though it no longer goes all the way down to the world's core, the lava that formed the mantle filled it in a lot, though the scar is still a deep one. Naturally, the re-emergence of this 10-tailed demon sparked an immediate response with the Elder Dimension's forces, and they began to do all that they could to fight back the beast. But all of their efforts and preparations to harm the Jubi were assaulted by Raisin. Raisin's strategy was to prevent the Elder Dimension's forces from getting organized enough to form a defense against the Jubi, keeping the ranks as disorganized and chaotic as possible. It was then that the Rakuta Sannin attacked Raisin, in a desperate effort to buy the army enough time to launch the needed counterattack. The battle between these two solitary survivors of their respective clans was one that demolished much of their surroundings, though either one was able to wound the other, until at last, the last gravity manipulator ran out of chakra, and was cut down by Zion. Thus the Genshukoi clan died out utterly. The rest of the story was the same common knowledge of the Rakuta Sannin, how he and the army had driven the Jubi into a rift from the Elder Dimension to Naruto's dimension, and how he chose to be exiled to protect the inhabitants of the more primitive world. But wait, Hinata said a little fearfully. How could this be the same Raisin? I mean, he did die fighting the sage, didn't he? And even if he survived, then he would be far too old to be alive today. Could the Raisin we are facing be doing the same thing as Obito? I'm not so sure that is the case, Felix said thoughtfully. Don't forget, we are also up against another foe from not too long after the events we have just read about, Caius Shikokyo, the corrupt phoenix. Hinata shivered, and Naruto scowled at that name. She had told Naruto that Caius was interested in making her into one of his Edo Tensei to use against him, which sickened the whiskered blonde to his very core. It is likely that he found Raisin's remains, and it's not too much of a stretch that he has been helping Raisin cheat death for all these centuries, Felix continued. That said, we could very well be facing the very same enemy that the Rakuta Sannin himself needed to give his all against if history is accurate. All three other people present shivered at the scary thought. So what are we going to do about this information? Naruto asked. I am going to inform the ruling council, and hopefully, they will see enough sense to take decisive action. I wouldn't hold my breath though. Even if our chancellor, the highest-ranking member, would believe that Raisin is still alive, despite a lack of concrete proof, there are way too many other idiots on the council who would be too scared to take the rumors seriously, which could drown out the opinions of those who actually have and use their brains, even if the chancellor is one of the latter group. Damn politics. It's times like these I wish we ran on a dictatorship rather than a democracy. In the meantime, I would suggest you continue your work on mastering the Rinnegan Naruto. Raisin did lose to one with those same eyes after all, so they could be one of your greatest weapons against him. If one could see what was going on in Itachi's office 2 days later, they would wonder why he was not addicted to headache medication. He had just been receiving a mission report from one of the Jonin instructors, none other than Sakura Haruno, who had gotten past the rank of Chunin in this timeline, and was now leading her own genin team, and you will never guess who is on it, when he had been rather rudely interrupted by Hamura and Koharu, who had burst in on him, demanding to know the reason he was risking a political scandal right now. Apparently, they had gotten wind of the fact that Itachi had decided to harbor Fu, Takigaker's Jinchuriki, when said nation had seen fit to order the girl's execution. They were not happy with the fact that Takigaker was sending shinobi envoys to try to make demands with Itachi, a few of them even going so far as to threaten war, to which the Uchiha had responded coolly that they would never win if it came to that. He had been willing to offer compensations, however, though Taki downright refused them, still preferring to make threats of retaliation unless their demands were met, stating that the Nanabai was their property, and they were going to ensure it was destroyed. So now Itachi and Sakura were being treated to a tirade from the aged counselors, after Itachi had given Sakura permission to stay and hear what was being discussed. The things stated in this tirade included, but were not limited to, the two counselors practically ordering Itachi to comply with Taki's demands, why Itachi would want to increase the risk of Konoha being targeted by the Akatsuki, and how Konoha must look to other nations right about now. Finally, Itachi had had enough. I'll have you know, Itachi said, that the nations of Suna, Kumo, and even IWA have gotten wind of my decision already, and they have agreed that it is not fair to allow Taki to kill off one of their shinobi for circumstances beyond her control. The former two are because of the fact that the Jinchuriki of the villages are related to the Kages of said villages, so they can understand what is right or wrong when it comes to the treatment of these individuals. It's not about what's right or wrong, it's about what's best for the village. Hamura almost shouted. If Danzo were Hokage, he would ignore such foolish sentimentalism and focus on the greater good. Itachi was well and truly pissed at this point. He himself remembered what he had to do for the greater good in the previous timeline, and he was not at all pleased about that being brought up, even if it was unintentional and unknown by the counselors. Slapping his hands down on his desk, and rising with an expression that would have sent anyone with experience dealing with Tsunade running, he said, "But Danzo is not Hokage right now. I am. And as such, I give you orders, not the other way around, so you can spout all of your petty demands at me you desire. You will not change my mind." Sputtering, Koharu immediately replied, "You can't just ignore Dash. And I will also have you know," Itachi continued, cutting off the aged woman, "that what you call the greater good, I prefer the lesser evil. And to me, lesser evil is still just that, evil. And the foolish sentimentality you mentioned? Let me tell you that is exactly what built this village in the first place. It was our Shodaime Hokage's desire to unite feuding clans to prevent further bloodshed between them. Even though he had Madara at his mercy at one point, he chose to put his life on the line rather than simply do what someone like Danzo would have. Had he not done that, the Uchiha and the Senju would never have been able to build this village. While I admire Danzo's willingness to protect the village, it would shame the previous Hokage who built and protected the village based on what they thought was right. Think about that. And get out of my office while you are at it. You think you can just dash, Koharu snarled. You have no authority to dash, Hamura growled at the same time, but then Sakura cut them both off. I think he just reminded you of the fact that he is the Hokage and by extension your boss, so why are you trying to give him orders? So why don't you just shut up and do as he says? In fact, I'll make it easy for you and give you not one, but two ways out of the room. You can either voluntarily exit yourself through the door, or I can forcefully help you out, through the window. Your choice, she said the last part with a sweet smile that screamed to anyone with any common sense, danger, run. Apparently even the two aged counselors had enough sense to see the danger, and realized that Itachi could and would let her carry out her threat, and fled the room faster than you would expect people their age. Sighing, Itachi sat back in his chair and said, unwittingly echoing a certain wielder of all five elements, "Damn, I hate politics." Hokage-sama? Sakura said. If I may ask, what exactly was that all about anyway? What exactly is a Jinchuriki? Itachi gave the pink-haired Kunoichi a brief explanation about what a bijou and a Jinchuriki was, and about the fact that an organization called the Akatsuki was after them. In short, he was finishing. When the Akatsuki took the host of the Nanabai, they did some serious damage and killed off many of their best shinobi before they claimed her. They were going to extract the Nanabai from her, but I had sent Team Kimimaro to stop them, and they were only able to extract a large portion of the Nanabai's chakra. Unfortunately, Taki is now calling for the death of Fu, because they have decided arbitrarily that they had only kept her demon around because of the value as a weapon, but since the Akatsuki are willing to do a lot of damage to the village, they think that the threat overshadows the value. But that's not the slightest bit fair. Sakura almost shouted. If she had the bijou sealed within her at birth, then she was practically marked for death from the get-go. I agree, that's why I ordered Kimimaro to bring her back here. I am also putting him in charge of her safety for the time being. Wait, why are you telling me this? As a Jonin, you are privy to this information anyway, and it actually pertains to you more than you know, though it's not my place to tell you why on that part, Itachi replied. At any rate, shouldn't you get going if you want your team to take the Chunin exams in Suna? Oh yeah, that's right. So where's Sasuke-kun? I was thinking our teams and us could go together. Itachi paled before he reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a box labeled "When giving bad news to a kunoichi, use these." He pulled out a set of earplugs and inserted them before saying, he kinda left the village already, saying he had to meet an old friend there before the exams. Silence. Then, the outskirts of Konoha heard a deafening cry of, "You mean Tio tell me that he left without waiting for me? Tio come back from that C rank we got from you. Oh, he is sure gonna get it when I get to Suna." Cha. Sasuke suddenly shivered as he faced Gaara in one of the more private training grounds in the hidden sand village. Why do I suddenly feel mortal terror? Relax, I don't intend to use any of these techniques against you, just one of your shadow clones, Gaara replied, misinterpreting Sasuke's apprehension. It's not that, it's... Never mind, just show me what you can do. First your new defense. It's really just an upgraded version of my old sand shield, Gaara replied as the cork of his gourd popped out, and sand that had several glittering particles in it poured out. I had gotten used to carrying heavier and heavier sand in my gourd to increase the overall strength of my absolute defense. The glittering you see is dust, ground from diamonds my sand radar techniques have helped me find, mixed into my sand. This adds strength to my defense, as you likely guessed, and because I am using heavier sand, I had to train almost non-stop to keep the speed of it up to par with what I could do, but the result is an increased speed with regular sand as well, and my stamina has also shot up, so I am already far stronger than I had been when I had fought Madara in the previous timeline. Though if I face someone like him again, I decided I would need more than an ultimate defense. But before I show you how hard my new offense hits, try to fire a Susanoo arrow at my sand shield, and see if it can stop it. Gaara then formed the sand shield and stepped out of it. Sasuke nodded and his Susanoo formed around him, and shot an arrow at the empty shell. The shield held briefly before the arrow shattered into purple fragments. There was a small hole that could be used to peer into the interior of the shell, but if Gaara had actually been inside of the shield, he would have been completely unharmed. The shield reformed, and Gaara then requested a Raisin lance, which Sasuke complied with. The lightning spear already had more penetration power than the arrows did, and also had an elemental advantage over Gaara's sand. As a result, the Raisin lance was barely slowed as it passed through the shield. Well, I have yet to find anything that can actually withstand that, so don't feel too bad, Sasuke said apologetically as his seal he had activated to throw the jutsu receded. Naruto's version 2 cloak stalled it, and the lance would not have penetrated if I allowed him to get carried back by the impact. But my Raisin tide held him in place. Very well then, though I can see that I am going to want to add even more diamond dust to the shield. Now, I believe it is time to show you my new offense and test it. If you would have a shadow clone use Susanoo. Sasuke nodded and made a shadow clone to do just that, and Gaara pulled a scroll from his pouch and unsealed. A giant, 22-foot-long sword made entirely out of diamond. Sasuke's eyes widened as he took that in, and saw that the edge was keener than a razor. How the hell can you wield that? It's 4 times longer than you are tall, Sasuke said. Gaara smirked before he said like this. Sand deity. As he shouted the last part, his sand shield formed around him, before much of the sand from the desert formed around it, and the end result was a warrior of sand that was about 30 feet tall, with the sand shield that had Gaara within it. Let me guess, Sasuke said with a wry smirk as the sand deity picked up the diamond claymore. He had his shadow clone fully formed the final Susanoo he had used to destroy several white Setsus in the previous timeline. You were inspired by the Susanoo to create that. You got me, Gaara said from within the sand deity, connecting his optic nerve to the third eye of sand he made to see outside of the new jutsu. The warrior gripped the sword with both hands and brought it down on the Susanoo with a lot more speed than expected, and it hit the aura with enough force to completely shatter it and dispel Sasuke's clone. Well, I am certainly impressed, Sasuke said. Not many attacks could utterly destroy a Susanoo like that, though Sasuke could have dodged it if he wanted to. Gaara let the sand deity dissolve and his sand shield returned to his gourd. Unfortunately, one of the drawbacks is the lack of air inside of that thing, Gaara replied. So unless I leave a hole for air to get in and out, I can only use this jutsu for a few minutes at a time. Not only that, but using it to swing a sword that heavy can drain my chakra pretty fast, though like I said, my stamina has gotten better, though not as good as Naruto's. Whose is? Sasuke deadpanned. Felix was fuming as he left the council rooms. Despite having convinced a fair number of councilors, and even Chancellor Samuel, that at least precautionary measures should be taken in case of Raisin's now seemingly likely continued survival, the vast majority of the corrupt old fools refused to think past their wrinkles and outvoted those who wanted to take decisive action, at least until concrete proof was obtained. In short, they were too scared to address this problem, preferring to hope and pray that if they ignored it, it would not exist. Sometimes Felix wondered why he was a council member himself, if his words were always drowned out by lackers of common sense. Once again, he wished Samuel was a dictator rather than a chancellor. Then the head of his least favorite clan, the Kihanshus, walked up to him. Surprisingly, Nathan Chihanshu had been one of Felix's allies on this urgent matter. Usually, the Yasharius and the Kihanshus went out of their way to oppose each other, unless they strongly felt the same way on one particular thing they both debated about. It was a running joke among the more intelligent council members that when members of both clans agreed on something, they were always right, and it was always about something bad for everyone, kind of like Tsunade winning bets on anything except Naruto. So far it was 7 for 7 in the past century. Seems there are too many fools on the council today, Nathan said as he slowly extended his hand to Felix, who reluctantly took it to shake. Like all Kihanshus, Nathan had perpetually open, though not bleeding, cuts on each of his fingertips and his palms, and no prizes for guessing what those are for. He also had the hereditary storm gray eyes of the clan, and his hair was a very dark brown, almost black. If there is even a chance that Raisin is still around, we should take more action than what is already being done. Well, the Elder Dimension won't do anything major about it, Felix seethed. But I will help you out a bit, Nathan replied. I will send my nephew Alex along to the Namikaze Boys Dimension with you when you go back. He's a good fighter and who knows, he may even get over his foolish phobia after a few brushes with death. Phobia? Due to a certain incident that damaged him in the past, he has developed a fear of the inferior sex. Felix's eyes narrowed as Nathan said this. At any rate, I will send him over to your compound to get acquainted tomorrow. See you around. As Nathan left, Felix shook his head. Ally in this or not, Felix well and truly hated the sexist bastards of a clan. He then wondered what could make this Alex so afraid of the group of people his own clan had put down for so long. He supposed he would find out tomorrow. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.